Hey, welcome to the Severance Waffle Party. I just now realized I forgot to add more to the description, so I hope people can actually, I hope this will show up in the algorithm because I didn't add any hashtags. Damn. I was gonna do that. That was gonna be the last thing I did before I started, but now I can't do it until we finish. Oh well. Well, hopefully people can actually find that we're live, because there are no hashtags in the description. And I can't edit the stream until we're done. It's been that kind of a day, guys. That's why we're starting so late. It's my fault. That's always my fault. Scarlet would be right on time if it were up to her, believe me. Um, I just have a lot going on in my life right now. My dad just got out of the hospital. Thankfully, he's okay. But there's still a possibility that he may need open heart surgery. They don't know yet, but they sent him home. They did some kind of procedure on him, and he may need open heart surgery in Boston. So that's just been an extra stressor when I'm already maxed out on stressors, to be honest with you. And so I don't really know which end is up at the moment. My mom's own kind of hell, and I'm going through my personal hell. So there you go. That's why we're late. Sorry about that. But we're gonna get into the breakdown earlier than usual tonight. As much as I would love to read every comment that I see, I and maybe I will be able to because I don't know if people are going to be able to find the stream without hashtags, but we'll see. As much as I would love to read every comment I see, it'll keep us here literally all night. And I know you guys want to, get moving and talk about the episode. So anyway, Scarlett, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Ready for some escapism. I think you're also ready for some.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready for some escapism. Yeah. I need some of that right now. And let's see who's here. So we've got Doc Kaiju Labs, our friend and collaborator on our From Academy Friday nights. Nice to see you, Doc. Looking forward to the next one. We
and
took a week off
new
from it.
Spanguli fan. We had a really interesting
Yeah.
thing about Spanguli. I sent him a link about Spanguli, and then he was watching something, and Spanguli jumped out of a cake, and it was totally non-related to his show.
Oh,
He's a horror host.
yeah. I heard that you guys connected on that. He told me he was excited that you guys you both happen to like that. So that's
Yeah.
cool.
But he was watching
That's
something
cool.
totally different. He was watching Joe Bob Briggs, but Spanguli jumped out of a cake. And there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great,
It's not normally the way he makes an entrance, but I mean, it always leaves a lasting impression.
I bet. Yeah. Um, wow, I took a record number of not on topic, but I'm uploading my screenshots right now, and this is a new record for me for number of screenshots taken. Wow.
Oh,
I, I, I went a little bit nuts with this, but in my defense, I was trying desperately to capture as many of Mark's glitch moments as possible,
oh yeah, yeah.
and those happen so fast. I mean, there were some really brief flashes on screen, and this isn't like the TV where you can, or this isn't like YouTube where you can slow down the speed to half speed or a quarter speed, and then you can get those little blips. Maybe I hope some lovely person put these things on YouTube and it just put some clips on YouTube so we can put this in slow motion and get some of these images. And I'd really like to see some of these brief, they might have clues in them. Some of these brief flashes that he got. He got one that was so quick. I think it was Gemma or Ms.Casey, whichever you want to call her. I doubt I was able to get it. But so for that reason, I took a grand total of 1,236 screenshots for this one. Um, that was a result of trying to get those. Um, it's uploading. They'll be uploaded in 7 minutes. So by the time we're ready to break down the episode, they'll be there. Um, don't worry, I'm not going to stop on every one of the 1,236 pictures. I actually can scroll through them pretty quick, and it's kind of like a flip book, so it works since we can't show clips on this stream without being pulled. So thanks, Apple, for not letting us show clips, but hey, we have our own ways around it. We can just show a million pictures. welcome, Miss J's Reviews. Nice to see you. Better half of Mr. Grant Gregory AI. He'll be popping on with us at some point. Hey, Samuel. Nice to see you. And hi, Amy. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hey, with Alice. Hope everybody's doing well. Hey, John Answers. So we all agree Burt is evil, and most likely the partner Fields mentioned is James Egan. Oh, that's an interesting concept. That's an interesting theory that he was actually working directly with James Egan. That's entirely possible. Um, I think I think Scarlet has some an alternate take on Burt. Maybe not completely sold on the evil thing yet, if I understand that correctly. But we can get into that. We can get into that. But I like that
I
idea.
don't know if I did have an opinion on Bert, but you know, Christopher Walken always looks sinister even when he's laughing and having a good time.
That's the problem. That's why this is so difficult because he always looks sinister. That's just his look. That's his natural look. Even when he's smiling, there's something sinister about it.
instead of
So
instead of rusting bitch face, it's rusting evil face.
yeah, resting evil face. Yes, he has that in spades. So yeah, 100%, 100%. So who knows? But yeah, we definitely shouldn't leap to any conclusions. Nothing is set in stone until it's actually spelled out to us on the show. I'm inclined to believe that he's working for the bad guys. Like he's on the dark side of things.
Yeah.
He looks evil as hell. Um, but we'll get into that. We'll break down the episode and we can all discuss as a group. In fact, that can be one of our polls. We'll do some polls tonight. That'll definitely be my number one thing I'd like to do a poll on. Hey, Dieter, thank you for being here. If you, I know you probably wrote stuff in the chat before, but this is one of the first that I can actually see in here. I see a few, but uh, if you said something in the very beginning saying hello, it sometimes the early ones disappear. Thank you for being here early as always for you. Early for you. You would have been here even earlier, but I appreciate it either way. Hey Trace. The carrot. Um, yeah, Amy made some fun that you should people who aren't in our Discord, we have some fun with it. Amy made a dirty Dieter Egan song and posted it in my Discord, which is hilarious. So yeah. Uh I should share a link, or unless you can pop a link in the chat to the Discord, Dieter, I'll pin it to the top because um, we do watch parties every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern for the new episodes, as most of you, I'm sure, already know. But we do watch parties at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again a few minutes after 10 p.m. Eastern, and we have a voice chat, which is a lot of fun. And so let me see. I'm gonna open up my YouTube tab so I can pin that link to the top of the chat. And yeah, there it is. Um, so I don't know if the hashtags are what actually bring people here or what. That might be how they find it. And I didn't put any of them in the description tonight, so that sucks. All right, did I? I did. What am I talking about? See, I don't even know what I did and what I didn't do. They're here. They're here. So, okay. Babbled on about that, and they're actually here the whole time. There's my Discord link. I'm gonna pin it to the top of the chat. Oh, thank you, Dieter. I see you did it too. Well, there it is again. And I pinned it. Only I can do that. I don't know if Dieter can paint. I made Dieter like a special mod. I don't know if has the ability to pin links. It might be only me who can do that. I think it's just me. Um, I'm gonna start a poll right now that I'll just leave up there for a while. Is Bert I'm gonna put three options. Instead of just good or evil, which are just too binary and too simplistic, I'm gonna make a third option, or maybe even a fourth. Let me see. see, what do you think of Burt? Option 1, he's evil. He's evil as hell. I'll just put that because he does look evil as hell. Um, he's it's a red herring. It's uh it's a red herring and he's not evil. I won't say necessarily just good because I mean, well, I'll put an ambiguous option. He's morally ambiguous. How should I put this? He's morally ambiguous, um pragmatic, uh I guess pragmatic, um or like he feels the ends justify the means. Like, how do I put that? Like not evil necessarily, but he thinks that like he's doing what he needs to do. Machiavellian, he's doing what he needs to do for his own purposes. Like he's um I guess I'll just put morally ambiguous. And doing okay. And I guess other. The fourth one will just be other, in case someone else has a different idea. Uh, okay, there. Um, so that actually I can't pin the Discord link anymore because I have to pin this. So, but if anybody wants to join the Discord, um, I have the Discord link also in the description of this video. So, because I think I have to pin the poll. No, no, I don't. Never mind. Still learning how all this works. So there it is. Anyway, yeah, Amy, that was. Oh, here we go. Banshee Breakdowns is here. So I still have to add Banshee and Grant to the description of the video. I think Grant might be in there, but Banshee is not yet. But I will be adding you to the description. Welcome, Banshee.
Hey, testing, testing. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Welcome. Banshee Breakdowns has a channel as well. You want to tell everybody about your channel?
Yeah. Thank you first and foremost for having me. You guys have been super awesome and supportive, especially you, Scarlet. I don't know how you found me. I just started this channel like 4 months ago now, and it's been a whirlwind. I started off, I think, a lot like you, Julie, just um obsessed all day watching videos of mostly but back in the day, Game of Thrones, even like the Rings of Power stuff, Lord of the Rings stuff. And I just one day thought to myself, I got ideas. Why don't I make a channel and put my stuff out there too? So here we are.
Right. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's why I started mine. I had way too many ideas and nowhere to go with them other than spending hours every day dumping my thoughts into Discord servers and I just thought, okay, seriously, like this stuff just gets buried eventually and if I have this many ideas, I need to just start a channel. So that's awesome. And I'm glad you could join us tonight. Everybody make sure you check out Banshee Breakdown's channel and subscribe. She has some great content. So please give her channel a view and subscribe and check out her stuff. And I'm going to add, I'm so sorry, I I barely even remembered to even finish the video description. I'm going to add, as soon as the stream is over, I'm going to add your channel information to the description of the video. So because people do watch this on the replay, and people watching on the replay can be able to find your channel in the description. So make sure I add that in there.
Thank you for that. I love the community so far. Everyone has been so awesome and so fun. And I even more ideas than I have ever not even thought of that you guys are coming up with. That is just really getting me going and getting more excited about this stuff. So thank you. Thank you. And yeah, the more the merrier. Come on over to my channel.
That's awesome. And you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm just sorry I didn't put your link in the description already, but it's going to be in there as soon as the stream is over. And I've noticed something really interesting. With this didn't happen with our From streams, not even when the season was actually happening with the new episodes. I've noticed with Severance, we'll end a stream with like maybe 200 something views or 300 tops. And over the next few days, the views climb. In 1 week they tripled. So people are watching this on the replay. And I really appreciate that. Everybody that watches on the replay, if you're listening to this now in the future and you're watching it on the replay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing that. I truly appreciate it. We appreciate it. We appreciate anybody that wants to check us out, even if you can't make it live. If you're a lurker, you don't want to chat, or if you're watching on the replay, thank you so very much. I can't thank everyone enough who's been watching these. Last week, I think we got the most views we've had yet, and the views tripled. That was the week that the views tripled. It was like 700 or 800 or something like that, 700 to 800 views. And it's great because I didn't know how it was going to go. There are a lot of people covering Severance. There's some really big guys covering Severance, and I didn't really expect that many people to actually want to show up. So thank you very much for all the support.
Yeah, shout out to the replay gang.
Yes, we appreciate it. And so the links to our guests tonight, Banshee Breakdowns, and later MrGrantGregoryAI, they're going to be in the description of the video if you're listening on the replay. So please check them out. And welcome, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Let's see. I'm gonna try and get to the breakdown as soon as we can tonight. Mr. Grant Gregory will be here soon. Yep. No worries. Whenever you can. Okay, let me see. See what you guys were chatting while we were getting ready. Here we go. Here's Golden Child. We need to be careful with going elsewhere for theories. Some people have already seen the whole season and post theories like their original. Yes, be careful out there. That I don't like that. Okay, I haven't heard. This is the first time I've heard of this happening with Severance. I didn't know it was happening with that. We had a serious problem with this with From season 3. There were some people who were putting out theories, and they had already seen the whole thing. And they lied and said they hadn't. They got screeners and they lied and they were disingenuous. I don't know who. I can't even name names because I don't know who it was. I just hear rumblings. So yeah, just be careful. Now most people who get screeners, most people are responsible about it. So you don't have to worry about a lot of these people. Like they're they'll put forth their own ideas, and honestly, from what I'm hearing, this season is confusing as hell, and even the people with screeners don't know what's going on. So, for what it's worth, but I don't have screeners.
How do we get
so
the screeners? How do we get a part of that?
yeah.
all who you know.
Personally, I wouldn't want them, because I like having this spread out week to week, and I'm kind of bummed that we've now passed the halfway point in the season already. It's going by so quick, and then once it's over, well, hope we don't have to wait another 3 years. I mean, I didn't have to wait 3 years. I discovered the show a year ago, but I hope it's not another 3 years before we get another season, because it's flying by for me anyway. Anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Banshee if I could call you Banshee. When did you start watching Severance?
I did watch it on its original run, but I didn't really think much of it until it just came back out with the new season, and it's been so long.
Yeah.
So I figured, you know what, From is over. I got to get on something else. My Dune thing didn't really last because that ended real quick too. And so you know, what better than Severance? It was just, I just remember it being such an awesome show, and I had to do a real quick recap for myself and go through the first season again before this one started.
Nice. Well, yeah, I'm sure everybody had to rewatch before before this season, because especially if you watched it from the beginning, then yeah, like that would be fuzzy by now. Muncher Luncher had an interesting comment. Burt is Dieter, that's sicko. I like it. Yeah. Um, thank you with Alice. I appreciate it. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you for the support. Truly appreciate it. You guys are the best. Awesome community. I started to say awful. Awesome community. Can't talk. Awful community. You're an awful community. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
It's
say.
been one of those weeks, Julie, you know. So
It's been one of those weeks.
yeah.
Hey, V Sky. Hi, Waffle fam. I like that. I like that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. Thank you to everybody who's watched my video on the title of it is Where is Cobell and Why Does Cold Harbor Matter? And it's part 1 of a deep dive into episode 5 of Severance. And I put it out after episode 6 dropped. So I really didn't expect many people to watch it at all. I've been putting out my deep dives late, and it's been hurting their performance. I know it's been hurting it, and I understand why. That makes sense. So I wasn't expecting that. Thank you to everybody that took the time to give it a view. I put a lot of work into these videos, and that one in particular, I really put a lot of work into. That one, I found that one to be the more challenging. The way I had to do it was I had way too much to say on episode 5, and so basically I decided I'll just divide it between the Innie side and the Outie side. Part 1, the one that got all these views, it was like 2.4K, I guess now. The one that got all those views, that was the Outie side, and that was much more complex. So I put an enormous amount of work into it, and I thought, well, yeah, who's going to watch it now? Episode 6 has already dropped. So I really appreciate it. I'm not in this for views, but it is gratifying to see when I do put an immense amount of work into it that people are actually like paying attention and willing to give it a chance, willing to, and it's 35 minutes long, willing to even just watch part of it. Even if you don't watch all of it, just giving it a view, it really helps, because these are meant to be consumed. It's not like I need loads of views, but if hardly anybody does check it out, then like, why am I doing this? The whole point is to, communicate my theories and ideas, and see what people think in return. I love when people put their theories in the comments. Like, anytime you have your own theories and ideas, if you disagree with me respectfully, then please leave comments. If you agree, disagree, whatever, as long as it's respectful. I love to hear everybody's ideas. So, yeah, that I haven't had many. I've only had 2 Severance videos that went over 1K, and that was one of them. So I really appreciate it. And if you haven't, while I'm on the subject, if you haven't checked out the one I dropped this morning, then if you could give that a view, I'd really appreciate it. Even if you watch it for 30 seconds, it counts as a view, believe it or not. It's on the rest of the episode 5 deep dive. It's more theories and ideas, not a recap, and it's the Innie side of things for that episode. So it's part 2. That's so I put that out this morning, and I don't expect that to get that many views, but that's okay. Uh, the work is its own reward, and I enjoy it. But again, it's gratifying when people do take the time to check it out. As for my episode 6 one, you can watch for that in the next few days. I'm going to try really hard to get it out by Thursday. It's not going to be easy, because I had to prepare for this live tonight, and then I have to prepare. We're starting our From Rewatch Wednesday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Officially, it's not changing. We're not changing plans again. We're doing it. So I take that seriously. So I have to watch it, take notes, take screenshots. So I'm going to try my damnedest to get my episode 6 Severance deep dive out by Thursday before the episode drops. I'm going to try my best. It may wind up being a 2-parter, but I don't know. There is a lot of there were a lot of love scenes and stuff in this episode, so it actually may take me less time than the other ones.
Yeah.
So we'll
I know
see.
that you don't love the romance, Julie.
I'm not a big fan of the romance, no. Yeah. Anyway, Innie Burt looks look wait. Innie Burt looks something I don't know. It must have been like a typo or something, but something about him looking evil. Um he could play the clown it. Yeah, you could, Alice. Not Alice, Amy. I was looking at Alice's thing and I said Alice, but yeah, that was Amy. Anyway, so okay, just gonna scroll down. John Answers says, I think he has legitimate feelings for Irving, but is working with Lumon. Um, yeah, I think that he may like have like an instinctive pull toward him because their innies connected, unless he was faking being an innie, so that's a whole other thing. Um, he might have been faking. That's another poll I can do. Um, he might not have been severed at all. Um, I think it's possible he was in there to connect with Irving and see what any Irving might know, because the company is clearly aware that he has been investigating them on the outside, and he's been trying to pass messages from his Outie to his Innie, and we know that he's fallen asleep on the job. The company discourages that. They don't like that. They might be aware that it's possible to transmit messages from Outie to Innie in sleep. So that may be why they had Burt pretend to be severed. Maybe he was pretending. I mean, 7 years is a long time to be pretending. So I don't know. I don't know how valid, how great of a theory that is. But either way, I think Burt was there, even if he was really severed. I think he was there to kind of be on the inside, keeping an eye on Irving. Um, and and yeah, that's my opinion on that. But I think feelings can bleed through, and if they really did have legitimate chemistry, it's bleeding through for Irving. I don't know about Burt. Maybe, because Burt might have been faking either way, whether he was severed or not. Burt may have been faking his feelings for Irving. So I think Irving may be fooled by him because he's instinctively got those feelings bleeding through. He felt on the inside. Anyway, gonna scroll down here and try to catch up so we
I
can.
was gonna ask Banshee if she has any opinions on Burt.
Oh man. Well, I'm writing my script for my video for this episode too, and I'm just wow. He looks so goddamn evil, his face in every way, that I just can't believe that he's legit in his Outie's love for Irving. I
Yeah.
do think he is severed.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm still trying to noodle on exactly what I think. But did he remind anyone else of Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate, with the whole fireplace in the background and just that ominous look?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
you
can
did.
get the vibe. Yeah.
Yes, it was like you're looking at Lucifer right in front of you, like, oh
Exactly.
my, and I think that was the intention. That was definitely the intention, to make him look even more sinister. He's got the flames right behind him. Yeah, that was an intentional choice. I love how everything is so intentional with this show visually. The way that it uses, visual clues and visual symbolism, metaphor. It's just amazing on that level. Amazing. Um, here's special bro. Yeah, I don't know. I make the fourth option cute. Yeah, I could have made it. I mean, yeah, of course, Christopher Walken is, even though he always kind of looks creepy, he's cute, he's cute. We love Christopher Walken. Thanks, Amy. Um, I when I was telling Doug Hughes, who's a frequent guest on our From Lives, that I feel like I generally have a pretty good vocabulary. I mean, I majored in writing in college, so I mean, you'd kind of have to have a good vocabulary, but when he's around, I find myself stuttering and stammering and grasping for the right word here. I'm just talking about him. I'm doing it. Because he's so brilliant and I just get a little anxious and I want to impress him, but I get nervous. Um, anyway, thank you for that lovely comment. And welcome Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Uh, yes, please take a moment. I didn't say this yet. Please take a moment to hit the like button. I'd really appreciate it. And give Banshee Breakdowns a sub. Yes, please do that. Please hit the like button. It'll help people find us. And consider subscribing. I would appreciate it. I noticed my subscribers went up a little bit with this last video, so that was cool. That was cool to see. So I appreciate it. Okay. What else? What else have you guys been saying before we get started? Did I miss anybody? I'm looking. Um, Julie calls the community awful and sends us all to the break room. Yeah, slip of the tongue. I promise it wasn't a Freudian slip. I was just tripping over my words. Um, yeah. Uh, let's see. Hey, Real Therapy. If people weren't aware, Real Therapy is also Grow and Thrive. An awesome member of our Severance community, a fan of both From and Severance, and supporter of this channel. Really appreciate you. And she just started her own channel that's going to dive into challenging shows like this and look at it from a psychological perspective. And she put out her first video already on Severance. So please give her channel a view. Um, uh, Subscribe to this lovely member of our community. She's got such insight. Just like I figured, her first video is extremely insightful and interesting, engaging. So go check it out and give it a view. Maybe not now because don't leave our life to do it, but please, you don't have to. If you click on a link, I think it automatically opens up a new tab for you, so you don't even have to leave the stream. But yeah, please, please subscribe to this lovely member of our community and give her content some love because she deserves it and she's working really hard to get her channel launched. I know from experience how difficult it is, how much work it takes, and she's doing a great job right out of the gate. So proud of you for doing that. Really happy for you. It's awesome to see members of the community become inspired enough to start their own channel. It's so cool, and I see that Dieter dropped the link a few minutes ago to her channel. So thank you for doing that, Dieter. And in fact, when I edit the description of this video, I'm gonna even add her. I'm gonna add her channel to that too, along with Banshees. So that people watching the replay, you can find Real Therapy's link in the description of the video. As soon as we end the stream, I'll edit it. Takes me like 15 minutes. If I edit it right away, then the chat replay will disappear, and I don't want that. So I wait like 15 minutes and then I can edit and do whatever I want to the description. So yes, I will be adding that too. Yes, please, yeah, like Faith says, I gave Faith a wrench and she's being an awesome mod. Thank you so much. Hit that like button, leave a comment in the normal comment section. That really does help the algorithm. Thank you for saying that. If you leave a comment in the normal comment section after the live is over, it does boost the algorithm a lot. So even if you just drop an emoji in there, or and it could be anything, it could be one word. That's all it takes to trigger the algorithm. So it doesn't have to be much, and it helps out a lot. And if you feel like it, share the replay with a friend or one of my videos if you happen to be watching it. Share it around if you have the time to do a quick share. That helps a lot with people finding me. So thank you very much for that, Faith. You're awesome. Okay, let's see. What else now? Um, let's see. V Sky, I won't make it to the 4 a.m. hour tonight. Well, we don't think we will either, so we're gonna try and get off earlier. Um, Trying not to do that. My 4-year-old daughter has her quarterly scans at 9 a.m. Tuesday. She's 2 years cancer-free. Always accept positive energy. Oh, we're so happy for you. That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful to hear. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing that with us. Um, and that's wonderful. Just prayers go out to her for her continued recovery and remission. That's terrific. And um and good luck with that. Good luck with that appointment. Yeah, keep us updated on that. When we get together the next time when we come together. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. Positive energy. It's funny you say that about positive energy. It's a powerful thing. And I've been having some conversations about that, about my own negative outlook, about my own health, and that it's not helping me. Um, I've been talking a lot to Doug Hughes about it, who plays the man in yellow and From. We talk and we happen to I finally told him my whole story, and he basically just gave me like the pep talk to end all pep talks, and convinced me to stop giving up on my own recovery. And not that I don't know if I can ever recover from the pain that I'm in. It's a constant battle every single day, nonstop. I have pain conditions that nobody understands and no one knows how to treat, but I gave up on it a year ago. I gave up on even trying anything anymore, and he convinced me not to do that. Um, I was so motivated that the first thing this morning I got on the phone and I called to make an appointment um, with the type of provider that he was suggesting, and so he's a terrific person. He really is. Um, he's a good friend to motivate me like that. It means a lot. Anyway, back to Severance. Welcome, Chris. Sorry if this is off topic. I just joined and have been wanting to share this theory. Could Mark be a descendant of Dieter, hence his importance? His mom's name is Fern. Very outdoorsy. Um, no, that's not. That's an interesting theory. So don't worry if it's about off topic stuff. You can just throw your ideas in here anytime. And welcome. Happy to have you. Um, Yeah, no, it could be. His mom's name is Fern, very outdoorsy. Like that could be a hint. Could be a hint, with Dieter and his love of the outdoors. He wanted to live out there. So yeah, it
See,
could be, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm
No,
of
no,
the
go.
camp that Dieter's not a real person. He's just a metaphor, right? And I explained it in my Ortbo video, where it seems like it's just an exact copy of Rickon's story from his coming of age, just kind of repurposed for the whole Kier Egan stuff, right? So I don't
Yep.
believe that Dieter's a real person, but I know there's a lot of people out there who think he's real and that maybe he's actually Rickon.
Or that Rickon is a descendant of him. I've heard that one too. Um, so yeah, I'm of the mind that he's not a real person, that it was a fable, that he was a part of him, a part of Kier that Kier felt needed to be eradicated. All of the negative emotions, um in this episode, Milchick talks about eradicating youthful folly. I think that was I think Dieter Egan represented the eradication of his youthful folly. He left that behind in the woods, like that. He eradicated that part of himself, and then he preached to others about how they need to do that. So I think that, but I'm always open-minded to everybody's theories and ideas, and it's entirely possible that he was real. Um, so like that he may have an illegitimate line of Egans that are basically dead to them, not literally dead, but dead to them. And him spilling his lineage on the soil, the word lineage could be code for the fact that he has lineage that are just considered illegitimate because they've been what is the word? Disowned by the family. That theory was put forth by Matt Gilbert. He's already kind of backed away from the theory, but I still think it's valid. It's a valid theory. Hey there, Deluxe247. Nice to see you. Welcome. Any ideas on what's up with the old cars? Um, I think it's just part of this weird frozen in time aesthetic that the show wanted to create because I forget if it was Ben Stiller or Dan Erickson in one of the featurettes. They said that they kind of wanted to create this impression of a town that's sort of frozen in time, due to this cult of, they didn't say that this part, but I assume due to this cult of Kier. Many cults are, uh, you know, old fashioned and they have a lot of old tech. I think that's what the deal is with that. But what do you, I mean, Scarlet, I think you just think it's like the aesthetic of the show, right? The like retro future is, what is it called? Scarlet, you there?
Oh, retrofuturism?
Yeah, that's it. Retrofuturism.
Yeah,
You
can you
think
hear
it's just
me?
the aesthetic? Yeah, I hear you now.
Am I delayed?
Yeah, there's a delay. There was there was just a pause before you said, am I delayed? Yeah.
Let me log out and back in. Let me go out and come back in because I went outside the iPad and came, looking up something on the internet. It always does it.
Okay.
I'll come
No
back.
worries. Okay. And you're welcome, Real Therapy. We're happy to have you as a member of this community. Absolutely happy to have you. Okay, I'm going to try to blow through the rest of the chat real quick so we can get started with the breakdown. I think I'm almost caught up. Hey there, AA. Welcome. It does sound like a story Rickon would write, that whole Dieter Egan story. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
some people that compare words that he's used too. I don't know if Banshee does that. Was that one of your videos?
Yes, go check out my Ortbo video of I was at episode 4. I 100% believe it's Rickon's book.
Like, what words was he comparing? Do you remember?
Well, the one that hit me the most was when he talks about a vital appendage, and both Kier Egan says it in the Perpetuity Hall, and then it's in Rickon's book when he's talking about the bees and the beehive and how, the comparison of humans and worker bees being the vital appendage. That one was the one that was like the most convincing to me, but gosh, I don't know off the top of my head. There's a lot more, the way they talk in the show. It all stems from Rickon's terminology, it seems.
Eganese.
Eganese, I like that, exactly.
Chris says, I think I've seen your video. So you saw my video on what's going on with, why is Mark so essential? Why why is Cold Harbor so significant to them? I've been questioning that in both of my videos that really centered on theories. I had one that was Gemma. The two videos I've had that actually got the most views were the ones that focused mostly on the theory side of things, which is, the first one was Gemma and Lumon's Endgame, and then the second one was part of the episode 5 deep dive, but it was focused mainly on theory, like where is Cobell and why does Cold Harbor matter? And so yeah, why is Mark so essential? Why is Cold Harbor so essential? I think it has to be Mark to refine that data because he has a deep emotional connection to Ms.Casey on an unconscious level, and he doesn't know why, but he responds to the numbers with emotions like they all do, and so he's able to refine that chip and no one else can. But then the question becomes, okay, well, that's why he can refine that specific chip, but why does this matter so much to them? Why is this supposedly like, something that's going to be one of the greatest achievements in the history of the planet, according to Drummond? Why? Why Cold Harbor? So you make a good point, Chris.
Nice.
Maybe it's possible, yeah, maybe Mark is so essential because he's part of the Egan family line and he doesn't even know it. That's entirely possible. Yeah. And that would be cool if you have seen it. Yeah. There's a lot of Severance content out there. So I know there's a lot to pick from and people just don't have time to watch it all, but I truly appreciate everybody that does take the time to check out and I know my videos are not short. So even if you just watch part of it. But also, by the way, since my videos are so long, I've begun putting in chapters. So if there's a section of, if there's a part of an episode deep dive that you're most interested in checking out, but you just don't have time to sit there for 35 minutes and listen, or do whatever for 35 minutes and listen, you can actually jump in the top comment. I'm going to pin it to every video. You'll be able to see a list of timestamps on every major point that I make in the, every major scene and every major point. So you can jump around if you just don't have time for a 35-minute deep dive, which I would completely understand. Anyway, that's my spiel on that. Dieter Egan, you're a figment of our imaginations. And Dieter Egan, yeah, maybe he's made up. Yeah, you're not real, Dieter. Did I say Deegan? Oh my god. Dieter, you're not.
It's a mixture of the two.
It's Deegan. It's a mixture of yeah, it's because I was looking at his name here, and because of the font, it looks like there's no space between Dieter and Egan, so I was just reading it and my brain filled it in as Deegan. Anyway,
Yeah,
eradicated
we have to
fancy.
fill Banshee in on it that we have a mod named Dieter that was so excited to have a character in Severance be also Dieter.
Oh,
Yes,
that's awesome.
his name just happens to be Dieter, and he's like the number one mod here. He's like you know, he's always here, and so it's just funny. He's also the person basically running my Discord for me because I don't have time to take care of a lot of things that he has time for running things. And so it was funny that it turned out that there's a Dieter on the show. It's not a common name in the US.
No,
So
not at
that was
all.
out of left
Is he a
field.
zany, wild, free spirit just like Dieter Egan is?
I don't know.
Well, he is the goat.
He is, yeah, we call him the goat. Yeah, he's the goat because he's like a superhero over this channel and my Discord and for me. So yeah, that was hilarious. So, and yes, Muncher Luncher Drummond is gonna come looking for me. I said eradicated. I'm using too many big words. Yeah. Gonna be in trouble for that. That'll be in my performance review. Um, let's see. I'm almost caught up with you guys. Let's see. Faith says, I was thinking Cold Harbor is a storage for boats. Could Cold Harbor just be cold storage, like a restaurant walk-in fridge or freezer for bodies waiting for a consciousness?
Mhm.
I think, yeah, that's exactly what we've been thinking. And we were even thinking that before the file name Cold Harbor even came up on the show. We were thinking, maybe we were joking, maybe maybe it's cold storage down there.
Mhm.
But it might literally be the case. Yeah, the frequent mention of Cold Harbor's importance has made me wonder if all the other files aren't important just to give the appearance of legitimacy. I sort of doubt it, though. I personally think that the files that Dylan, Helly, and Irving have been working on are not important at all. I just look at how easily those people were fired. Like, no big deal, just fire them after what they did, just quickly fire them and then replace them over the weekend with two people who were laid off and a temp. They threw that team together, and if their files are as important as Mark's, well, obviously we know they're not because the higher ups are always talking about Cold Harbor. So at the very least, we know their files are not as important as Mark's. There's just no way they could be that important, or they wouldn't have been so quick to fire them and replace them with just randos. And Mark did the same thing they did. He participated and led that coup, as a matter of fact. But instead of firing him, they gave him a 20% raise right out the gate. They didn't want to lose him. They begged him to come back, gave him a 20% raise. They only brought back his team because he demanded it. They gave in to his demands after more insubordination. That stunt he pulled with Mark W. and the note and running to talk to the board. I mean, they'll just do whatever Mark wants just so he completes Cold Harbor. That makes me think the other people's files don't matter at all. The other three, they're either doing busy work, they're just there to keep Mark. I personally think they're just there to keep Mark pacified, content, keep him working. That's all they're there for. That's why they keep saying stuff like,
Coalesced, right? The
yes,
team's not coalescing or whatever. That's what's important, right?
yes, they use terms like that. the team failed to coalesce. And they also said something about, hopefully there'll be chemistry when he hired those randos. So it's all chemistry for Mark. They need people who can, and if you notice, they replaced those three with, stand-ins for his original team. Mark W was very much like Irving, an older gentleman, very straight-laced. That Italian guy, forget what hell was his
Dario?
name? Dario. Dario was a stand-in for Dylan. He was very much into perks. And they had a female to round out the team who was not much like Helly, but at least she was a female to round out the team. They wanted to duplicate that kind of chemistry so Mark will continue to be productive. I don't think their files matter at all. It's just his. So they may not even be working on real chips, just there to keep him productive. That's
So
what
what
I
do you
think.
think? I'm curious what you think about the Lexington letter, because I didn't even know that existed until like a couple of weeks ago, and I read it, and she alludes to when her Innie finished the file, then the Dorner Chuck explosion happened. So I guess, are all the files for a specific purpose, but maybe the Cold Harbor is a higher purpose that the company really wants, or a bigger deal once it's complete, but the other files also maybe something happens when they complete them too? Or do you think maybe that's just a red herring or something?
I think I think that other people are working on, it may not be in this location. I do think that other people are working on chips that do real things based on that story. And they say they have branches around the world in 206 countries, which we know they don't exist. There are not 206 countries, but that's a whole other situation. Um, so I think that they're doing other things. There are people who are working on chips and real individuals other than just Mark. Not just Mark is the only one in the world. In this team, I think it might be just Mark, but maybe in other locations. Definitely, I think in other locations they're working on real chips. Uh, Either that or they're working on chips in people's heads that are just, they don't matter as much to the company. It's not, this isn't their main goal, like their main projects. Cold Harbor is clearly I think they're trying to build the perfect prototype for a new improved human being with the emotions completely flattened, perfectly moldable as children of Kier, a more technologically advanced way of brainwashing. They've been doing brainwashing the traditional way in the cult clearly for a very long time, and this will just be a way to make it easier. And I think that's hinted at in the intro where you see babies without faces crawling around, and then at the end there's a baby with Kier's face. They want to mold human beings in Kier's image, just like, Christians say, people are molded in God's image. It's the same kind of a thing that they're trying to do. That's my opinion. But who knows? I mean, uh, here's a new name I haven't seen. Um, let's see. Does this matter? Welcome. Did the board ever review Petey's reintegration? I understood that they were looking forward to that analysis by Cobell. Um, yeah, that's interesting. I wonder about that. That's a good point. We never heard anything about that situation. And I think the board is full of shit when they say that they don't know reintegration exists and they don't believe in it. They know, they have to know. They just don't want anyone else to know that they're aware that it's possible. They don't want that information getting out because more people might try it. So, yeah, that's a good point. And Banshee, what did you think, by the way, of the Lexington letter? Because it definitely does give us insight into the show. So what did you take away from that, like in terms of what you asked me, like what do you think? Like, do you think that they could, some people really could be blowing things up remotely through the chips in people's heads, like it was implied in the Lexington letter?
Oh, kind of, because I'm right now, as I'm going through episode 6, I'm kind of going down this rabbit hole of like, where the severance chip is implanted in the brain and what functionality that does. And long story short, I have a feeling there might be some like Manchurian candidate type of stuff going on here. So just like with a regular corporation, like, you know, when I worked for one, you have a million different projects, and yeah, they're prioritized. Some do certain things that are definitely more important or critical to the company versus others. And so I think that might explain why there's more pressure on Cold Harbor versus some of the other stuff that Dylan and Irving are working on. But overall, I think the end goal, to your point, is to create a clean slate of a human that they can perfectly control, you know, not just through some of the psychological manipulation tactics they're doing, but maybe actually physically control like how their body movements and what they're doing and all that stuff.
That's really interesting. Yeah. I mean, they could be doing stuff like that. I mean, like they could actually control them physically. And at the very least, that freeze frame function that we saw a, a you know, a glimpse of in the security room in season one, I think they could freeze them in place and literally just do whatever they want with them, with their bodies. They could search them. I mean, it's horrifying to think of, but yeah. And I just want to highlight this really quick. I see Grant Gregory there. Just give me one sec, before I lose my train of thought on this. Yes, Dieter, all mods are awesome. 100%. 100%. I thank you to all of the mods. Everybody that's got a wrench, like you're awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. Like thank you, mods. Yes, we love you all, like Bill Chill says. Thank you all so much. And and just because I give you a wrench, like even if I give you a wrench, it doesn't mean you have to, I expect you to do anything. Just be the awesome people that you are. And just by doing that, you're setting an example for others. And, you know, like Amy, for example, she's such a kind, lovely member of this community. Just by showing up and being the lovely person she is, that's that I mean, that's everything. Modeling kindness. That's the kind of community I want to create and foster. And so I just appreciate all of you guys. So thank you very much. And if you ever do see someone come in the chat who says something rude, disrespectful, um, you know, like the reason I gave Faith and Repentance a wrench is because something like that happened recently with Doug Hughes when he was a guest, and someone came in here and said rude things and made bizarre comments, and she confronted him, in a professional way, not flinging abuse or anything, but she called him on it. And so I thought, okay, yeah, you're getting a wrench because that's great. If you ever see anybody being disrespected um or attacked or anything, if you ever see any hate toward any group of people whatsoever, overt hate, that person you can use the power of your wrench, and you can actually you can get rid of them, with the three dots to the right of the comment. If it's more just being rude, you can warn them, and maybe they'll apologize and we can move on. Anyway, welcome, Mr. Grant Gregory.
Hello,
Nice to
how's
see you.
everyone doing?
Doing all right, hanging in there, trying to get to the breakdown because we're already about an hour in, and yeah, it's tough.
It
It's
wouldn't
tough,
be a Julie B Deep Dives without it being a little bit late.
right? And we started late too, so that's
Oh,
typical.
there you go.
Um,
Then you're exactly on time where you need to be.
yes, yes. But Grant, what's going on with your channel lately?
Yeah, just starting to repost some old shorts that I had before, and yeah, just got a couple of interviews lined up for the next 2 weeks. So coming up, we should have hopefully 3 new interviews. One I recorded a little while ago. Just got to get the final approval on that, and yeah, 2 more. I'm hoping to get done in the next 10 days, hopefully.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, congrats. That's true. That's terrific. And congrats on that recent interview you did with Doug Hughes. It's amazing. I'm gonna bring it up in our From lives where we're actually talking about From, but I know we have From fans in the chat, so I'll just say it anyway. If you haven't checked out Grant's interview with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, definitely give that a view because it is completely unique, different than any other interview of his that I've seen, and highly entertaining. So give that a view. I have the link to Grant's channel in the description of this video. So definitely check out his channel and consider subscribing. I'd appreciate it. And Grant and I have been actually talking about doing a watch along of Bloodline, which is a short film that that Doug that Doug was in a few years back. So we're talking about doing that. And Scarlet, actually, we were gonna ask you. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot to even mention this off stream. But Scarlet, we'd love to
Okay.
have you join us if you'd like to do that. Anyway, this is literally we like it's been one of a million other things on my mind lately. But yeah, Scarlet.
Mhm.
Yeah, Scarlet, we would love for you to join us if you would like to. Doug might join us to do the watch along too, hopefully. So anyway,
That'd be cool.
yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Anyway, back to Severance. So I'm gonna just highlight a few more comments and we'll get into the breakdown. Um, so so John Answers thinks the files expire, so they're working on other projects, but not as important as Cold Harbor. Yeah, I could see that. Faith says the file names make me think of operations. Usually the name slightly alludes to a purpose. For example, in the USA, Operation Paperclip, Operation Blue Beam. Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
I like that
John,
idea. That's
yeah,
it's an interesting one because also because we know that Cold Harbor is to do with Ms.Casey, but who was the last one that they remember they completed at the end of season 1? Who was that for? Maybe that was for Miss Huang or Miss Wang or whatever her name is.
mm, could be.
Maybe it's
Oh,
the same thing. Yeah, I don't know.
This makes me want to go back and look at the screens from season 1 and see what the file names were.
I've been doing that. I've been trying to find what it is, and when I've been looking on forums and everything, people have given me 3 or 4 different answers. But I don't know if we actually knew what the name of the one that they worked on was called.
I think
So
it was Sienna. I think it was Sienna.
Sienna, okay.
Sounds right. Yep, that sounds right.
I do remember that being mentioned. So yeah.
John asked if anyone's checked out Rickon's book. There's an audio book of like part of the UUR that they created, and I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I hear it's highly entertaining, and I plan on listening to it.
It is.
I know
It's very
Scarlet.
entertaining. He shows the difference between a caterpillar and a book because books don't have legs. It's one of the lines in it. He's
Oh my
brilliant.
God, more. Yeah, yeah. I expect this to be highly entertaining. Love it. Scarlet, you heard it, right? You listened to it.
I just like the way he says lovemaking. He's like, when we were lovemaking, when we were creating our child by the act of lovemaking. And so it's like, yeah. There's all like it tells about his history, his background. A lot of questions answered.
Please tell me that the actor who plays Rickon narrates it.
Yes.
He does. He does.
Of course.
Excellent. Excellent. Hell yes. By the way, Scarlet, I like your avatar. It's very on theme as usual. Paper clips.
Lumon doesn't like it. They're rainbow. They're not just the standard silver.
Yeah, yeah.
And I only put them on
yeah,
backwards, but they're they're rainbow colors. It's definitely Miss Huang's gonna get on me.
You better watch out. You're showing too much personality over there, Scarlet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
yeah. Okay. A few more things and then let's get started. So Chris says interesting that the only time the higher ups have been stressed out about MDR's progress was for Helly's file in season 1, then Cold Harbor now, starting to think you're right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey Ronald, welcome. Remember they said that more than half the files are never completed. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep. That's a good point. Welcome, David, our friend David here. I think Burt committed violent crimes. Attila is said to be in the seventh circle of hell, reserved for violent crimes. A river of boiling blood, Attila covered in red paint. Well, that's certainly fitting considering their conversation about how Burt thinks that he is going to hell, and he used to be quite a scoundrel. They didn't say what he did, but so yeah, that makes sense. The Attila thing was definitely in there on purpose. And hey there, Scott, our new member of the community here. If it'll let me highlight it, there we go. Um, Scott dropped in last week when our lovely friend Zax raided the chat, and Scott, this awesome person, came in the chat and just automatically started modding his head off. Oh my God, so I immediately threw him a wrench because he was already modding like hell. Like it was crazy. Um, Asking for likes and stuff like that, which I never expect anybody to do. Like you can just chill and hang out and be awesome people, and that's all I could ask of you. And also to let me know if someone's being an asshole, which is a very rare thing. Get rid of them if that's the case. But other than that, just show up and be yourselves. But yeah, he was being a rock star, so I threw him a wrench. And uh thank you so much, Scott. You're awesome. Thanks for being here. And yeah, I'm glad you're gonna start getting into, like, he started to watch From. So he'll be a new member of the Fromily, hopefully. He's enjoying it so far, so that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up, I have all my images, all 1,200 of them. Um, I've got them all set, so I'm gonna pull them up. Of course, I'm not gonna stop on every one, so don't worry about that. But if there were just a way that I could do the slow motion, then I wouldn't have to take so many images trying to desperately capture these crazy glitch scenes of Mark. But anyway, um, here we go. So I'm gonna get my notes out, and please take a moment to like the stream if you haven't already. I would truly appreciate it. It'll help people find us, and hit the like. Yeah, I already said hit the like. Consider subscribing if you're not subscribed. Please and thank you. And so the episode opens with Mark, who is clearly you know, triggered because he's just come out of that vision of Ms.Casey. And this is the first time he's seen his wife, who he thought was deceased, and it felt very real standing there in front of him speaking. So he's understandably extremely upset. And he describes how he saw this gray hall, and then everything was just white. And Reghabi says that this means they're making progress. It's not just waking up on a table, it's human interaction. He said, now this is interesting. He said, this didn't feel human. This felt like a nightmare. Now, hopefully, this doesn't. I know this could feed into people's theories that Gemma's not really human, that she's actually a robot. When he said this didn't feel human, but I don't think she's a robot. I really do think that she's just severely brain damaged, and they put this chip in her. That's why she acts robotic. It flattens her emotions, in my opinion. But, you know, that's my opinion for what it's worth. He says, why is she rattling off a bunch of facts? What are they doing to her? And now this line was interesting. Reghabi says, all I know is she's essential. Okay, and then Mark says that she didn't recognize me. But no, she says, all I know is she's essential. So not only is Mark essential, but she's essential. So, this is just more confirmation. Even Reghabi knew this, and she hasn't worked there in a while. She used to work there. She was, the one developing the severance process in the first place. So yeah, this is going to continue to be a mystery. Why is this Cold Harbor thing so essential? And even Reghabi's aware of it. he says
I think it's
that she didn't
interesting
recognize.
that she I think it's interesting
Yeah,
that
go
she
ahead.
says it's human interaction. And then the way he's
Mm-hmm.
like, she didn't recognize me. And then later, we'll get to it, but when she's like, were you just at Lumen? To me, like all of those things seems like she's talking about it not like he's recalling the memory, but like he's actually interacting with the humans when he's going through this glitch. So I'm like really heavily leaning into the possible alternate reality or parallel universe theories that are out there, because it feels like kind of like the movie Arrival. He's not just recalling memories, he's living the memories. He can interact with the memories, potentially change what's going on in those memories.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea. I like that. Yeah, the way that they're presenting this, it's ambiguous and it doesn't, it feels very real. Are these actually memory? How much of this is memory and how much of it is, um, could it be an alternate reality? Could it be, I mean, what he experienced with Ms. Casey, that couldn't have been a straight memory. That had to be a memory based on, I mean, a hallucination based on a memory because they don't have wellness sessions out in the middle of the hallway like that. Um,
Right.
so he
And then
was
the Miss
not,
Huang thing, right? When he had the bloody nose and she responded to him when he was talking as with Reghabi in the basement saying, "Huh, what?" And then she kind of responded to him then. And so it just feels to me like all this is kind of indicating the ability to actually interact with these memories.
yeah, I think that makes sense, and the way that they're presenting them to us, it's ambiguous enough that it could go that way. So um so yeah, just to round out the scene, he says she didn't even recognize me, and Reghabi says, now this part I don't know if this is true. Like Reghabi, I think she believes this is true, but I don't know if she's right about this. She says the Gemma is still in there. You get her out, it will be the two of you out here together. Um, I don't know. I mean, if he finishes Cold Harbor, the damage might already be done. It might be irreversible, I think. I don't know if they can fix Gemma once that file is completed, in my opinion. Um, but what do you guys think about this? Thoughts on this scene? What about you, Grant or
Maybe
Scarlet?
not.
Or anybody
Do
that
these
wants to.
pictures look strange? These pictures look really square on my monitor. Is it just my iPad?
It must be your iPad. Yeah.
Okay. Let
Yep.
me go out and come. Let me go out and come back in again. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't
Um,
trust Reghabi though. I think I'm not sure if she really believes what she's saying about him and Gemma getting back together either. It seems like she really only wants to get information out of him about the exports hall. She has like an alternative goal or her own ulterior motive, and I don't think ultimately it's to reunite Mark and Gemma.
yeah, honestly, I think she may be telling him what he wants to hear in this moment. That,
Yep.
you know, uh, I think you're right because of the way she acts in this episode. All of a sudden she wants to speed things up no matter what the risk is to him personally. She definitely seems to have her own agenda, and then she's not really taking enough care about his well-being, and I think that was a false promise. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you're right.
Um,
With how she pushed him, she kept pushing when he's all, "No, fuck this! I don't want to do this anymore." And she's like, "Come on, come on, come on!" That's not someone who has your best interest in mind, right? She's using him like Lumen uses him.
and and her whole persona is just so harsh and gruff, and like she's constantly angry, like she's constantly snapping at him, yelling at him, ordering him around. Um, it's just it puts me on edge. Like I don't trust her to have his best interests at heart, his well-being at all. She's she's got her own agenda and she's trying to, um, you know, it's like she wants to make sure that she can figure out a way to reintegrate people. Like she wants to be able to do that, and she's using him as a guinea pig, and she doesn't care what could happen to him in the process, and she doesn't seem to feel any remorse for
Yeah,
what
Petey
happened to
just died.
Petey.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, um, David said this episode is mostly all memories. It's hard to say what exactly happened because memories aren't reliable. Yes. And she wants inside info. Yes. Um, it was very trippy. We'll get into it more as we break down the episode, but it was very trippy the way they handled you know, the transitions between him experiencing these things on the inside and then glitching to his outie and back and forth. But anyway, we'll get into that when we get further into it. 29 likes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please hit the like button. Truly appreciate it. Bill Chill says Reghabi is hyper focused on some mission. She is probably leading the anti-Lumen movement, the Whole Mind Collective. Yeah, I definitely think so. Yep, absolutely. That's why she's so intense. And
I feel like she seems too desperate to be like in charge of something. I feel like she's yeah, I don't know. I just get that feeling that she's like a lone wolf for some reason.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, where is she getting
she
the pills
does.
and that drink? Like, who's helping her with all these supplies and
I,
stuff?
to me, it kind of looked like breast milk a little bit. Like I don't know if
It
you've seen when
did.
breast milk goes, yeah, like because that's when I first saw that. I'm just like, is that from Reghabi? Like
Yeah.
that was my initial thought. I'm just like, oh. I mean, it
I
makes
thought it
sense if
was
you
some
want to
kind
give
of
someone
discharge.
all the nutrition to help build their brain. I mean, that makes sense in that aspect. But yeah, it's
Right.
yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It looks
Um,
mucusy.
yeah. Um, yeah, um, so, I mean, then he goes into, it's talking about how, bargaining, you know what that is? It's one of the stages you think about all the things you do, all the ways you change, and to get that person back. You drink less, you listen more. It's dumb, but you do it anyway. And Reghabi says it's normal. Oh my God, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. My cat just jumped onto the table where my food is and was about to eat it. Um, anyway, so he did an amazing job with the scene, the actor. You can actually see it's dark, but you actually see a tear coming down his eye as he's talking about this. Really beautiful job by Adam Scott. And so he talks about how, he had this bargaining stage thinking about all the things he would have done if he could have her back, and he said, but for me it might actually happen. So, and then Reghabi
But
nods.
yeah,
And
but
she seems
I
like she does care. She has tears in her eyes. So she does seem like she gives a shit. But maybe
I
she's
just
just
don't think
doing a
she
great
believes it.
acting job on him. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, there's something behind the eyes though. Like she's giving all the things like nodding and she's saying it's right, it's good and everything, but she looks like she doesn't believe it. Like she's really worried that it's not going to happen.
I
Or
agree.
maybe just like everyone else, she's really, really invested in Mark.
I agree.
Also, he also mentioned, I don't know if it was this scene or something when he's talking about bargaining. Maybe if I didn't drink so much, maybe if I didn't do this. I'm wondering if he's drinking had something to do with the accident
Mm,
because he specifically
could be.
mentioned about not drinking as much or not drinking too much or something. I can't remember the exact words.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, he said, you think about all the things you do, all the ways you change to get that person back. You drink less, you listen more. So yeah, that could be. Maybe it
But I
had
mean,
something to do with
that
it.
was the first thing he thought of: drink less. So obviously there was something major around his drinking, or maybe just
Right.
drinking that night, or yeah.
Mm-hmm. Um, so I think Reghabi, I think she does care about him. I mean, she has real tears in her eyes. It would be kind of hard for her to fake tears, but I think that she is telling him what he wants to hear and using him for her own ends, scientifically, she wants to be able to do this, and she knows damn well that it may not work. He could die, and he may not be able to get Gemma back. She may not be fixable, but she's making these false promises and nodding her head. She gives him that nod, like, but you can tell she doesn't. I can tell. I don't think she really believes it. Before I, so that was the end of that scene. But Scarlet, any thoughts that you wanted to share before we move on? Scarlet, are you there? She's been having some technological problems tonight.
Oh, it's doing it again.
Well said, Scarlet.
Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this to me? What is... Okay. Go out.
Yeah,
Poor
she's got some
Scarlet.
tech issues tonight. She'll go out and come back in, and we'll see if that works. But so in the meantime, so on to the next scene here. They did this clever little trick again where you can see their reflections at the same time as you see them. So I love how the show keeps doing this to remind us of the duality of their selves. Not only are there mirrors everywhere and they do things like this, but everything is shiny. The walls are shiny, the tables are shiny, the shelving units. You can constantly see people's reflections in everything. So it's
Do you
beautiful
think they
visual
have
imagery.
a nighttime severed person to come in and clean the area?
Probably.
Because
Yeah.
like we see Mark do the vacuuming and do like a little bit of light dusting, but yeah, to your point, everything is pristine.
Yes. It
Someone
is.
would have to maintain that. I never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Well, they did have that maintenance crew come in and install the new doors.
That's true, yeah.
So probably, I think you're onto something there.
Everything is pristine. Yeah. Yeah. So, hey, Decipher. Yeah, there's always nice cinematography. This is one of the most aesthetically gorgeous shows I have ever seen in my life. It's beautiful. And
And
the way they use imagery to convey symbolism and meaning. Go ahead, Grant.
yeah, and they make full use of the 2.3 to 1 aspect ratio, like the CinemaScope. For a TV series,
Yes.
you don't really get to see that all that often, but they really fill it up, which is good.
Yes. Yeah, it's so cool. And so getting into this, so they're having a conversation. Dylan, to his credit, he doesn't keep this information to himself, that he found that drawing that Irving did of the hallway leading to the testing floor. And he describes it, a black hallway with a black elevator that only goes down. So they realize, okay, there's a whole floor beneath us. So they're in the basement. Now there's actually a sub-basement, and he tells them there were directions on the back, but he left it behind the poster because he didn't want to get in trouble right now. And he won't tell them why, but we know he wants to continue to be able to see his Audie's wife. So he's keeping that from him. So yeah, Lumon is using that as a way to drive a wedge between them, like hold that over his head, keep him productive, and so he wasn't willing to take the risk, so he left it there. But he won't tell them the reason. And Helly says, well, she can go get it then after lunch. And Mark just says maybe. She's like, and I love her line here. Maybe did everyone sever their balls in the elevator this morning? Which is great. Let me see. Has Scarlet come back yet? Okay, yeah. There's no notification noise for me when people come in like they're supposed to be. But hey, Scarlet. See, hopefully it'll be better this time.
I closed my whole iPad down and I'm just totally devoted to StreamYard.
Okay.
I can't do
fingers
anything
crossed.
I can't do anything outside of it, or it just goes wonky.
Yeah, no worries. I have my own share of tech issues. Did you have anything else you wanted to say on the first scene before this one?
No, I'm
Before
good.
we
I'm
continue?
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So I was just describing their little conversation here, what Dylan told them about what he found, and that he won't tell them why he put that back because he doesn't want to get in trouble right now. So there's that.
I mean,
And
I don't blame the guy.
No,
He,
because
he found it last season. He's got a son and he's got a wife, and he now actually has a chance. Especially once he finds out about these two, bump and ugly sort of thing.
no, I was gonna say
I totally get why he's holding it so close to his vest, and I hope they don't make a huge deal out of it for him, because I think it makes perfect sense the way that he's doing it.
he doesn't want to get bad with the company because he wants to get it on with Gretchen.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and why do they all just immediately flip to just trusting Helly again right away? I mean, I wonder if a part of him also still kind of is like leery of her and who she really is.
They should have some
Yeah.
test, like some secret handshake or something.
Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be a real sick twist if it turns out that this is actually Helena again?
She just went in again.
This episode, she did it to him again. Like,
God, I
It's
hope
so
not.
sick.
Oh my God. Oh no. I hope not. Jesus. Had enough of that. I think we've all had about enough. What, Scarlet?
It said double cross.
Yes, please, God, no. I did find it odd how Mark completely changed gears in this episode. He was so dark, depressed, sarcastic, distrustful of everything in the previous episode, and now all of a sudden, Milchick got in his face in the elevator and startled him by referring to what his Outie did with Helena. And that's all it took for him to just be back to normal Mark again and trusting Helly and everything's cool with him again. I found that kind of strange, to be honest.
I did
didn't
too.
feel
It
like
threw me for a loop.
right. I thought it was going to take him a lot longer to trust anyone or anything again after being basically violated. And by the way, the creator of the show validated what Scarlet and I have been saying, and what I know some other channels have been saying, that Mark and Helly do feel violated by what Helena did. That this was a violation, and they didn't come out and say it's like an SA, but they said these two feel violated. So we were reading that right. Mark was experiencing trauma, and Helly experiences trauma in this episode after finding out about that encounter. So I did find it weird that he went from that trauma to just being normal in this one. I think it should have taken more time for him to be more like himself and trust Helly again, but
I definitely
the
didn't
creator of the
expect
show
him to
did
jump into
come
bed
out
with
and
her.
say
Or under the
yeah,
table.
right?
I mean, in the
Right.
tent. Yeah, you're right.
so how many days for Innie Mark has it been since the retreat? Do we know?
I'm
know.
not sure. I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. I think, God, it's so hard for me because that the fourth episode was just so suddenly there that I thought that some time had elapsed in between that as well. I don't know what the timeline is.
Well, I think that's a good question to ask, Carla, especially like based on what happens later on in the episode. I have a feeling that everything that we see from Outie Mark, it takes place like months from now. We're literally running two separate timelines, because we're not really seeing them go into the elevator and out of the elevator like we had previously. We're seeing when they're in and when they're out.
Right.
No.
It could be non-linear. It's possible.
Yeah.
And I was confused, as a matter of fact, in the episode, the scene with Helena and Mark later. She refers to the Ortbo retreat as the other night. So, what has it only been 2 days? I didn't expect it to be that soon. Like, I thought maybe a little more time had elapsed. The other night, so it's confusing. Yeah.
It could be playing
another-
into the whole child thing, where how they're kind of like children, right? And for me, I kind of talked about this in my other episode or my other video as well, where they're now kind of in the teenage phase of their minds, right? And so maybe you can stretch that to, teenagers. They're so up and down, and Mark and Helly and all of them are just kind of up and down too, because they're figuring things out, right? But yeah, I don't know.
No, that makes sense. Absolutely. This This is another great shot too. You know, the duality. You've got the mirror
Mhm.
shot again. Beautiful.
How did they
Um,
do? How did they do that shot? Is this a mirror?
that I wasn't sure how they did this when they first started doing it, and then in this scene I was able to figure it out by doing these screenshots. This is a mirror
Mhm.
right here.
It looks
This
so
is a
deep.
mirror.
It looks like deep and on an angle, so it doesn't look
I
like straight
know.
on. Yeah.
It
So
doesn't look
it's actually a
right.
common trick that they do. That the wall in that room isn't straight like a normal room. It's
Yeah.
actually at an angle, but they use the lines on the roof to make it look like it's going parallel. It's a very common thing to have. Like if you want to do a mirror shot or anything, you just have your wall set up at like instead of a 90-degree angle, like maybe 110, 120-degree angle, so that way you can get those shots that make it look where you normally couldn't get that. Because if you were to do that on a straight wall, you'd be looking at past telly like where the counter is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Right. Okay, cool. It's an awesome effect. I love it because it really shows that duality of themselves, and it reminds you of that constantly when they do this. Um, Mark starts glitching here. I tried my best to get screenshots, but I don't know how good they're going to be, so we'll see. He opens the refrigerator and he says, you know, he's starving. That's a side effect of the reintegration. So he's looking in the fridge
I
and he
wonder what those
starts.
bags are in the fridge. What are those
Yeah,
bags?
I don't
Water,
know. They're,
and then I don't know. Lumen sandwich.
Sliced
yeah,
pineapples.
Pineapple sandwich.
pineapple. Yeah, I don't know.
Goat cheese.
Oh
Goat
yes,
cheese.
artisan goat cheese. A must.
Um, so okay, I did manage to get a few good screenshots. Good. I'm discovering this in real time with you because I haven't had a chance to look at them. But he looks over and he sees a combination of his Audie's apartment furniture with the office furniture. There's the fish tank, there's his couch and coffee table, but then there's the copier and the Lumen shelf here. So I love how they did this. It's mingling together. It's so cool. And then he just sees the living room. It morphs, it goes straight from that into this. So well done, the way this was blocked, this whole thing. And then he's in his kitchen and Helly's right behind him, you know, his Audie's kitchen. And he's back. Oh man, wow, I actually did manage to get some good shots. It's not, trust me, this is tricky because it's quick. It's like
He looks so
split
different. His
second.
face is more gaunt on the outside. Like Outie Mark looks more gaunt, like less full. Like yeah, I really enjoy how they film like the same shot with two different people, and they both look. He looks like a different person. Like he looks like
He
time has
does.
passed.
He does. Yeah, which makes it even more bizarre and off-putting, you know, like yeah, his hair is different. Yeah, he looks completely different. Even Helly's hair is different, actually. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Helly's hair in the background is different. Um, he sees more of his apartment, the fish, there's the blue fish. And then there he is standing at his refrigerator in the Audi apartment, and that lasts for a few seconds, actually. He's just looking around, and then he's back. So that was a
Yeah,
longer glitch. That
yeah.
lasted a
See,
few seconds.
I take it as the glitch is happening to Outie Mark, not to Innie Mark.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. I could be just pulling things out of the air here, but like I feel like the integration is affecting Mark on the outside. He's remembering. He's taking memories in. So I think
Yes.
this is way past, and he's remembering a scenario that happened. And because as
I
I think it
agree.
was it Scarlet earlier that said that memories aren't exactly accurate. So he's remembering turning around, looking, and seeing things in his memory that aren't exactly there because he's doing those in the real world at the moment. Like how Petey was when he was in the shower and he still thought he was in the office, sort of thing like that.
Yes,
That's how I take it.
I agree. I think that it's very clever the way that they did this because this is him. This is really him. His hair is even different. Like, so this is him this is not being told in a linear way right now to us. This is him in his apartment remembering this encounter with Helly in the break room. So, and maybe in both cases he was glitching and seeing things on the inside and the outside, because on the inside he looks freaked out as well. So I think he was glitching in probably both circumstances, but he's remembering on the outside. And we also then have to unfortunately question how much of what he's remembering in this episode actually happened. Is any of it inaccurate? We were even questioning whether he actually slept with Helly at all, or if he didn't, or if he's like misremembering that, if it's reliable, or if it was just a hallucination, like Ms.Casey talking to him in the hallway, which definitely, I would say, definitely never happened. Yeah, really creepy, very well done. Helly in the kitchen there. Mark turning around and seeing her. So now he's hallucinating. Though that was him on the outside hallucinating, seeing her in his kitchen. And then we're back, and you know he's back in the break room. Any other thoughts on this, Scarlet or Banshee, before we move on?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this all out.
I'm still on the
Yeah.
on the alternate reality train, but yeah.
Okay. So then moving on.
Because I was wondering,
Milchick,
because the way I felt
yep,
was, I felt like it was
uh-huh.
almost like, oh, sorry, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I that it was almost like the Innies first, then it was the Outies. Like the first part of the episode was Innies, and then the last part was Outies. But maybe I'm not thinking that way anymore.
Right. Yeah. It seems like that's the model they've been going with. This episode kind of makes it more confusing. So,
like I thought it was Innies until like when Miss Hung was doing all that stuff with the blood pressure and everything, and then he was out.
right.
And it went out, Outies all the way to the end.
That's my first impression too.
But now
then
I don't know.
now I don't know either. Yeah. Questioning that now. I think we may have just gotten a glimpse of something that also happened to him on the outside at the same time. Not literally the same time, but yeah, that he was remembering the break room.
Remember when Petey was saying the relativity's fucked, and he was having any memories that basically corresponded with when he was like 5 years old, right? So there's something messed up with the time here. You guys are definitely right about that. It seems like there's something not running concurrent, like it's just the next day, so to speak, or whatever's happening there. And I'm not an expert in physics. I've been trying to research a lot of it, but the whole Schrodinger's cat thing, and the it's in Ricken's book twice, he mentions it, and the whole dead and alive at the same time, and how depends on if you're looking, right? Maybe both of these Innie and Outie realities are truly happening at the same time, and he's traveling back and forth between those through the reintegration process somehow.
That's an interesting theory. It's possible. Yeah. In fact, when they showed that box with Gemma's or what he thought were Gemma's remains, my immediate thought was Schrodinger's cat, because he was looking at that box and he said, she's not dead, she's just not here. And in a way, Gemma is both dead and alive at the same time, because his Gemma.
And the only way he's going to know is if he actually checks. Right. So in his mind at the moment, it is literally a Schrodinger's cat scenario. Right. Currently in his mind, she's both alive and dead. Same with Irving for Innie Mark as well.
Right. Exactly, because he said the same thing about Irving. He said he's not dead, he's just not here. He said that in the same episode.
Yeah.
So Irving, by sort of unaliving Innie Irving is both dead and alive at the same time. He's Schrodinger's cat. So because his Outie is still alive. And Gemma, honestly, I think that Mark's Gemma may really be effectively deceased. I don't know if she can be brought back at this point. And so, in a way, she is dead and alive at the same time. She's alive as Ms.Casey, but I think Gemma may be dead. Especially if he finishes Cold Harbor. Anyway,
I think that's right too, because isn't that what there was like a myth, I think. Was it tied to the Eurydice thing? Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm referencing a different Russian literature that was in Rickin's book, and in the point of the story was the main
Oh, Dr.
character.
Zhivago?
Yes, and so the original wife dies. He
Mhm.
doesn't ever get to he doesn't ever reunite with her. He moves on with his new love, which would be Helly. So I agree with you, Julie. I don't think Gemma's. I think that's something that's just not going to happen.
yeah, it's sad. It's tragic, but that's what I think at this point. I mean, she was just a shell of a person already before the file was even completed. Can't even imagine what she's going to be like at the end. Um, does this matter? Says, I think Gemma was kidnapped before the accident and her Outie lives on the testing floor. Oh, so it wasn't even her getting in the accident at all. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, that's possible too. All we know is that there was a body that was burned, and obviously it wasn't really her body. So if she was burned beyond recognition, who knows? I mean, she may not have even been in the accident at all. We don't know if Mark was with her or not. They never told us. So yeah, that's a possibility. Yep, that is a possibility. So anyway, moving on into the next scene. Milchick is really going through it in this episode because, I mean, I've always had him pegged as a true believer in this cult, and it just was soul crushing to him. We only saw a small fraction of his performance review, but we were told that it was going to go on for up to 6 hours, I believe, and they ordered lunch. Like we knew this was going to be a long ordeal, and Drummond said something about depending on how many atonements are going to be necessary, then it could go up to 6 hours. So they put him through hell in that performance review. I mean, they eviscerated him, and I think the atonements that he had to do, I think it was probably reciting what he later recites, which we'll get to later in this episode, probably over and over again. And so he's just deflated. I think he desperately wants the approval of this company and this cult, and he's devastated. So he's trying to
You
process
think he
all
got the
that.
break room treatment?
I think he did. I mean, not as bad as the break room,
Oh,
not as many
Mhm.
hours, but I think he
yeah.
probably had to recite an atonement statement over and over again because they mentioned atonement, how many atonements will be necessary. Depending on that, it could take up to 6 hours. So,
You're right. And they
yeah.
say that specifically in that break room prayer thing about
Mhm.
atoning for your sins. Okay.
Yeah.
Poor
Yeah.
Milchick,
So,
man.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
I
feel
feel
like
sympathy for him.
maybe it's the thing that
Yep.
he's saying in the mirror about grow. When he says grow, maybe that's part of
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I
Oh yeah,
was thinking.
that was a message to himself, definitely.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
message
that's
to
what I was
himself.
alluding to. Yeah. Um, that's what I was alluding to later in the episode. That's what he says in the mirror, that whole thing about we must you know reject childish things, childish folly,
Mhm.
you know, and grow up, grow up, grow up, like that, all that stuff he was saying in the mirror. I think that was probably part of what he had to recite at that meeting. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I feel bad
Also,
for him there. They're
he's taking a little bit of control back. He's changing the things that he's able to do himself, like doing the paper clips that way, changing his vernacular. He can't control the fact that he created a team and they didn't bond together, or that the team's being rebellious. But
no,
these small little tasks that
can't.
he can do, he can
Mhm.
focus solely on working that out. So he's taking a little bit of power, a little bit of power back from all the power that he lost from the meeting.
Right, like what he does in this scene here. He
Yep.
knows that he has authority over Ms. Wong and he can control this. So he brings her in here and he says that he had his performance review and she says, "How did it go?" And damn well she's aware that it wouldn't have gone
Oh,
well.
she's a snitch. She knows. She
Yeah,
knows.
she's a snitch, yeah.
She definitely reported him. They say that someone reported him, uh, like the paper clips and using big words. That was totally her. That was totally her. And she knows it, and she taunted him. eh, You know, don't you have your performance review tomorrow with a little smirk? And then she says, "That was a question." She's cold. She's ice cold. She's like a little sociopath. So yeah. Um, she's enjoying this, but he anticipates that, and he asserts his authority over her. He says there were many valid concerns raised, which I look forward to addressing, and she's like, "I'm glad for you." Um, but then he says this, that he asserts his control, like Grant is saying, what he can control. He has authority over her, and he is asserting that. To make himself feel better. He says, "I feel I should remind you, you cannot graduate from this fellowship until I have deemed you wintertide material. This will mean using your time well, focusing on your own duties, and eradicating from your essence childish folly." Okay, so I don't know what the hell wintertide material means. Sounds more
Maybe
like more
that's Keir
culty, weird
College.
stuff.
Keir College.
Yeah.
It's probably in that national park in the cave.
Yeah. Uh,
It's in
I don't know.
wintertide. It sounds like you're gonna have to have a fur hat and a long coat.
Sounds like it's wintertide material. It sounds like some culty language for sure. And so now that also gives us a little bit more info on her. She has some kind of a fellowship, and Scarlet and I, we both have been saying that we think that she lives at the Myrtle Egan School for Girls, which Harmony Cobell probably grew up at as well. So she's probably like the fellowship must be connected to that. Fellowships are connected to school.
Mhm.
Um, and so this is like a fellowship that she's doing connected with the school, I would guess. Wouldn't you think so, Scarlet?
Yeah, I would. And I also forgot to tell you that Dieter's been trying to get the poll back up.
Poll? Why? The poll is not there anymore?
Yeah, apparently the Discord link overlaps it or something.
Okay, wait a minute.
He told me earlier, but since it was a Discord message, I didn't want to have to get out of this and have to log out of StreamYard another time just to see it.
Okay, that's weird because we got a lot of votes regardless. So right
Mhm.
now I just unpinned the Discord link, so hopefully the poll should be visible there now. It's at 46 votes. 57% said Burt is evil as hell. 35% said he's morally ambiguous but doing bad things. 4% said it's a red herring, he's not evil, and 4% said other. So yeah. So that's pretty much what I expected. But I'll keep it up, and if we think of other poll ideas, I'll replace it with something else. But for now, I'll keep it up. That's pretty much what I figured it would be. Hey Umbra, nice to see you. Welcome. Always good to see Umbra here. Um, Everybody check out Umbra's channel too. He's a friend of this channel, and he has his own. So, uh, Dieter, if you wouldn't mind dropping Umbra's link in the chat, I would appreciate it. If you have a moment, please. Um, and thank you for alerting me to what Dieter was saying, Scarlet. For those who don't know, when I have my photo tab open, I can't see the chat, so I apologize if
Mhm.
I miss stuff that if you're trying to get my attention. But I keep checking back in with you guys periodically, of course, like I always do. And wait, I see Matt Gilbert is here. Nice to see you, Matt. Always great to see you too. Oh, Dieter was already ahead of me. He already dropped Umbra's link. You see, this is why Dieter's the GOAT. I'm telling you. Okay. Um, all right then. Wait, I just saw Martin. Hey, Martin. Good morning and evening, everyone. Just hopping in to say hi and hit the like. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyway, so she's looking
I
smug
do
and
like
kind of
it.
smirking at him. Go ahead.
I do like it at the end of the scene where he's like, "You'll use your desk."
Right, because he
Not
says
you don't use my desk.
exactly because she got her hopes up a little. He said, I
Uh-huh.
trust I'll be busy for the rest of the day. I trust you could steward the floor in my stead. And she looks all excited and look, she's all like smug, like, ooh, I'm gonna get to sit at his desk. Because she seems like she's gunning for him. Like she wants his power. And then he says, good, you may sit at your regular desk. And she just kind of
Mhm.
deflates. Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
that's a little bit of power
Yes.
he has, you know.
Yep. See how her face changes when he says that? It goes into a close up. Then she puts on a smile. She's like, but then
Yeah.
she turns away. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I loved that too. Yep. Yeah. It's the little bit of power he has and he's gonna use it. And yeah, but look at him, like he looks like a broken man. As soon as she walks away, he goes back to looking deflated. And then he looks over at his performance review. Like this was really triggering for him. There it is in big
Look how
letters,
thick
Seth
that
Milchick.
is.
Huh?
Look how thick that is.
I know. It's huge. God. All about his failures. That's soul crushing. You know? Um, yeah. But any other thoughts? Anybody on the panel before I move on?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna what Grant?
No, I said I don't have anything else to add. I think he's nailed everything I was going to say. So
Okay, cool. So yeah, next we have Mark and Helly um and he tells her that Milchick basically was threatening with him, in the elevator, and she said they're trying to intimidate us, divide us so we won't work together because they know what would happen if they do, and she wants to go get that map. But he then he tells her the truth about what happened, saying he described it as we shared vessels, um, and then he just admits, yeah, they, slept together, and
it's the
she
most unique
thinks
term I've ever heard, and I definitely want to try and use that in the future. That's for sure.
shared
Yeah.
vessels. Yeah,
Would you
yeah,
care to share vessels?
yeah.
You know?
It's
Yeah.
it's it sounds like that kind of culty language that they must have been taught, from the time they were there, like that, they were probably taught Kier Egan and his lovely bride, shared vessels like that. That's probably where he got
Imogene.
that from. Imogene, yeah. So
Well,
it
it kind
sounds
of is
Kier like.
pointing to the demonization of sex, right? Where
Yeah.
you're like in religion, your body is a vessel for Christ, and this, that, and the other. Don't do any sinful activities with that vessel. It's kind of giving me that feel.
Oh, absolutely. You
You
hit the
can
nail on the
you have
head.
to
I
save it for
agree.
the waffle parties and only the waffle parties.
Yep. Yep.
Yep,
Uh,
only
just
that.
just just for the orgies at the waffle parties, that's cool, but everything else, yeah. So she misunderstands and she thinks he's talking about that he and Ms.Casey slept together, um, which, she would totally understand, like no big deal, but then she realizes it was her. He explains that it was her and he thought it was her. Um, and he apologizes that she just basically tricked both of them, and she looks completely shell-shocked and like someone who's just found out they were violated in their sleep or something, because essentially that's what happened. It's as if she were asleep and she was violated. She was essentially her identity, her set of memories, she was asleep. And Helena used her body to do this, so she was violated too. Just horrifying. Um, and so yeah, she just shuts right down and leaves. Um, and they mostly focus, even in this shot, even though it's facing Mark, I noticed the camera is focused on her and her reaction to it, because this is her, experiencing that trauma, realizing what had happened to her. So that was well done. Last episode was focused on Mark's trauma over that violation, and this one is more focused on hers. And she says it's probably another tactic, something to drive a wedge between us. And maybe it is. I don't know. Personally, I think Helena did it because she wanted to, because she's never experienced love herself and she wanted to. I don't think it was another tactic. I actually think she wanted to sleep with him. Either way, it's a violation. But yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think it was a tactic of some sort for an ulterior motive, or did she actually want to do it?
Could it be both?
It's all about taking power back this episode. I think everyone just wants to try and get that little bit of power back. And I think that's one way of her to be able to do it.
Yeah.
I think it
Scarlet,
could be both.
were you gonna?
I feel like it could be both.
Yeah. It could be both.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a little bit of both.
Yep. Now, see what I'm talking about? How every freaking surface in this show is reflective. The bathroom wall there, the walls, the shelving units, the tables. You see reflections in everything, and I just love how they do this visually to constantly remind us of this duality here. It's just a beautiful,
Just have
beautiful
PAs
cinematography.
that's shining everything up on set.
Yeah.
Production assistants.
Must be a fun job for them.
Yeah.
How many bathroom stall walls do you know are this shiny that it's almost like a mirror? I mean, come
Hardly
on.
any I ever go into.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes you
See, I
not want to
kinda
even
agree with
use
it.
it.
Yeah, right. And again, they use the
I
reflection of the
kinda
mirror here. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Scarlet.
well, I kinda agree with John Answers that says the tactic was to have babies. I kinda think maybe that might be it. Like she kinda wanted love, but maybe they're gonna have a baby cure. Like in the
Yeah,
opening, he's crawling.
yeah,
The little Kira is crawling up to him when he's sitting in bed, and it's kind of a lot of symbolism.
it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I I hope not, because I don't
I hope
like
not
that
too.
kind of
Yeah,
I don't
me
like
as
that
well.
kind of plot line. I
But
don't, but
also,
it's
remember in
possible.
season 1, Mark was talking to, I forget her name, the girl he was dating, and he
Alexa,
mentions and he mentions how they were trying to have babies, him and Gemma, and said that it they couldn't. So I don't know if that was on his end or Gemma's end, but it doesn't seem like it'd be that easy to just have sex one time and then all of a sudden, boom, she's pregnant.
that's TV
Yeah,
trope. But there's
yeah,
so
that's a
much
TV trope.
pregnancy though. It's Devin and then Gabby. And then the opening credits has all the babies, and then the woman on the television and the news. It just feels like it's inevitable that Helly's going to get pregnant.
Yeah, especially that reference to the woman on the television in season 1, because she was an innie who got pregnant at work and was suing Lumon. So that could have been foreshadowing that Helly as an innie would be impregnated without her, without her knowledge. And I hope it's not going that way, but it's really looking like there's strong foreshadowing that it's going to happen.
I think
I
that
would
they
rather
might be
not.
trying to use people to be incubators and just like pump out babies that they could then use those bodies for future like mind transfer.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, like David here said a body is a vessel for consciousness, and they wish to transfer consciousness similar to Westworld, but not a copy. I think the difference is the actual frequencies / self are transferred in Severance. That's possible. It's a great theory. Yeah. Um. Now, when From and Severance both have a lot of shadows and reflections. Absolutely. When I saw that thing with the babies in the opening credits, I think it could have two meanings. It could foreshadow that there's going to be a baby. Helena will be pregnant. I think it also has the meaning of, the little babies with no faces represent all of the people that they want to mold in Kier's image. Kind of have put chips in the heads of everyone on Earth. That's basically their ultimate goal. That's their end game. And they've said that at the gala. They were talking about it. And then ultimately at the end you see a baby with Kier's face. They want to mold them in the image of Kier, like people molded in the image of God. So it could operate as on a metaphorical level, but also foreshadow that there's going to be a pregnancy and it's going to be Helena. So personally, I think it could be both. Anyway, yeah, there's another mirror shot for good measure that they throw in there. And Helly leaves and takes off her shoes. And I got a little nervous when she did that. I was like, what is she doing now? The last time she acted like this, she tried to hang herself, but she was just emotionally breaking down. By the way, look how shiny the floor is. The floors are reflective too. You can see the reflection of her feet. Anyway,
I'm surprised she doesn't slip on the floor in this hose.
I know it looks slippery. It's looks like an ice rink.
She takes off her shoes a lot in this episode. I don't know if there's some symbolism to that.
Oh, it's a good point. She does it again later on camera, too. Yeah. It cuts back and forth between her and Mark, just both kind of processing this trauma right now. And then to a shot of Milchick gathering paper clips so he can practice putting them on the right way. Which is, I mean, it's comical, but it's also sad. Because he's so desperate for their approval and just deflated from what they did to him, from the way that they berated him for hours.
I thought they were making him do
Yeah.
that. Are they making
No,
him
I think
do that,
that's
or is he doing that on his own?
I think that's him doing it. I think that's his own atonement.
Oh,
Me too. Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is him trying to prove himself worthy. I think it's him beating himself up for what his shortcomings were that they identified. That's what I think. But who knows?
Well, and it's something to, we keep seeing this like theme of repetition to like really drive something home and build the habit, right? So he doesn't ever make that mistake again. And like you were saying earlier, Grant, it's like these bullshit little piddly things they gave him feedback on. Well, at least he can make sure they never give him feedback on that bullshit piddly stuff anymore, And so he's
100%.
making it a point to correct that with this this whole thing.
Yeah, look at the stacks of papers there and that giant tube of paper clips. I mean, this is brutal. And by the end of it, we'll see a little bit later, his hands were shaking. His hands were shaking from doing this for this long. And I do think it's him punishing himself, trying to make sure that he never makes that mistake again.
So do you think the handshaking could be like Mark's handshaking though? Like I know he's supposedly not severed, but I thought that was weird. They made it a point to show that handshaking thing, and we saw that with Mark twice now.
I think it was just more repetition. Yeah, if you've ever had to do the same thing over and over again, especially, I don't think he's used to working with his hands as much, being it, like, doing the stuff there, like doing the same manual labor over and over and over and over and over again all day without giving yourself a break. I can see why his hands would start to shake.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I think anyway. But, oh, wow, 54 people watching. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. and consider subscribing if you're not subscribed. We do these lives every Monday at 10:15. Normally, it's supposed to be at 10:15 p.m. Eastern, but my life has kind of been a mess lately, so it's been later, but it's typically 10:15 p.m. Eastern Monday nights, and on Thursdays we do watch parties in my Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern, and again, a few minutes after 10 p.m. Eastern, I stream it a second time for the new episodes, and then we do a voice chat. The link to my Discord is in the description of this video if you're not in there already. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, so yeah, let me see. So getting back to this, let's see, where are we? So then it cuts to Dylan meeting with his wife again, and this time we've got a different set of pictures than the last. It's her and looks like maybe a birthday cupcake, and they have a talk, and Dylan is so fixated on this water stuff, and now they even have like this wa water theme outside, like this screen that makes it look like they're under the sea or something. And he's asking if like maybe their first date was scuba. He's got this fixation on water for some reason. She says Thai food, although you did take scuba lessons last year. So that could be some of his Outie memory bleeding through, the fact that he's so fixated on water and thought of scuba. But it was in a pool,
Or it
not
could be the
actually out at
reverse
sea.
because Innie Dylan's so focused on scuba doing stuff, it could have actually projected into the Audi's mind, going, you know what, I'm going to try scuba.
Right? It could be. Yeah. Yep. Um, she says that it was in a pool, though not at sea, so he's kind of disappointed. And she says he's had a lot of phases, scuba diving, woodworking, garage beer making, and it was kind of expensive. And he says maybe he's trying to find something he excels in, like he does down here. And she says, I sometimes wonder if you're just not happy. Um, he says, I'm sure it's not that, because here with you, I'm always happy. I just want to hear about my offspring and stare at your face. It's very sweet. You know, she says she likes that. It's not weird. She likes this, and he wishes they could really be together all the time. And she's like, well, we are, aren't we? And he says, well, you and him are, but I'm not. You can see they're really connecting, and she's falling for any Dylan. Um, whatever problem she's having with his Outie, this is like a part of him that she really likes better than whatever she's experiencing with his Outie right now. She's connecting with him. So he asks
I
for
mean,
a
she could
hug.
miss it. This might have been what Dylan was like on the outside to begin with.
That's what I'm thinking, that maybe at one time he was more like this, and over time it changed. So he said he liked the hug, and I could tell he liked the hug the first time. These people don't get to experience like this essential human need, which is affection, human touch, So of course he liked it, and he asked for another hug. It's understandable. And it kind of keeps cutting back and forth now between, Mark, struggling at his desk with what just happened with Helly, uh, Helly, having her, emotional meltdown here. Not really a meltdown, but just devastated. Devastated. She's composed, but she's devastated over what she just learned, and she's traumatized. And she
It's pretty
remembers
interesting
that,
because it's like both of these couples, like Dylan is in competition with himself over the wife, and Helly's in competition with herself, or Helena, over Mark. It's just a
yes,
weird love triangles, right? And it's
very
interesting, like
weird.
they're both going through it in this moment.
Yep. Yeah, so I think that makes sense that they edited these scenes together in this way, because there's that parallel between them. Um, so it keeps cutting back and forth between Dylan and Gretchen, and then Mark and Helly. Um, and
And
Helly's
then you've got Burt and Irving's
him.
relationship. Like, what even is that in comparison? Like, it's like they're competing with each other's as well, but also competing with Fields. But none of them know about any of it. It's yeah, a lot of relationship
Yes.
competitiveness in this episode.
It's messy. It's messy as hell. Helly remembers the kiss from season 1 with Mark, and and then we cut to Gretchen and Dylan kissing, and then back to Mark and Helly. Um, and then Mark is remembering being with Helena. That's his only experience actually being with a woman, so he's remembering that, even though I mean that's not a positive memory. And then you can see her as after she remembers her own kiss with Mark, she kind of, without even having to say anything, the actress does a great job with you can see on her face, okay, like she's going to take back control now. She knows what she needs to do, and she gets out of the fetal position that she had been in here. I mean, this is a trauma thing. She was sitting in the fetal position on the floor, and then she just gets up, and she walks with so much purpose. She wipes her tears away, and she just walks to find Mark. Um, and then he's about to come find her. Um, any other thoughts, Scarlett, before I move on to this next section?
No, I
Or
think I'm probably
anybody?
good with that scene.
Okay. Okay. Um, so this is Helly taking her power back. We all agree on
Mm-hmm.
that, I'm sure. You know, she says what sucks is, she says you thought it was me, which means you wanted to with me. What sucks is she got to have that and I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That she used me to trick my friends, used my body to get close to you, that she dresses me in the morning like I'm a baby, that she controls all of us in this company. It's disgusting. And she just said a mouthful. That's it's just so offensive the way that, I mean, Helly's in a position of extreme power, and the way that she
Mm-hmm.
exploited that just to sleep with him. She violated him and her innie self in the process, and it is disgusting. Um, so Mark asks if she wants him to describe what happened, and she says, "No, I don't want her memory. I want my own. Would you
Mm-hmm.
like that?" Which makes sense, he says, "Yes, I'd like that, but how?" It makes sense. She's taking her power back and her body back. It's taking control of it. She doesn't have much control at all, but she can control when she is awake as an innie. She can control this. She can take what she wants now and go for what she wants, which is a powerful thing, you know.
Mark's face was
Um,
hilarious though. The second he realized what she was asking, he's like, "Oh."
I know, right? How his face
He's
changed.
like a teenager.
Yes.
Yes, they start running down the hall like giddy teenagers trying to find, okay, where can we sneak away and do this?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, like his face, his eyes light up. He has this little hint of a smile. Yeah, it's cute. And she's like nervous about it. Like, would you want that? And her eyes kind of keep going up and down, like she's nervous about asking, and it's cute all the way around. They're both like teenagers. And it's basically what they are. They're in their adolescent phase now as innies. Um, so the two of them show up. They find this office with desks that are all covered up. She wants to kind of create her own version of their experience, and make it like a tent. So this is her memory that she's creating. She doesn't want to hear about Helena's. This is her own. So they make this tent out of the desks.
I thought that was kind of
And
weird because if it seems conflicting when you say, I want my own memory, I don't want to know about hers, but then you kind of recreate the
Yeah.
same circumstance. It seems very contradictory, right? I don't know.
I agree. No, I
I
agree.
mean, it seems like a teenage girl to me.
Yeah.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's the way that I
Maybe
look at it. She's just like, well, I'm going to make sure this one's. You had all the luxuries and everything, but I'm going to guarantee he's going to remember this one more.
Right.
That's the way that I
maybe
look at it.
makes
But then again,
sense.
it could be just be me.
maybe it's a way to
Scarlet?
utilize those rooms.
Yeah.
Because they never utilize those rooms. They just walk past them once a season, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they're doing something in here."
Right. I know.
We could
I
have a
have to
love
wonder,
scene
aren't
in
there
here.
aren't there cameras in here? Like, like
Who knows?
you gotta wonder,
This
aren't there
is
hidden
Hugs.
cameras?
This Hugs watching.
Moomin's
Miss
listening.
Vaughn's probably watching. Yeah.
So wrong.
Um, yeah, I also thought it was weird that she would want. I mean, this is so traumatic that this happened to both of them, and it was in a tent. So I did find it weird that they would want to duplicate it. But what Grant said makes sense as well. These are we're thinking like adults. We have to remember that these innies are thinking like adolescents at this point. They haven't been alive for that long in terms of when they were severed, so they're immature. So it's like, yeah, they want to, make this better. She says she's nervous, and he says it's okay, so am I. It's very sweet, because for her, this is her first time. She's never done this before. He has once, but he's less nervous than her clearly because he does have that one experience, and so he says it's okay, it's sweet. He just kind of takes the lead, and they have a sweet little scene there. Um, and there's what's striking about it, what I think is the most important part of the entire scene is there is explicit consent. The writers go out of their way to make sure it's obvious that there is explicit consent. And to contrast this is in direct contrast with what Helena did to deceive him. Um, even though this was her idea, this was Helly's idea, she found the place. She wants to do this. She's the one who initiated it. Before they do anything, he says yes, and then she says yes. He doesn't make a move until she says yes, which I appreciated. The writers clearly wanted to make it obvious that this is what consent looks like, not what we saw before with Helena and Mark, her deceiving him, which was a violation. That was my most important takeaway from it.
It's also interesting how like thinking about it now, maybe Mark should have known because Helena, she was in charge in that sexual encounter. No girl's gonna get on top their very first time. I'm sorry, and so it just seemed it's just very big contrast between how they're having sex between Helena and Helly.
Oh,
But would he know
absolutely.
that though? That is the question.
Yeah,
Because
I think he's
remember,
just too
Helly's the one that's always initiated any sort of thing between them. She was the one that initiated the kiss, and she's always been very forthcoming with it. So I could see why he would just, well, it's going to happen. I'm just going to play along, whatever you want to do.
Right. Helly did that impulsive first kiss to begin with, and she's always been this hellcat, this wild woman since she first got there. So it makes sense to me that he would just
he's never
think.
he's never met
Yes,
Helena
Scarlet.
either, so he has nothing to compare and contrast with.
Right.
Well, they saw
Right.
her video where she was a complete, what, to her Innie about
Yeah, I guess.
being able, but yeah, she's been a strong personality out the gate, so I could see that.
Yeah, but
Right.
not personally, not like outside of a video.
Right. So this
I'm
was
just saying it'd be hard for
really
him to like figure it out. Sorry.
Yeah. This was really tastefully done. They didn't even take their clothes off, actually. They They
I
just
know, it's
maybe
so
they figure
weird.
they don't. Yeah, I thought that was weird, but maybe they
I think it's
figured,
I
well,
think it's a modern trend not to take your clothes off during sex scenes. It's really weird.
it is weird to me. You'd think they'd want to
But
really go for it since they want to create their own memory. It's like really go for it because Mark and Helena definitely took their clothes off,
hmm
but
maybe
you
they're
know,
afraid Lumen is watching, or Lumen is listening, or listening and watching.
They need to get up real
yeah,
quick soon, so they need to.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because there must be hidden cameras, and I was wondering like how are they not worried that they're going to be caught on camera? But at least then they can, they can hurry up, and if they don't get undressed, then they can get out of there quickly. Um, so. Um, So then cutting back to this, Milchick has a gigantic stack of papers that he's used paper clips on, and at this point his hands are shaking, and and he's like just determined that he's never going to make this mistake again. He looks at the performance review, and now he's looking at using too many big words. So I guess he's got to make sure he doesn't do that again either. Even though everybody uses big words in his show, I don't know what they're talking about,
There's
as
big
they were even
words in the
fighting
book.
him
There's
for it.
big words in the review book.
Right, and as they were chiding him in the performance review, they used big words too. It doesn't make any sense, but
Yeah, it talks about having comprehension from his subordinates, like literally
right.
in that. So, like, I mean, that's not everyday vernacular.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's completely hypocritical. But I like how this season we're seeing the human side of Milchick. They're humanizing him, and we're seeing that he's struggling too, that they're oppressing him as well. He's in a position of more privilege and authority and power, of course. As far as we know, he is not severed. So, uh, and I believe actually in one of the featurettes they confirmed he's not severed. So, but at the same time, he's a victim of this cult in my eyes. He oppresses the innies, but I can empathize with him, with what he's dealing with and the way that he's being oppressed and made to feel less than, and experiencing racism this season as well with the blackface paintings. Um, so there aren't any two-dimensional villains in this show. Everyone is complex, which I appreciate. That's how great the writing is. Season one, he was more of a mystery, and I always thought that when he treated the innies so nicely, I thought he was just being fake and phony, but I actually think that he does that because he actually has a soft spot for them and he views them more as people than the others do. That's going to change now, though, because he's determined to get approval from Lumen and this cult. So I think he's going to continue being more hardline and cracking down. It's not going to be this kinder, gentler Milchick anymore with them. The
So you
kindness
so you think
reforms that he instituted.
you think he really liked those music dance experiences?
I think he did, and it came across genuine at the time too. Like he was enjoying himself. I think he really was. But he's gonna tighten up now. He's not gonna be like that anymore. No more, he had instituted the kindness reforms. We found out those were his idea. All that stuff that was changed, the psychological torture of the break room that he eliminated, um, all this they revealed that in the performance review that those were his changes. And he said, because I'm not Harmony Cobell, he's compassionate towards these innies in ways that the other higher ups are not. Ms. Huang said last episode, you shouldn't have a funeral, let them have a funeral. It makes them think they're people. She's already a sociopath and cold as ice, and he relented from his hardline stance with Irving, saying it's going to be like you never existed. He let them have a funeral, but then the performance review happened. I think that things are going to change now,
Do you think
because he's
he?
desperate for approval.
Do you think the
Yeah.
visitation thing is him? Like that
Oh
he came
yeah,
up with the whole visitation thing? Because that feels like a kindness reform thing, and he's
oh
still
yeah.
allowing it and pushing it. So I kind of think that maybe this whole scene where he's given the eradicate childish folly speech to himself is also just like practice
Oh
for how
yeah.
for so he I still kind of am behind the camp that he's going to help the innies and he's going to turn and he's not going to fully commit to this Egan thing, but right now in this episode it definitely does feel the opposite. But the fact that he's still
But
allowing the visitation thing and stuff, I don't know.
no, but there's a reason for that. There's a definite reason for that because he screwed up in season one by waking Dylan up on the outside and when he took that card home and he that was a huge risk. That was the first time the OTC was triggered. And because he screwed up, Dylan discovered that he has a child. That was never supposed to happen. And as a result, he could no longer motivate Dylan to be productive through trivial perks like finger traps and caricatures. So I don't think that this was just to be kind. And even in this episode, he holds that over his head. He said, I'd hate to have to take away any of your privileges, as in seeing his wife. That's the only thing that's still keeping Dylan productive. None of this other stuff is going to work anymore. So I don't think he's doing that to be nice. He's doing that to keep Dylan productive, and it's something that he can threaten to take away, dangling that carrot above his head, and threatening to take it away. Dylan really, this was a game changer. Just finding out he has a family. He's never going to be satisfied with finger traps anymore or any of that bullshit. So I don't view that as him being kind. It's out of necessity that he's allowing that. Um,
It's an
but
interesting approach, though. It's still opposite of Cobell because he could just go back to the old break room approach with him and instead, right? Or a more negative consequence approach versus positive reinforcement. It's interesting. That's still kind of his way.
he could, but I mean, I don't think anything would work at this point. I mean, Dylan tackled him and bit him. Like, I don't think there was any way Dylan was ever going to be productive again unless he did this, in my opinion. But it's an approach I don't think Cobell would have taken, but then it wouldn't have worked. I think Dylan would have just been in the break room all the time and just useless to them. They probably would have had to fire him ultimately. So probably a different approach. He's choosing to find a way to keep him there and keep him productive because he wants Mark to be productive. Mark demanded his original team, and so anyway, but this scene was really interesting. Um, he's standing alone in he pushes some things aside and there's a mirror behind a bunch of stuff, which is kind of odd. It's just behind a bunch of stuff on a shelf. He turns on a light. It makes me wonder if this is something he's done before, like come back here, turn on a light, moves the stuff aside and looks in the mirror and recites this to himself. You must eradicate from your essence childish folly. You must eradicate from yourself childish things. You must abandon childish things. You must grow up. You must grow up. And then he repeats, grow up, grow up, grow up. And then with increasing intensity, grow, 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 until it sounds like he's almost growling it at himself. And as he's saying it, the camera pans in beautifully, like closer and closer to the mirror. It's sinister. Like his voice just it takes on this deep throated growl. Like he's really punishing himself for failing. And it to me it's more evidence that he is a true believer in this cult and he's desperate to train himself out of what he sees as his failures that they've pointed out. And and it also reminded me of the whole Dieter Egan thing. I think this makes me think even more that Dieter Egan never existed and that Dieter was the childish folly that needed to be eradicated from Keir. That Dieter, Keir went out into the woods and he eradicated symbolically his childish folly, and that was Dieter. Dieter represented the childish folly that, in my opinion, that's what I think. But what do you guys think about this scene? Scarlett, what do you think? if you're there.
I don't know. I just
There's a delay, I think.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, probably. I feel I was listening to everybody, and I do feel like he's kind of like he might turn, or he might just stay a manager. I'm not 100% on which way he's gonna go, but the whole grow thing, it's hard for me to not think that it's just so. It's hard for me to not think that he might have been at the same kind of school that Cabell was at. I kind of feel like they're kind of like maybe both like raised by the Egan school system, I would call it.
Yep.
And maybe he grew up with this. I mean, grew up with this, having to say things like this. The same stuff he's talking to Miss Huang about, and I don't know. I just have this feeling that it's been really, 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 really ingrained from a young age.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. And that's the best way to brainwash people. You start young. No, I agree.
But it doesn't mean he won't turn. Right.
It just seems like in this scene, when you look at his face and the way he's doing it, I kind of see two sides. Like, one, yes, he is telling it to himself, but two, he's also like putting on his game face, practicing how he's going to say this to the other people, to Miss Huang or to other people or whatever, to implement the feedback. And maybe he's implementing the feedback because he wants to become a good, good boy and do right for the Egan cult, or he's just getting right so he can get his ducks in a row and do whatever he's ultimately going to do, for his own character and for his own self, that he deems, the right thing to do for the Innies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. He's he's doing what he thinks is the right thing to do for sure, and he's just basically been told that all the stuff he did all season long, all of that was his playbook, and they said basically the only positive feedback they gave him was that he received the paintings with grace, and his urinalysis results have been excellent. So they're doing urinalysis on him, drug testing him regularly. I guess that's a Lumon thing. And that's been excellent. And that he received those racist blackface Kier paintings with grace. So like that's literally the only positive feedback he got, which took like all of a few seconds. And then they spent hours going over his failures, the kindness reforms. So all of that stuff that changed this season, we now know it was all him and his approach, and so now he's been reamed for it. So it's soul crushing, Grant,
He's
do you
going
have any
through it.
thoughts before he's going through it? Yeah.
Mm,
You have any
Yeah,
thoughts,
no,
Grant?
no. Once again, I think he's nailed everything I was just about to say. So, yeah, I mean, nothing else to say really.
Yeah. Okay. Umbra, sake here. I hear you like him young. I love it. Yeah, Kendrick Lamar reference for those who don't follow, if you've been living under a rock and you've never heard. I mean, I know not everybody follows rap, but Not Like Us was one of the biggest songs of the entire year. So even people who don't listen to rap, a lot of us have heard it. And yeah, sake here. I can hear I can hear it in Kendrick's voice. Sake here. And like his head jerking around and looking at the camera and smiling diabolically. If you know, you know. A minor. Yes. Yeah, Kendrick goated 100%. Yeah. I'm glad that we have Kendrick fans in the fandom. I'm really glad. I enjoy the fact that we have so many Kendrick fans in the fandom. And Dieter actually just added some kind of bot to my Discord with Kendrick music or something. I have to actually check it out. I haven't had a chance yet. He did it yesterday. But there's something in my Discord with a bot that has Kendrick music or something like that. So just because he knows I love him. So that was sweet of Dieter to do. Anyway, back to Severance. So maybe Dieters are Outies and Innies who are going to take over as proud Kier soldiers, said John. Okay. Burt foreshadowed this in season 1 about larva eating you. Right, that seemed like it might have been a metaphor for something. Like that, the MDR people might have pouches. The rumor was they have pouches with larvae in them or something that will eat people. I think
It kind of
something
sounds
like
like pregnancy in a way, like he was talking about pregnancy.
it does. Again, another reference to pregnancy. Yes.
Does Lumon want to make people with pouches so they can harvest little Kiers out of the pouches? Kangaroo people?
Maybe.
Yep, exactly.
Genetic engineering people with pouches? Who
Maybe
knows?
that's the dream. Maybe that's why they started the rumor. That's the dream.
Who knows? David Agiel here says, I always felt Milchick looked like he was being punished at the same time from having to sit through it with the innies. I mean, he did have to sit there all day and make them read those statements. He didn't really seem like he was suffering or afflicted by it in any way, but we didn't really get to see the aftermath. We only saw one side of it. Now we're seeing how he's dealing with things as a human being. So yeah, it's possible that it couldn't have been a fun experience for him. At the time, it seemed like maybe he was a sociopath. It just didn't bother him. But no, he's definitely not a sociopath at all. 100% he's not. Um, Matt thinks that Dieter thing was just a silly story. Wait, the Dieter thing, is it? That was spread to make them turn against each other. Oh no, not the Dieter thing. The larva. The larva with the pouch. Yeah. Um, yeah. It's the same logic behind those fake paintings of the massacre to prevent interdepartmental solidarity. Absolutely. Yeah, they spread those false rumors just to keep them from mingling, to keep them separated, divide and conquer. It's a classic tactic of ruling classes going back through the ages. So, absolutely. Yep. Um David said, I think the larva and pouches are in reference to the child's seed in the solar plexus, Kundalini / sacred secretion reference. Interesting stuff. So, John Answers says, I don't know. It feels like Dylan's storyline is leading to his Innie replacing his Outie. I hope not, but it's a feeling. Could be. Could be. Anyway, so getting back into this, Mark and Helly come out looking kind of disheveled. Her hair's messed up and they're yeah, they have a little moment there and he thinks that she's bleeding and then she realizes no, that it's him. He has a nosebleed, which is an effect of the reintegration, of course. Ms. Huang checks him out.
Someone
And
brought up earlier in the chat about Attila the Hun hemorrhaging, and so I read that story too, where apparently some accounts are that he died mid-coitus maybe, or while he was with his new wife. He had a nosebleed and then died. And so that's kind of interesting how Mark has a nosebleed right after sex with Helly.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point.
He is Helly's Hun or Attila, so
Yes. Yep.
Right? Symbolically, it fits.
Oh no, is Mark gonna die?
And also it's definitely a symptom of the reintegration, but it also works on a symbolic level. This show is so great that way. The constant symbolism and anyway, so she asks him if Ms. Huang asks if he's had any auras or hallucinations, which is an interesting thing to ask. I don't know, kind of makes me wonder if people know more about. I don't know. She probably doesn't know that reintegration is possible, but the fact that she asks him about hallucinations is interesting to me. He says no, I think it stopped. And as she takes his blood pressure, he glitches back to his apartment, and we realize that that's a cool shot right there. Like there's a flash of light. Um, this was really interesting the way this was edited together, this episode. It's definitely non-linear. So this is one of those experiences where, okay, you're seeing this happening, and then all of a sudden he's back here. And like they did such a beautiful job. Look how they did this. Like they have him in the office, and then they do a fade into the next shot, and you can see the wires starting to appear. And then in the next shot, boom, it's him with the wires working on reintegration in the basement. And so he was just remembering that whole experience with Helly, which I mean, we have to actually then question. I think that I think we just saw what we just saw really happened. I believe it really happened, but we do have to admit the possibility that his memory that he just had that may not be reliable, because he also had that vision of Ms.Casey talking to him in the hallway, and that definitely never happened. So how much of that was real? I think it was real personally, but I think it's meant to make us question, how much of this we can
Yeah,
believe because of that, right?
giving him an reliable narrator sort of thing would just add another level of intrigue to everything. But I definitely think, based on what you said, that Reghabi said here about it being a memory and a relatively recent one, makes me think that this is not that afternoon, not that night. This is further down in the timeline. I feel like this is probably months apart from each other.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a memory, and maybe it was, fairly recent, but could have been like a month before. Yeah. So like this is not, we're not being shown things in a linear fashion at all. We can't be sure when exactly in the timeline this particular scene is happening, how long after that encounter with Helly, which I do believe actually happened. I think that happened. That scene with Ms.Casey, there's no way in the world that happened. She doesn't do wellness sessions in the middle of a hallway, like, in that last episode. But this, I do believe it happened. It was real. I don't think they're going to screw with us that much and make us invested in a scene like that where Helly's taking her power back and they sleep together. I believe that actually happened. But it's interesting the way that they're playing around with the non-linear storytelling, the unreliable narrator trope, and editing this together with his reintegration process.
It would be
Well,
a
we
cop out
also
if none of
don't
that actually
know.
happened. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Grant.
Well,
My bad.
no, what?
No, you're right. You go.
Banshee?
All I was
gonna
saying is,
say-
I think it would be a cop out. That's it. That's it. So, this lag is
Perfect.
killing me. I'm gonna
Perfect,
refresh.
everyone.
So.
Okay.
Not
Oh,
my
is it
fault,
me
it's
lagging?
not my chaos.
Sorry.
No worries. Banshee, what were you gonna say?
We also don't know exactly when he where the reintegration memory starts, right? So
Right.
it's possible he wasn't he didn't have that whole memory of the heli sex leading up to being in the office with Miss Huang. He only started getting that memory once he was facing Miss Huang and she was asking him questions about, his blood pressure and everything else that was going on.
Right. So it's weird because like when he was there having that experience in the with Ms. Wong, was he actually glitching and seeing this? What was happening to him in that moment? Um because this isn't happening simultaneously. Mark is having a memory. Mark is remembering something that happened. It's not simultaneous. So it's weird. I wonder then what was Innie Mark seeing when he was glitching? I mean, like it looks like it's happening simultaneously because he's glitching back and forth. There he sees Ms. Wong. And in that scene, he gets disoriented and hears the glitchy noises in his head. So it just makes me wonder, okay, if this isn't simultaneous and Mark is having a memory through reintegration, then it can't work both ways. Innie Mark can't be seeing all of that stuff that's going on that hasn't happened yet. Innie Mark can't be seeing that stuff. So what was he seeing? You know what I mean? It's confusing. But
It definitely seems
yeah.
like Miss Huang, he's interacting, his outie self is interacting with Miss Huang, because when he's like, what, huh? He's saying that when he's his outie self, and then it switches to Miss Huang responding to him like, what? You know, it's, I just really got to push that alternate reality thing. Like he's switching over to living it like in real time. It just feels that way to me with how they're presenting this. And again, how Reghabi, she asks him when he kind of comes to in the room, were you just at Lumon? Like those were her words, not
Yes.
did you have a memory of Lumon? Were you there? Which is kind of crazy, right?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I
that's
remember.
yeah.
I remember her like specifically saying, "Are you at Lumon or in the basement?"
Right. So this is what she says. I've got it right here. So
Uh,
again, like Banshee was just saying, like there's Ms. Wong in his basement there for a second, and it's such a creepy image too. Like he sees her in his basement right there, looking at him. It feels very real, you know. So that's such an interesting theory, Banshee. And it's something we should consider. But so here's what they say back and forth to each other. So Reghabi says, "Where are you?" So she doesn't say like, what are you seeing? She says, "Where are you?" And then she says, "Were you just at Lumon?" And in between, Mark is still hearing Ms. Wong saying things. The realities it seems like they're bleeding into each other. She says, "Were you just at Lumon?" Mark says, "What time is it?" And she says, "Are you at Lumon or in the basement with me?" So it's interesting, it's like, is he traveling back and forth between realities, or is it just a memory in his mind and he feels like he is, and that's why she uses that wording. It could be that he just feels like it, and that's why she uses that wording. It's like mentally he's kind of traveling back and forth in his mind. So you could take it that way too. But that's a fascinating theory, Banshee. I hadn't thought of that.
I
She
love the
asked
movie
if
Arrival,
you.
and it's kind of just like that movie where I don't know if you've seen
Yep,
Arrival, have you? Yeah, yeah. And so I can't
it's
get
on
that
my
out of my
watch
head.
list. I haven't seen it. It's on my watch list though. Yeah.
it keeps
Now I
getting
really want to
recommended
watch
to
it.
me. It keeps getting
Oh
recommended to
yeah.
me by the library and by other things I do. Like, if you like this, whatever movie I'm checking out, you'll like Arrival. So I should probably watch Arrival.
You should. It's so
Yeah.
dope.
I've heard it's fantastic. Yeah. So she asks if he remembers a hallway. She seems very intense. She's very intent about him remembering this hallway. That definitely, obviously, we're talking about the export hall to the testing floor. She says, "Do you remember a hallway? A black hallway?" So we know the testing floor must be absolutely crucial. This is what Outie Irving is trying to get Innie Irving to see and to discover. This is why Outie Irving paints that testing floor, the export hall, over and over again, and he deliberately sleep deprives himself, drinking coffee and blasting rock music while he's painting, because by doing that, he's he's as a result, his innie dozes off at work from the sleep deprivation, and he can pass messages from his outie to his innie through dreams, through the subconscious, and he wants the memory of that export hall to bleed through. That's why Irving sees the black paint in these dreams. And so he's trying to pass that message. So whatever this is going to be key. This hallway, the testing floor, this is where all the answers lie to what Lumon is really up to. And so Reghabi seems to definitely know this, and that's why she's intent on Mark remembering this hallway. But of course, he didn't. He says he just remembers a desk. Um, and he struggles, but that's all he can remember, just a desk. So so she let's see, where from here she says That was another crossover memory, a recent one that's good. You'll feel gaps in time till it all comes back together. Gaps in time, that's interesting, losing time. Is he traveling back and forth between realities? I mean, hey, that's a viable theory, like Banshee said. Um, you'll experience gaps in time. It's weird, but it could be just that he's mentally feeling like he's somewhere else. So it could feel like gaps in time as well for that reason. Um, then, he says, like, when is that going to happen? As in, when is this going to come together? And all of a sudden, she switches gears. She was dragging her feet, saying, we got to go slow. This is risky. We got to, he was pushing to move forward. And up until this episode, she was saying, we need to take it slow. There are risks. Now, all of a sudden, she's like, we need to enhance, speed up the process.
She's got a
And he
deadline.
says, huh?
She's got a deadline now.
Yeah, all of a sudden she's like,
maybe she got a phone call. Maybe she's the receiving end of the phone call of Irving, or part of the whole mind movement or whatever. She got to get the deadline going.
yeah, because like this came out of nowhere. He asks, "Is that safe?" And she says, "There's a slight chance of hemorrhage." And she's like, she's so fixated on this, on what she could achieve. She's staring at the screen like this, just saying, "Oh yeah, there's a slight chance of hemorrhage." And he says, "Okay, so me bleeding to death." She says, "Not necessarily will flood the chip itself. Through the hole in your head that you've already got." Like, look at how intense she is. She doesn't give a shit about his safety or his well-being at all. She is determined now.
I wonder if she has to get that done before Cold Harbor is done.
Yeah, that could be,
And it's at 85%, so, time's a wasting.
Right.
Well, I think you're right, though. Something
barely.
about what just happened with Mark and what his traveling to Lumon has sparked something in her, like, oh shit, we're right there. Like, let's get this going.
Yeah. And she's just like, look at her staring at this thing, this X-ray that shows that chip in his head. She is just hell bent on this now.
When she touched the top of his head, though, it looked like the end of the opening credits, where she was kind of parting the hair right there.
Yeah.
And the eye comes out.
It did. Yeah, at the end of the opening credits, or it looks like his face is popping out of the back of his head. It's creepy as hell. What is that movie, The Grudge, where that happens?
Oh, like The Grudge. I think it's in other movies, but I saw it in The Grudge.
It's so creepy and gross.
Hand coming out of the back of the head.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks a lot like that. It reminds me of that. Yeah. So she's like a mad woman now, like a mad scientist. She's like, we've got to flood the chip through this hole in your head that you've already got. And she starts parting his hair to get ready to do it. He's like, okay, that's it. That's it. He's like, get away from me. Get the fuck off me. I'm not doing this. Get this shit off me right now. I don't blame him. Get away from her. Jesus Christ. Like, she doesn't care what happens in that moment. She's like, we're close. It's happening. We need to push. People were joking. It sounded like he's going into labor. We need to push. Right. Oh, she's just licking my bowl. I guess it's all right. Sorry, my cat.
Grant's back,
Anyway.
by the way.
Oh, wait, what Grant? Oh, sorry. Thanks for alerting me to that. I don't hear notifications. There's no sound when people come back. Sorry about that, Grant. My computer speakers are broken and certain tones don't make a noise, and the tone notifying me that you were back.
She can't hear my from bell, right?
I can't hear her bell either.
My from bell. My handbell I ring.
Sorry about that.
She won't know how to get in the building when the monsters are coming because she can't hear the bell.
Nope. I'll be screwed. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, he says he's starving, and she says that's also from reintegration. So that's a symptom. He's starving out of his mind, and he rips all the wires off of himself and says he needs to eat and takes off. I don't blame him at all. Grant, you have any thoughts on this scene? Grant, you there? Okay. Any other thoughts before we move on to the next scene from anybody? Are we good? Let me
Yeah, I
check
think
in
we're
with the
good.
chat. Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
sorry, I was muted. I didn't realize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't solved this.
That's okay. Were you gonna say something, Grant, though?
Yeah, I was basically what I was saying was her whole thing of this. I think the fact that Cold Harbor is happening, I didn't think of it that way, but she sees something and maybe it looks like the chip had opened up a little bit more or something in it, and that's why she seems to want to rush it. I'm not 100% certain. Maybe there's some sort of weird connection with it. Maybe Cold Harbor is something to do with him specifically. I don't know, but she saw something and sort of freaked out when she said we have to take it slow, and she's like, no, we got to do it now. Like it was one of those weird scenarios. So I
Right.
don't know. Like,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Um, Here Matt Gilbert said it's memory overlapping into his perception of the present. It just feels like it. Someone pointed out that this is his Outie who's remembering. That's the way I see it personally. Yeah. Bruh, Ms. Wong, get your creepy out of my basement, right? Creepy as hell. Jesus Christ. Yeah. She's asking where he is in his head. That's the way that I took it too, personally. Um, Ms. Wong, he is ready to metamorphosize into a Fromville monster at any moment. Oh my god, yeah.
She smiles
Creepy
enough,
as hell,
so I can see it.
right? Oh yeah. She's got the creepy smile down. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Um, let's see, what
No, that
else?
was Woe's bride, right?
That was what?
The Woe's hollow bride was the creepy from.
Yes, she looked exactly like an Ankui
Mm-hmm.
kid. Yes. 100%. Um, Faith and Repentance, you are incredible. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at all of these look at all these thumbs up, watermelons, what else is in here? Pineapples. Thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate it. You are lovely. Please hit the like button, like Faith said here. I would really appreciate it. 58 people watching. Thank you all very, very much for checking out the stream. Truly appreciate it. We do these every Monday, 10:15 p.m. Eastern is the normal start time, and watch parties every Thursday in our Discord when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern and again at 10 p.m. Eastern. The link to that is in the description of the video. And please take a moment to give my latest video a view if you haven't already. It's part 2 of my deep dive into episode 5. A bit behind, I know, but it's uh, theories and ideas about it, not a recap. So if you have a moment to give it a view, that's the latest video on my channel, and I'll be putting out an episode 6 deep dive, hopefully by Thursday if I can manage it. But anyway, so David thinks that Mark is the experiment that they must succeed in before they can transfer Kier's consciousness. Ooh, okay.
There was
Cool
there was a
theory.
part of me
I
that
like it.
thinks that the actual consciousness of each person inside, like in Innie Mark, is actually like a baby or an earlier version of like Kier or something, and that's why they've got to indoctrinate them, and they've got to train it. It's like they've got to have a trained consciousness before they can like implement something across. Like they have to really believe for it to work,
Right.
because like they keep talking about how Mark is really important, and you know Mark's the key to everything. And the only thing I can think of is like if he's maybe he's the one who's going to get taken over if they're going to do a taken over of a consciousness or something. That's why he needs to be there, and everyone else is relatively expendable.
Well, when you saw I forget which episode it was, they were showing kind of like the back end view of the Cold Harbor, and it was Ms.Casey's face.
Yeah, it had Ms.Casey's face on it, but I mean, we don't know what that means. Maybe there has to be some sort of an emotional grief or something for the transfer to work. I honestly don't know.
It definitely,
I
I
mean,
think,
as soon
has
as I
to do
saw
with
that,
emotions. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, and that's what I stated about before. The severance chip seems to take away one of their biggest baggages in their emotions. You know, Mark's grief is gone. What's his name? Self-confidence completely out.
Dylan.
Lack of self-confidence is completely gone. Irving's rebellious nature and sticking it to the man, that's gone. He's he's the modeled worker, and Helly's fear of being herself, he's completely gone, and she's free. So they take away,
Right.
and that's what I think. Maybe it's they're trying to do something to bring. I mean, there's so many options that they could be doing, but or it could be just some big red herring, and like you said, that's an alternate reality or something.
Makes
Aliens, why
sense.
not? Yeah.
Yeah. No, everything you said makes complete sense to me. Yeah, that's right. And Matt Gilbert, I don't think it's the same hallway that he was talking about. He talked about a gray hallway that he saw when he hallucinated Ms. Casey. But Reghabi specifically said, "Did you see a black hallway?" She said, where is it? The quote was, "Do you remember a hallway, a black hallway?" She really emphasized the word black. He said a gray hallway. So he was talking about the break room hallway. It's just distinctively different. I'm pretty sure it was she's talking about the testing floor, export hall. Benghazi. Yeah, I don't know what the connection is to that. Or maybe you're talking about Reghabi. I don't know. But yeah. Um, anyway, getting back to so we have Irving showing up for dinner, and he's combing his mustache just like he used to do before he would go see Burt as an innie. I think that his attraction to Burt is bleeding through to his Outie, and unfortunately, that means that Burt is able to trick him and fool him. Because he's a smart guy. He's smart enough to have investigated Lumon for clearly a long time, to have compiled so much information on the severed employee list that he has. And the way that he's so brilliantly trying to send messages to his innie through his subconscious, through dreams, by sleep depriving himself, painting that hallway over and over again. Clearly, he's a brilliant guy, but unfortunately, one of the themes of this show is that love, not to be cliche, but love blinds you. Love, it's like love goggles. When people have feelings for each other in this show, it tends to blind them to things that they should see that are right in front of them. And as soon as Irving lost Burt on the inside, all of a sudden he didn't trust anything or anyone anymore. His blinders were off. And Mark, meanwhile, was blind to Helena's deception because he was so into Helly. As soon as that was revealed, Mark immediately became cynical in the next episode. So he's got these love goggles right now, I'm afraid. I think that's why he's falling for Burt's charm. I think it's not that he's dumb, but he's walking into a trap here. And I think love bleeds through, attraction bleeds through to the Outie, and he's feeling that. And he even sits in his car for a minute, like he's getting up the courage to go in there. Like he's a nervous, he's nervous before he's going on a date or something. You know, um, Burt does this funny thing where he pretends not. He's like, "Who the hell are you?" And
Yeah,
he's
that
like,
was so
"Just
funny. He
kidding."
got me. He got me. That's why Christopher
Wasn't that
Walken
funny?
makes the big bucks.
Right? He's so good. I love Christopher Walken. How about these three greats in one room together? These three incredible actors. You've got John Turturro as Irving. You've got Christopher Walken as Burt, and my absolute love. I absolutely adore him. Oh my God, John Noble. He is a world-class actor. If anyone has ever watched Fringe, you'll know him from Fringe. Well, I think his character on Fringe is one of the best characters in TV history. That's not even hyperbole. Walter Bishop is just the best of the best because John Noble is the best of the best. And I was so psyched that they cast him as Fields. He's phenomenal. He really is. It's so good to see him in something again. It's so good, you know. and he slays all of these scenes. Just beautiful, just absolutely beautiful. So so like even his opening line is just, it's so John Noble, you know. Burt says something about, you know, them having corn, and Fields jokes about feeding Irving a pile of loose corn. He says, what your Innie ever saw in this Philistine is beyond me." It was such a John Noble kind of a line. And and uh and he was similar in Fringe too, like a very similar type of persona. I think he puts a lot of himself into the characters that he
Oh, you know
plays.
what?
Yeah,
They have like, look at all those pepper mills. This is what my eye draws to in this scene, is all these pepper mills. Why all the pepper mills? Why do they have them?
right?
Why so
That was
many?
crazy to me.
Well, I think
That
it's
was
funny because
crazy.
he calls him a Philistine, right? And I had to Google exactly what all that meant. But it's in modern day, it's like an insult, kind of basically saying someone who's uncultured.
Mhm.
And
Oh
he
yeah,
puts off this air of being this like hoity-toity guy, right? And these pepper mills, I googled them, and they're from a very famous sculptor from the 1960s, a Scandinavian guy. I don't know how to say his name, so I'm not going to say it.
Mm,
But
okay.
and they're highly like $800 per thing,
Mm.
collectibles, and
Probably
so it's like
probably some
showing off, right? Like
probably some mid-century thing.
about
Scandinavian.
his culture, yeah, and how he's the cultured one and he's the
Yeah.
refined one. But funny how on the inside, that's how Burt was, the cultured one, right? With the arts and stuff. It's yeah, there's a lot to put together there.
right. Yeah, yeah. So that explains it, because I was also wondering why the hell there are so many pepper mills. That's
So many.
crazy. They're that expensive too. Wow.
No one
That's
And
eats so
they're
wild.
much pepper.
also meant to represent like chess pieces and stuff like that too. And so this is kind of like maybe this whole dinner, you know, it's like a metaphor. It's all like a little bit of a
Mhm.
chess game between whatever the fuck Bert's evil ass is
Mhm.
doing and these two.
Yeah, they look kind of like
Right.
phallic too, so that might be like some kind of masculine, stance.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Where is Noble from? I'm not sure.
Ah,
He has he has an accent that sounds very much like someone who's done theater. Like if you
mhm.
talk to anybody who's been deeply trained in theater, they have a specific way of speaking. Like Kelsey Grammer, he was, you know, that theater was his thing. Kelsey Grammer has that very distinct way of speaking of a veteran theater actor. John Noble does too. I don't know if John Noble has a history in theater, but if he does, it would make sense. Doug Hughes is another one. Our man in yellow from. He has that type of way of manner of speaking as well. So I don't know. I'd have to Google where John Noble is from.
Yeah, I think it's
Um,
Australia. If I had the choice
Australia.
between New
Okay.
Zealand and Australia, I'd say Australia because I think I heard it somewhere. What city it was, but
Hmm.
I can't remember the city.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Philistine is uncultured and are like heathens, right, David? Exactly. Yeah. It's a derogatory term. Yes. King David slayed the Philistine giant with a rock and a sling. Oh, interesting bit of context. Thank you for that.
Well, it makes sense he
Um,
uses that word based on what he says later on at the dinner about, you know, him not being able to get into heaven and everything.
right, right. Yep. Um, so yeah, they get to, you know, they get into dinner, and Bert talks about how basically protesters from the Whole Mind Collective have thrown fake blood at him when he was on his way into work before. It was paint, but it was meant to be blood. And Bert says, you know, the point is that the Whole Mind people are off the deep end. So right away, we know he's against the Whole Mind Collective, who are that's the group that are anti-severance, that have protests on the street and whatnot. Um, and I think that's because Bert is one of the higher ups at Lumen, and he always has been. We'll get into that, because as they're going to discuss that in a little bit, like his history at Lumen and his partner lets slip. So this was a very odd story. Now, Irv asks Burt how he came to be at the company, and Burt says, now, all the while, this is so ironic because Burt is sitting in front of a fireplace with flames getting bigger and bigger as he's talking, and he's saying that he was brought to Lumon by Jesus, while there are flames behind him, making him look like Satan. And the irony is not lost on me, the visual irony of it all. And it was intentional, 100% intentional, and meant to kind of give us a clue as to the nature of Burt.
And Irving,
the line that
and when I looked at it, I also thought of the Jesus from The Big Lebowski.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that. Of course.
And
another
he's also got the wine bottle in front of him, and it says cabra or goat in I forget. I think it was Spanish or something.
Yep. That's interesting. Yeah.
So more the goat thing, right? And yeah, the Baphomet or whatever.
Yeah, and he
Yes.
was digging the sticker off of it too because he said bring expensive wine, and Irving didn't buy the expensive wine.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Interesting.
Yeah,
He
it
was
was
taking the
taking
sticker
out
off?
the label.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. That's funny.
You're right, Matt. No one messes with the Jesus. Matt said no one messes with the Jesus, and I agree.
This Jesus thing was hilarious because when Burt said I was guided to Lumon's door by Jesus, Irv said, Jesus Christ? And Burt says, that's the one. And they just crack up laughing. They like, yeah, which other Jesus could he possibly mean? That's the one.
It's
That was
hilarious.
such a great what a great
Perfectly
delivery by
delivered.
Christopher.
Yes.
By Christopher Walken, right?
You know,
good.
the other thing about the Philistines that I took a note of too. They worshipped a god named Baal, also associated with Beelzebub, the devil, right? And so there's so many connections here pointing to Burt being the fucking devil. Like he's evil.
Right. It's certainly pointing that way. Our poll is highly in favor of evil Burt. It's 53% as of now. 53% Burt is evil as hell, and 37% say he's morally ambiguous, doing bad things. 7% it's a red herring, he's not evil. 4% say other. So I personally think he's definitely a villain of the story. I don't think it's going to be a cartoon character type villain, but I do think that he's not on the side of good. Let's just say that. So he tells the story. We'd been attending the Lutheran church for some years, and I should mention I'd been what you might call a scoundrel in my younger days. And Field asked me one day over breakfast if I think I'm going to heaven, and I said the answer is no. And so Burt says, what am I supposed to do up there for eternity all by myself? I mean, not Burt, Fields. I think I said Burt, but Fields said that. Burt said, so we hopped the train to church, and it just so happens that the sermon that day was about severance, and the pastor, now this part is interesting, okay? The pastor says, and Fields interjects, as if he'd been listening to our conversation, he said the church's stance is that innies are complete individuals with souls that can be judged separately from their outie. I find that very interesting, that little detail. How weird is that? It just so happens that the pastor brings this up on this particular day, and they felt like, wow, it's as if he was listening to their conversation. I mean, if they're living in the town of Kier, maybe the whole town is bugged, honestly. Maybe the entire town is bugged because in the story, the Lexington letter, Peg hates her job. Peg is a character who drives a school bus and she hates her job. One day she gets in a school bus accident and she says it out loud, something like, I hate my job or something, right then and there. And boom, the next thing you know, a Lumon recruiter is heavily, aggressively pursuing her to work for Lumon, promising her this huge benefit package and anticipates, like, all her needs, like, you know, and it just seemed too uncanny to be a coincidence. It just makes me think that this whole town is bugged. Like, Lumon is listening, not just at the company, but everywhere. And that's how they know how to recruit people, like whom to recruit and when. It makes me paranoid. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but there are just too many of these clues popping up that make me think they're just everywhere. They have eyes and ears everywhere. And I don't trust anything about what Burt, of course, I don't trust Burt and his story, but it does make me think. It's, even if his story is a complete fabrication, I don't think it's a complete fabrication, though. I think there really was a sermon like that. I think Fields is telling the truth, but I think Burt is lying about why he chose to get severed. I don't think it was at all to do with wanting to go to heaven with Fields. Whatever he's doing, it's to help Lumon. It's to help the Lumon higher ups. But he tells Fields, and I believe Fields is earnest. He comes across as nothing but genuine. I think Fields believes it was so they could be together in heaven. And there really was a sermon like that day. And maybe it was orchestrated and someone was listening in on their conversation, or it was just planned that way and Burt had that conversation with him. The whole thing was planned, the sermon was planned, and Burt was just in on it. Either or, I think Burt was just he had his, you know, connections with the higher ups at Lumon long ago, 20 years ago, as they say in this conversation later. So, you know, Irv says, so an Innie can go to heaven, and Burt says, whilst the Outie burns, as he's sitting in front of a fireplace, which is creepy. Um, and Fields says, we're not zealots. I swear, we figured if it were true, it would be a way for part of Burt to, well, Irv is just kind of overwhelmed by it, like, and he says the hope was for Burt and Innie to go to heaven. And Fields says yes with me, and you can kind of feel what they're not saying in this moment. The point was for Fields to go to heaven with some version of Burt, but now he knows that Burt had this connection with Innie with the Innie Irving. So it's so sad. Like, I really
It's
feel
not
for,
his
for
Burt.
Fields,
Yeah. Yeah.
because this would mean that Innie Irving would be with Innie Burt in heaven, not Fields. Like, maybe they'd be together instead. So the whole thing backfired from the view of Fields, and he's trying to be magnanimous about it, and but it's so sad. You can tell he's really hurt by the whole thing. John Noble delivers so much, like, without even having to say much. You can just read his facial expressions and his tone, and you know exactly what he's feeling right there. Like, look at that face. Yeah. So it's
Look at
so
that face.
and that face. See, he looks sinister all the time, so it's very
Yeah, he's
easy
got
to
a
believe he's
resting,
evil.
sinister face.
Resting sinister face. Yes, there it is. Meanwhile, Drummond is breaking into Irving's place. So he's been set up. Obviously, he's been set up. Uh, I 100% believe Burt set him up. This is too uncanny. That just happens to happen happens to occur on the night he's there having dinner. No, he was set up. They couldn't just take a chance on Irving going out. He could come back at any time. They had to make sure that he was going to be gone for enough time for Drummond to do this and not get caught. So they orchestrated the whole thing with Burt. There's just no doubt in my mind. And he has a key. He has keys to his place, just like Cobell had keys to Mark's place in season 1. Now, so they this whole town, they could probably enter any house they want. Look, he's got a key ring that's massive, full of keys. And this is Lenora Lake Apartments, which is named after an Egan, Lenora, one of the CEOs. That's where Irving lives. So they can just let themselves into his place whenever they want. And any other employee, such a violation. I'm sure they have no idea about it either. Um, Yeah. So then, unless anyone has anything else to say, I'll just move on to the next scene. So Dylan has a little dinner scene with Gretchen at home and with the kids, and he's trying to convince her to let him buy a car, and it says like the prices are low right
Crazy.
now, but she's not happy with the idea. Look at her face. Look at her face with him compared to her face when she was with Innie Dylan.
I wonder how much.
She's
I wonder how much Dylan gets paid. It doesn't seem to be very much, right?
No, it doesn't seem to be much. Mm,
Well, and even if it is, it's like she has to be mom to him too. It feels like that's their dynamic, right? And like it- she's fed. I mean, I would be fed up with it too, but he's probably really bad with money, and that's why she has to kind of keep him in line on what you
sorry.
can spend, what you can't spend.
Right. Right. Honestly, though, then I don't know what she would see in Innie Dylan because she would be like a mom to him too. Innies are so much like children. Um, but at least he's a hard worker. Um, she she lies to him. He asks if she went back to Lumon to visit his Innie and how it went, and she said they canceled it. They didn't say why. I guess he just got busy. So it's obvious she kind of feels like she's cheating on him with himself, she lied. She didn't need to lie, but she lied because she kissed his Innie, and it is kind of like cheating. I mean, it is. It's like he's a different version of Dylan. So she kind of, in my opinion, she did cheat by kissing him. So I get why she lied. I would feel guilty myself. Any other thoughts? Anybody before I move on to the next scene? Are we good?
No, it's pretty simple.
Okay. So this scene was really important. Now, Mark is wolfing down. This is a side effect of reintegration. He's starving out of his mind. And he's
The way
he's
he eats,
inhaling this Chinese food.
it's just weird how he's eating with his fingers on the one side. I was like, it's pretty crazy eating style.
I know, right? Yeah, he's inhaling his food. Um and so then,
Well,
he gets the check.
it's like he's eating for two, his Innie and his Outie
Oh,
self, and they even bring
yeah.
him two fortune cookies for the other duality thing that they keep showing, right?
Yes. They even bring him
Yeah.
two fortune
Good spot.
cookies. Yeah. Good catch. Good catch. Yep. Yeah, maybe that's why. Yeah, he's so hungry. He's like, yeah, he's eating for two now. He's still got a fortune cookie stuffed in his face when he sees Helena sitting there across the way, acting all like, "Oh, this is just a coincidence." Yeah, right, okay. Um, with this
Yeah,
red light
that's
behind
horrible.
her. Oh, yeah, this whole scene is really messed up in a lot of
She makes like
ways.
weird googly eyes and a big odd grin on her face, and uh
At the beginning too, the music in the background is the exact same music they're playing for the innies when they're having their little deviled egg mixer. So i- interesting that they're setting some sort of mood music here for them, and obviously this restaurant in control by Loom and everything in the town, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good catch. Good catch there. And by the way, I forgot to mention his hands were visibly shaking as he was trying to get his money out to pay the bill. That's again reintegration sickness. He's getting sicker and sicker. He's coughing more. His hands are shaking. He's having headaches. So yeah, that's going on. And then she catches his eye. They catch eyes, and he looks deeply unsettled when he sees her, like, oh shit, what the hell's going on? And then he looks behind him. He's kind of looking around like, am I being watched? Are there cameras here? How did she know I was here? Um,
oh,
he,
I thought he was
he's
looking backwards because he thought she was looking at somebody else that was sitting
That's what I
behind.
thought.
Like, why is this woman looking at me? She must be like making Google eyes at somebody behind me.
Oh yeah, I mean that's another interpretation too. But I do know that he feels like, you know, he feels paranoid by this whole encounter
Hmm.
because at the end of the show in the featurette, um I don't know if it was Dan Erickson, the creator, who said that it's because of this encounter that he feels paranoid that she's onto him, that like somehow she knew he was there, she's onto him, that he's reintegrating, so he wants to speed up the process as a result. So I just took it as his paranoia, but yeah, you could you could look at it either way. Um and then she smiles at him like this is just
Ugh.
so ridiculous. Yeah, she
Ugh.
violated him.
Ugh.
And she look at that. Making
Ugh.
cute faces at him.
Yuck.
Yeah, it's gross.
You got to give it to her. She's good.
She is diabolical.
Something.
Yeah, she's diabolical. Um, she shows up and she really works him. She's charismatic and she's devious for sure. She comes up and she's like, she even feigns that she for a second can't remember his last name. She knows damn well what his last name is. Mark Scout. I thought that was you. I'm Helena Egan. I work at Lumon. Yeah, you knew who exactly it was. Give me a break. But she's so good at faking. Um, and
Yeah, why would she
he's like,
know him of all the thousands of employees at her multinational company? And she's like, oh, yeah, Mark Scout. Like,
right? Yeah, that's suspicious in itself. That should make him suspicious right off the bat. Um, and he says, "Yeah, I know who you are." And she says, "Well, it's nice to officially meet you." Uh, oh, and now this is where you start to wonder if she's suspecting. I think that the higher ups know that reintegration exists. She's noticing how he's eaten a lot. Like she's like, "You had enough to eat? I hope they're feeding you at Lumen." One of the symptoms of reintegration is sickness is being starving. So she seems like maybe she's suspecting him. It's possible that she's suspecting him. Maybe. Um, so yeah, she asks if she can sit, and she says it's really great to run into you. I've heard nothing but good things about your work, by the way. And they kind of joke with each other, like there's this awkward, weird joking thing where he's like, thank you. I've heard nothing at all about my work." Um, she says Severance humor is so clever, and so they just kind of have that little banter. And this part now, this part is interesting. I think that she is trying to figure out if it's possible that he could remember something about their encounter. Like maybe she suspects he's reintegrating and might have memories bleeding through it, because here's what she says. She says, "Listen, I'm sorry about the systemic error from the other night." She doesn't say what exactly. She doesn't say what it was. She says the systemic error from the other night. And you get the sense that she's actually apologizing for that whole situation with pretending to be Helly and then sleeping with him. He says, "Systemic error, you mean the overtime thing?" And then she says, "Yes, the OTC." Then she clears her throat, which to me is a tell that she's actually thinking of something else. I noticed that when she clears her throat two different times, and I think she's actually thinking of something else when she does it. She says, "Yes, the OTC." She clears her throat and she says, "It never should have happened and it never will again. We take pride as a company to be better than that, and we will do better." I think what she actually has on her mind is the fact that she impersonated Helly and slept with him. And she, she was, I think she was probing him to just make sure that he didn't remember any of that, that there's no bleed through going on, that he's not reintegrating potentially. Um, and so I think that she approached him partly to do that kind of reconnaissance, look into him a little bit, and also because she's personally drawn to him herself. She has that attraction to him. I think she genuinely wanted to sleep with him, and it wasn't something she was, told to do as part of her mission or anything. I think she wanted to do it. So she also feels attracted to him, but I think she's working him for information at the same time. Um,
Do
because
you
as they
think this
continue with
is
the
do you think this is sanctioned by the board, this whole thing that she's here and talking to him? Or is she kind
possibly,
of doing her own thing?
I think it's possible that this is the board having her look into him. Um, or she could be just doing it on her own because she has her own suspicions. I definitely think the board recognizes that reintegration is a possibility and they just won't admit it. Um, and she seems like she's pumping him for information. Because as they go through the conversation here, um, Mark says, "So you know all about it?" And she says, "Yes, I know all about it. I'm like the head of the company, Mark." And they joke around a bit more, and he's like, "I don't know. You're the one who invented a revolutionary medical procedure." She says, "That was not me. That's my father. You should meet him sometime." A very weird thing to say. She definitely
Well,
has
see,
feelings. Like it's weird. He's like
that's
your
why.
father, huh?
Sorry. I feel that's option 3. I feel there could be a third option where she is legitimately trying to pick Mark up and take him to see Daddy. Like
Yeah,
she
I
thinks
mean,
this is how relationships work. You assault
well,
somebody and then you take them to see your dad. And she thinks that's right. Because she's
it's
crazy.
warped. It's
It's
warped,
warped.
having this creepy, flirty banter when she knows what she did to him,
Mm-hmm.
she allows this banter to go on. She's like, should meet him sometime, and he says, "Your father?" She's like, "Yeah," and he says, "You want to take me home to dad already?" She says, "You'd be the first." He says, "Yeah, so no pressure." And they're joking about it. Yeah, none whatsoever. I mean, it's weird as hell. Yeah. Why would she say this? Yeah, she seems like she is definitely flirting with him and she's drawn to him. It could be because her innie fell for him, so the feelings from her innie are bleeding through. Maybe that's the reason for it. Whatever the reason is, it's creepy as hell because she
Mm-hmm.
violated him. And he doesn't even know. Remember, he doesn't know. That was
Mm-hmm.
his innie that she slept with, so he has no idea about any of it. It's it's so messed up. It's so messed up. And the power imbalance, the power she has over him makes it even worse. Then she says, "Seriously, I'd love to hear about your experiences sometime." Again, this is why I think she's also trying to pump him for information. I think she has a dual motivation here. She feels drawn to him in a flirtatious way, in a romantic way, but she's like, "But seriously, I'd love to hear about your experiences sometime." And he said, "About Severance?" She says, "I meant about the overtime. I meant the other night." So she cuts herself off. She says, "I meant the overtime. I meant the other night." And then she clears her throat again. That's a tell. So she says, I mean, I can't imagine how confusing that must have been. And I know you've already been through so much, losing your wife and all. So she's not talking about the overtime contingency. This is code for her talking about his encounter with her as an innie. Because first she says, "I meant the overtime." Then she cuts herself off and says, "I meant the other night. I mean, I can't imagine how confusing that must have been." And yeah, it would have been confusing as hell for his innie, you know, having this experience for the first time. It's like a young person's first sexual experience. That's what he had, and it must have been confusing. And maybe on some level, she's not completely inhuman and feels some level of remorse for taking advantage of him like that. I kind of got that sense from that statement. Um, but I definitely think she's referring to that, and she's possibly wondering if maybe his memories could bleed through from that experience. That I don't know for sure, but I definitely think that what she's talking about, what's on her mind, is their encounter when she violated him. And she kind of seems like bit remorseful, but not remorseful enough because she's flirting with him and having this conversation where he's completely in the dark, joking about taking him home to. Well, I mean, she wasn't even joking. She said that she'd like him to meet her father, and she was serious. Which is bizarre. Like, she actually wants to date him. Yeah, it's completely bizarre. But um, so she then pretends she doesn't remember the name of his wife, which is bullshit. She knows it's Gemma. That's the most important thing they're working on, Cold Harbor. So of course she knows the name of his wife. She says, I know you've already been going through so much, losing your wife and all, Hannah. And he says, Gemma. Sorry, Gemma, it was a car accident, right? This whole thing is just so gross. She knows all about this, and she's pretending, she's feigning ignorance. It's just so gross. She's like, such a shame she was so young. Oh, it, I cannot stand her. Like, it's just so repulsive. It's absolutely disgusting.
She's like
And
subtly
he
kind of
doesn't
taking
know.
away her identity too, and trying to, by calling her dehumanizing her by calling her Hannah versus Gemma, and there's a lot
Yeah,
of depth to all of this conversation. That you're right. It's really gets under your skin. It's pretty disgusting.
it is. Yeah. Um, so, it, she has all this information that he doesn't have, and she's pretending that she doesn't. And at the same time, seeming like she actually is interested in dating him, even under these circumstances. Like, are you kidding me? Like, he should meet her father, and she's flirting with him and joking with him. It, it's just so gross. She knows that she violated him without his knowledge, and he has no idea. She knows that his wife, now remember all this stuff that she knows that his wife is alive, that they faked her death, that they've got her down there prisoner, are experimenting on her, and they have his Innie working on her chip and screwing her up. Like, she knows all of this while she's having this conversation with him, like it's perfectly natural. It's so sick. She is twisted. She's really twisted. Now, there are facets of her that I can empathize with, because in any well-written story, the villain is not cartoonish and two-dimensional. There are things that you can empathize with in their origin story that made them into what they are. Um, like Doug Hughes quotes Mary Shelley all the time, and he says, "Monsters are not born, they are made." That's what Mary Shelley said. Um, you know, people are not born evil. She's not this some kind of evil incarnate person. She was shaped into being this way by growing up in this cult and not receiving any love, affection, appreciation from her family. So that's why she is the way she is. Now, it doesn't condone any of her actions. She's reprehensible, but I like that she's complex, and you can feel empathy for her backstory while still considering her a vile person, which she is. Um, and anyway, anyone else have any thoughts on that? Um, Mark, Mark starts coughing, by the way, and she asks, "Are you all right?" And so again, I wonder if she has any idea about reintegration and if this could be a symptom, you know, because he goes to leave, and this is the part where she might start suspecting him. We're getting to the end of the scene, and then we'll check in with everybody.
Grant
Um,
wants to get back in, by the way.
oh, Grant dropped off? I didn't know that Grant dropped off. Sorry about that. Hey, Grant. I'm
Hey,
so
all.
sorry. I didn't know. Did you have internet problems? Did you drop off because of that?
Yeah, a little while ago.
Oh, sorry about that. I gotta get a device that works so I can hear when people pop back in. Anyway, um, so anyway, I was just about to say, so this is the moment where where Mark looks at her and he seems like he's starting to remember being with her. He gives her this really long look as he says, "Well, it was nice to meet you, Helena." And he stares at her, and it's this look right here. This is a really great shot, this point of view shot from Mark's angle, and she's looking back at him, so that the memories are starting to bleed through a little bit. He doesn't glitch, but he definitely gets a sense that he remembers something. And so she might be starting to suspect him now as a result. Maybe she's aware that reintegration is a thing, I think. And so this is a problem because it looked like he was remembering her and she might have picked up on that. And the coughing and, the wolfing down his food. If they are aware of reintegration, then she might be onto him at this point. So, any thoughts on any of this scene, Grant?
Yeah, I have a bit of a different take to it. I think, as I said, I'm still going on the theory that this is further into the future than we're led to believe. I think that there is a genuine attempt at a connection there because I think she's probably pregnant.
Mm,
And that's where she says, take home to see dad and everything the first time. That'll happen, everything. There is also a good chance that when she slept with him, that was her first time as well. She's in a very strict religious type doctrine sort of family that
yeah,
if they're watching every single person in their town, what do you think they're doing to their own next in line?
right,
So I think there's probably a good chance that if it's not her first time, then it's probably the first time that she's ever had relationships that wasn't something like an escort or something that she's paid for.
right,
The fact that she mentioned why would you mention the father and coming home to see you unless there was a thing? She doesn't know how to flirt with people. She doesn't know how to do it because she's never had that opportunity. She's just had the doctrine of care literally rammed down her throat because that's her family's motto and interest. You even see it when she's with a father. There's no emotion there. It's very very tepid.
right,
So I think that's what that was. And then when he didn't reciprocate any of the things, that's when she's giving him that look. I think she's there
right.
on her own business because you can see in the car the same guy that was there when Cobell came back. Remember when Cobell backed away? And the only
Yeah,
time that we've seen him with her is stuff that we don't necessarily know is official Lumen business. Maybe that was the reason why
right,
that Cobell went away. She's like, wait a minute, you would be here with the board or with someone else.
right, right. Yeah, I think she's probably doing this of her own volition. Um, it does seem to me like she's fishing for information, saying that she'd love to hear about his experiences sometime. Like
But he has
she,
none. That's the point. She would know that. Like it's also there's also a sick depraved level. The way that I look at it also is just imagine that your family develops a drug that knocks someone out, and while they were knocked out, you violated them in a sexual type manner. That's exactly the same scenario that's happened with her. And then you go back and you taunt the person who you did about their dead spouse. It's pretty sick.
right? Oh,
Um,
so sick.
There's as Irving said, Helly was never cruel because I don't think that Helena knows any better. This was her trying to be nice and flirty, and she
Yeah.
still managed to do something terrible.
Right. Yeah. Because yeah, she's extremely cruel in this scene. Having this all of this power imbalance and knowing what she knows about his wife, feigning ignorance like that, how fucked up.
Mm,
Unbelievably fucked up. She knows his wife is being kept prisoner and alive, and she's still so like she wants him for herself. I think
mm,
she genuinely wants him for herself. She's interested in him. She probably never has been with anyone. She said in this scene when he said, "Oh, you want to bring me home to your dad already?" And she said, "You'd be the first." I actually believe her that she hasn't been with a man and she hasn't known love. So, yeah, I think she's selfish and she's genuinely interested in him, knowing his wife is alive down there. Like, she doesn't even care, and knowing she violated him.
I don't know. I think that's where there's a tiny bit of guilt you can see, but I don't think she feels guilty one bit about what she did to Mark, because I don't think in her eyes there was anything wrong with that. That's how she would feel.
No.
But I think, like, the fact of the matter is that she saw how he changed when she said Hannah instead of Gemma. Like, that was like, oh, okay, so this is a sort of a serious sort of thing. Like, there's a lot to unpack. I mean, it's a great little conversation that they have. It goes by very quick, but there is a lot to unpack with it.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I as I said, I think this is a bit later on, in the future, and I think that I think that's the reason why she's trying to get to know him, because, well, I don't know what her father would do if she got pregnant to an employee.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
like, I don't know what would happen to Mark. What would happen to her?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I think she's there by herself.
Yeah. 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 I don't think. Yeah. I don't think that she was sent there to do this. I think that she's doing this on her own. Um, but like Matt said, it's possible that she's both. Like, this is I think it's both. Like Matt here says, she's both testing the fidelity of Severance, and she's also curious about Mark. She wants to own the one thing that her innie has. Like, I think she's genuinely drawn to him and romantically interested in him, and potentially testing the fidelity of Severance at the same time. It could be both things.
Well, she could be trying to
Yeah,
get back at her Annie for trying to kill her and all the things that happened, right? And might not be necessarily tied to love. I mean, she said it herself. Innies are fucking animals. How
that's
could she love an
true.
innie? I don't know. Or maybe she's testing to see if the Outie Mark is someone she could love, because he's actually human, unlike his innie.
That's one
It's
way to
true.
get back at Helly. Have the quote unquote real version of him.
It's true that, in her head, she looks at them as fucking animals because she's been socialized to believe that from a young age, and she's had that prejudice ingrained in her. It's just like any prejudice that society ingrains in us toward any group of people. There's prejudice against innies. And at the same time, though, remember that scene earlier this season where she was watching the surveillance footage and she was watching Helly and Mark kissing, and it gave a
Mm-hmm.
close up of her eye and the reflection of them kissing in her eye. She had a hint of a smile on her face in that scene as she was watching them. So even though her head is telling her they're fucking animals, they're subhuman, she's she's drawn to him anyway. She has attraction to him that she can't control. That's what I think is going on there.
I think she's more interested in herself and the fact that
100%.
within her there's the ability to love and have passion and have that kind of connection with a person, because, like you said, she's never had that in her life, and it's less about Mark. Well, it is about Mark, but less about Mark and more about her.
Right, because
It's
in one of the featurettes, the creator of the show, Dan Erickson, said that she's never known love, acceptance, or respect in her life that Helly has known. So when she sees that Helly has that, she wants what Helly has. Even though she sees them as subhuman, she wants what Helly has because she's never experienced. And that's an important insight for them to give us, that she's never experienced love in her life.
This is also the first conversation that we've seen of Helena outside of the Lumon talking to someone who isn't higher up in Lumon. Everyone that we've ever seen her talk to has been, either on the board or her father, sort of scenario. And that's when when she said they're all animals and everything like that. Maybe she's putting on a front as well in front of them, because growing up in that family, you'd know how to do that.
Yeah, It's possible, but I do think that she's been conditioned to think this way from a young age. It felt very genuine when she said they're fucking animals, the way she said it with Venom. She could be putting on a front, but I think that's her prejudice that she's been raised with.
She
Um,
has everything in the world, and the one thing that she like, it shows how much of a narcissistic sort of type character that she is. That she literally has the key to the entire world, and she's jealous of her Innie because her Innie has the love of an employee. It's the
well, the
one thing
thing
that
of
she
it is, though,
can't have, and she's like, "Why not? I want that now." It now becomes her sole focus.
well, the thing of it is, though, she doesn't really have as much as she seems to have. She's actually not living a very free life at all. She's ironically less free than her Innie, who is trapped down there and can't leave, because she has to hold all of her feelings in. She has to be this poised Egan, CEO in waiting. She has to do what she's told. She's two different occasions she's ordered to go back in this season. She's not given a choice. So she really doesn't have as much as the privileged life that she seems to have. Yeah, she has money and power in some regard, but not really, because at the end of the day, the board and her father tell her what she's going to do. And after the whole overtime contingency thing, she looked like she felt triggered because she was standing once she was woken back up at the beginning of the season, and she was standing there by herself after Helly had been turned back into Helena on stage. She was standing and holding her neck, which meant she was triggered. I took that as a clear sign she was triggered and remembering how Helly tried to hang her, and she didn't want to go back in there. That when the board said we have to give him Helly R. Mark won't work without her. He won't finish Cold Harbor without her. She sat there silently, didn't say a word. They sent her back in, but they sent her back in as a spy, we later found out. And then when that didn't work, they had another meeting, which we recently saw, and she explicitly said, "I'm not going back in there. My Innie tried to kill me. And then this other one tried to kill me. They're fucking animals." They didn't give her a choice. Natalie said, "The board appreciates your sacrifice. Mark won't work without her. Mark won't finish Cold Harbor without her." That was it. End of story. She walked in and she looked terrified when she got in the elevator. This is what made me feel empathy for her and why the writing of this show is so damn good, because even though she's a narcissist and a villain and she's despicable, you still feel empathy for the situation that she's in that shaped her to be this monster. Um, she doesn't have much power at all. So, you know,
Drummond also told her the same thing the Innies are told. The work is mysterious, like kind of alluding to her really not knowing what's really going on or pulling the strings, like she kind of
no.
leads on to do, right? So I agree with you. I think she's definitely got duality too, and there's a part of her that I can empathize with as well.
Right, and remember, she seemed like she was genuinely having fun when she was pretending to be Helly. She finally got to just laugh at how ridiculous the propaganda is. She was laughing genuinely at that Dieter Egan story. I think that she didn't even have to put on an act. She got to let out her true feelings finally. It must have been such a release to just be herself, to just like be rebellious, let out her
You know,
rebellious side
that
that she's
just
never
made me
gotten to do.
think maybe the whole take you home to my father thing is more like, how a teenager might bring home a guy that she knows her father would not approve of to kind of rub it in her father's face. Like maybe it's one of those type of moves too for
Yeah,
her with the
Chad, he
rebellion.
rides a motorbike. We're getting married. Yeah,
She's slumming.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
lives in a van.
Right?
Also slumming.
Yeah. Um, let's see. Miss J's reviews. Yeah, I think that there could be a little bit of guilt there over what she did in the way that she described it. She was apologizing for the other night, but what she was really apologizing for was taking advantage of him. He just doesn't know that. That's why she said the other night. And he's like, "Yeah, you mean the OTC?" And she said, "Yeah." But then she said a second time the other night. So I definitely think that a part of her does feel guilty. Yeah, she's not a cartoonish two-dimensional villain. That's a great point. Hey, D Alim, I don't know how to say that, but hey, welcome. I did not know Britt Lauer before Severance, but wow, her performance this season is 100% award worthy. I agree. Yeah, I hope she gets the recognition she deserves. Yeah, 100%. She's been amazing.
There's this show called Ghosting that apparently has Adam Scott and Britt Lauer as a married couple.
Okay.
I would like to
That's
see
weird.
this. I don't know if anybody in the chat's seen it, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to see
Sorry,
that
Charlotte,
too.
what did you say that was called?
Ghosting?
I can't find it. Yeah, might go under a different name.
Right.
I heard it on the podcast, so I don't know.
Well, it might not even be out yet.
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Miss J's reviews, absolutely. I think that even though she views Innies as subhuman because this is how she's been socialized and brainwashed to think from a young age with this prejudice, yeah, I think she's jealous of her Innie and the freedom she sees her Innie having on the surveillance footage. Yes, she's literally trapped down there, but she's free in that she can be sorry, my mom is talking to me. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
Disney
thank you.
Explorers found it. It's
Thank you.
Ghosting. Thanks, Diz guy.
Um,
I wasn't making up in my head, so I appreciate it.
Oh, Ghosted. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So I think she's jealous of the way that Helly can rebel and be, let loose in there and just be irreverent and about this whole cult of Kier and she has this love and appreciation and respect of her friends and this love with Mark. Yes, I think she's jealous of her. Absolutely, yeah. Um, Dieter, I don't have a PayPal to share at the moment for donations. I should probably set one up for that until I can get my channel officially monetized, which is a process. I have to get, that process in gear, and it takes time. Right now, I just have Cashapp and Venmo, which are scrolling at the bottom of the screen, but I know that's not available in all countries and stuff. But yeah, Dieter, I don't have a PayPal to put up as of now, but I appreciate the thought. I do. It'd be nice to eventually be able to afford a laptop that actually works better so I can actually hear properly because this thing is a cheap $200 piece of garbage and is all I could. I shouldn't have even bought this, to be honest. Hey, This Guy Explorers. She is definitely shady. She has something up her sleeves. Yeah, I agree. Chris Smalls, hey, I agree. She definitely wanted to scout Mark for Team Helena. Yeah, and I think she could be just doing it of her own volition, just investigating and interested in him at the same time. Let's see. And yeah, maybe making sure he doesn't remember. Yeah, I agree, Matt. With Alice, Helena has no experience except for the strange rituals and potential orgies at Lumon. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But maybe some waffle parties on the outside. I don't know. Who knows what kind of rituals they might do in this cult? AA says I think it's kind of sick that the innies could have sex at work and not remember. Like they could literally be trafficking them at work and they wouldn't know a thing. Crazy. Exactly. Like they lose all bodily autonomy. It's crazy. Why would you ever sign that away? They could
That
be doing
that was the
anything with your
premise of
body.
Dollhouse. That literally happened in Dollhouse. Some of them that had their in Dollhouse, instead of being like you go to work, this was an alternate version of a prison sentence. So you get essentially severed, and this company gets to do whatever they want with you. Sometimes you're a negotiator, sometimes you're an escort, sometimes you're a babysitter. Like, yeah, it's It's really
Right.
sick.
Well, that's so messed up.
Oh,
Wow, yeah.
they would usually have a contract for 5 years, and people would get paid
Hmm.
a good deal of money at the end of it to use as a vessel. And oddly enough, Ms.Casey's in Dollhouse, so there you go.
Yep, she is. Yep.
Yeah.
We need to do
Yeah,
a watch
Matt,
party on that. We should at least watch the first
Yeah, I
episode
really
together.
yes, I really want to do that, Scarlet. I really am now I'm really interested in that because this concept is fascinating to me. So I definitely want to do that. We should schedule a watch party soon. Um, Matt, yeah, they sent her back because Mark wouldn't work without his team. They didn't give her a say. She had no say in it. They ordered her to go back both times. They didn't give her a say either time. And this time she said, "All right, I'll fake it again." And they said, "No, it has to be Helly. We can't take that risk. The board appreciates your sacrifice." And that was it. End of conversation. So yeah, that was my take on it. But yeah, that's from the limited amount that we've seen. And the way his father treated her with such derision, calling her a fetid moppet, sneering in her face over something that wasn't even her fault, that Helly took over her body. That was messed up. Um,
Realistically, she should have been angry at him for it. Because it's his
right,
fault. It's his company. Like,
right, exactly. And she just stood there and took it. You can tell she would never stand up to him. She just stood there like, "Father," and then he just walked away. She was standing there feeling traumatized, holding her neck because she was triggered by Helly invading her space after it once tried to hang her. And her father, instead of comforting her, just, sneered in her face and insulted her.
Well,
Um,
maybe it's her fault because she saw those chips with the pretty blue and green lights and said, "Daddy, everybody in the world will want one."
yeah, but she was a kid, she didn't know what she was talking about.
All
But
her
yeah,
fault.
it's all her fault. Yeah.
She put that into motion.
Dave, she did, he says one day thanks to you they will because of her PR stunt normalizing severance in society. He thinks that one day maybe the whole world could have chips. This is the first step in changing hearts and minds. Like if an Egan will do this, well, and it's okay for everybody. That's the whole point of the PR stunt, and she's complicit in it. But I believe that eventually we're probably going to find out that she was coerced into doing that. I don't think that she signed up for it because she just thinks it sounds awesome. That was just she said, "Oh, it just sounds like it sounds awesome." Yeah, no, that was a script she was reading from when she recorded that video, in my opinion. I don't think she elected to do it. I think they coerced her. David says the Audi wanted to be integrated with the Innie at that moment when she saw herself kiss Mark, like the man in the mirror observing us live our life with envy. Interesting. Same. Yeah, Miss D's reviews agreed on that other point. That she was coerced. Yeah, I think she was.
Hey,
But
Julie, I gotta dip out
yes.
at this point, tap out.
Yeah, we're at the
Surprised you stayed this
we're
long.
yeah,
It's a good
you've been a trooper.
conversation. I've been having so
You've been
much fun, you guys. Thank you
That's
for
cool.
inviting me.
I'm glad you could
you've been
show
a
up.
trooper. Yeah, you've been a trooper, and we got through. We're almost through the episode, so you
Yeah.
made it through most of it. And any final thoughts you'd like to share, and also please tell us what you have going on with your channel too before you go.
Oh man, my brain's a mess at this point of everything that's been going on. But yeah, I plan to keep on doing Severance videos, of course. I'm still working on some From stuff that I want to keep going through the off season. And I don't know, more to come, guys. I just hope that I can eventually grow the channel more to where I can dedicate more time to put more effort into it. But for now, you can expect weekly videos. If you're into these theories and breakdowns, please come over and subscribe. And hopefully I'll be back here to talk to you guys more as well.
Oh, we would love to have you back. You've been awesome. You've been a great member of the panel, great guest, and everybody please subscribe. I just went over there to grab the link so I can drop it in the chat. Dieter might beat me to it because he's fast. But in case he doesn't, I'm gonna make sure I grab the link for you. Definitely check out Banshee's channel and her content. She has awesome ideas and theories, and she's covering the show too. So be sure to go check that out. And as soon as the stream is over, I'm gonna add your channel to the description of the video so people on the replay can also find the link in there as well.
Thank you so much again. Have a good night, you guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, yeah, there's the link in there. The link to Banshee Breakdowns channel is right there in the chat. So why don't we continue? Was there anything else, Scarlet or Grant, or are we ready to continue to the next scene?
No, I've said my piece on this part.
Yeah. I was just thinking about Banshee's videos and how good they are. They're like listening to a story.
Nice. They're
really nice. They're really well written, and she always has some observation I've never heard from anybody else.
Yeah. Well, I really liked her. Like, I hadn't heard anyone else come up with a theory about like alternate universes going on and bleeding together. So the way she was explaining that's such an interesting take that I had never heard anybody else come up with on the show. So I liked that. It's a unique theory. So anyway, just to wrap up here, the scene we've got, not wrapping up the stream yet, but wrapping up the scene. So Mark gets weirded out by, that strange feeling like he recognizes her, and he doesn't even have to say anything. You can tell just by the cinematography that he gets this weird feeling of like almost deja vu. He recognizes her. He remembers something bleeding through, and he hastily leaves. So now you got to wonder, like, does she suspect maybe that he's reintegrating, because he did have a weird look on his face when he was staring at her. So he takes off.
I also like how the FU is like highlighted in that, like Zufu meaning grandfather. So
Yep.
FU, like Fu means father as well. Also, it's a big FU as well. Like, it's, they're good at their double meanings and stuff. So that's why I definitely also think like that he's definitely a father. And there's so many hints to fatherhood and motherhood in this season that I'm convinced that Helly's pregnant.
Yeah, I have to agree with you that that's highly likely. Yeah, and the show constantly conveys meaning through visual imagery, symbolism, metaphor, clues, hidden meaning. They do so much with the imagery of the show, the lighting, the colors, the way that the shots are set up. And you're right.
It's also very
That's
red
deliberate.
as well, which
also,
to me indicates red means the Outies, which means it was Helena that got pregnant.
Yeah. I agree. I think that's a clue right in our faces right here. Yeah. That's a great catch. That's a great catch. And you've got two dragons here, the duality also. You've got the mirrored dragons facing each other, and it also kind of brings up the concept of the inner dragon, the dragon within, that David Agile has talked about in different discussions related to From and Severance. Battling our inner demons and whatnot. So I think that was deliberate as well. But he rushes out to his car and takes off in a panic, because now, as they said in the featurette at the end, and look, there it is again. Oh my God, right next to his face, Grant. Look at that. It's
Yeah,
right next to his
right
face.
next to it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's like Ethan wearing yellow.
Yes. Oh my God. It's like, huh?
It's
What,
like
Scarlet?
It's like Jim with the sun on his neck and From.
Yes. See, From uses visual imagery to drop major clues as well, and foreshadowing. And definitely, I think Severance is doing that 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Severance is doing 5 shadowing. The amount that they can put into one scene, like every frame is on purpose. So the fact that it's right there, like, yeah, it's a blur to
Oh
him
my
at the moment
God.
because he doesn't realize he's a father yet.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's it. I'm sold. Yeah, that's it. Any doubt I had is gone after this. I'm completely sold. Yeah. That I don't like this. I don't like this particular
I don't like
storyline,
this.
but
I don't like this.
but
We just go
I
over one
don't
pregnancy line.
but I follow clues wherever they're going to lead, and
Yeah.
see, this proves to you guys that I'm not biased, because I don't have a confirmation bias approach to these kinds of mystery box or mystery type shows. This isn't a mystery box, but mystery elements. I don't have a confirmation bias. I follow clues wherever they lead, even if I don't like where they're leading. And in this case, I don't like it. I'd really rather not have a pregnancy storyline, but this is right in our face. Come on. This means father in Chinese. Come on. It's right in front of his face. There's a red lighting, and he looks stunned. He looks emotional. Like it's flashing in front of us in flashing lights. Like, hello, this is it. He's gonna be a father. Yeah, it's there. Um, and even though I don't like the theory, I don't, not the theory, I don't like the storyline. Um, I do get excited when I see things like this because I love how I love how shows are smart enough to use visual imagery to convey foreshadowing and symbolism and clues. It's amazing. This show does it even more than From, because every shot does seem deliberate. Every last shot of the entire thing, every frame, every shot, it's amazing. No wonder it took them 3 years to make this.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Like, the opening scene of season 1 took them 4 months of shooting, like 6 days a week. You know,
Mhm. Mm.
just to get it exactly how they wanted it, just to get it perfect.
It's an absolute masterpiece.
Thank
a
God it's with
masterpiece.
Apple and not with another thing, because Apple's got the money that they can put into it.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. They got that Apple money for sure. So anyway, um, so Mark, the featurette at the end, they said that what we figured anyway, that Mark rushes home, and this is what convinces him to, to go to those extremes and take the risk of flooding his chip with Reghabi, because now he thinks Lumon might be onto him. He doesn't know that Helena is actually interested in him in a romantic way. He doesn't even consider that as a possibility. He thinks she approached him just because Lumon is onto him. That's what they said in the featurette. So that's why he's like, okay, we got to speed this up. So Drummond,
This part
he
here, where
sees
he opens the chest and he goes into it. When we saw
he's got a
Innie
key.
Irving, yeah, well, he's got the key, yeah, for one. But when we saw
Yeah,
Innie Irving go through it last time, he opened the chest and he had to lift up something else in that to get to all that information. But this is just sitting on
right,
the top. Do you think
right.
Irving set this up so that when they look at it, when he opens it up, it's going to be a little bit out of place if he's going to know someone was there?
Maybe, but I mean, in that case, I don't know. I don't think he would. I don't think he would even agree to the dinner plans in the first place if that's the case, because this is giving up the game. This is a lot of work he put into compiling all this.
No,
I
no. I
don't think
mean,
he would.
I'm not saying that he's doing it specific. I'm saying every time he leaves the house. But because he was already in the house and he did, like, when he was doing the paintings and everything, and he changed and he went in there, that was when he was there. But when he leaves to go do something, he'll might rearrange his stuff around in a different way, so that way if anyone comes in or anything happens, he will know.
Maybe,
He opens it
maybe.
up and the key stuff's right there and all the lists and everything, which was hidden, which they showed was hidden in the bottom of the chest and everything. So why would it be
Right,
just, unless, the only other thing I can think of, unless this is his inside man that he's talking to on the phone.
right. But if that's his inside man that he's been working with, then why would he be breaking in and looking through his stuff while Burt is having dinner with him? It seems like a setup.
Yeah.
Where like
Oh
Burt
no, I
tricked
understand
him
that.
to get him out of there. Yeah,
I
but
just want
that's
us
a
to think
good
Bert's
point.
evil and it's a red herring.
you think that what's a red herring?
Just unless Burt being evil is a red herring.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a red herring, but this whole thing, I mean, this screams setup. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
why else would Drummond be breaking, letting himself in and rifling through his stuff like this? If he's working with Irving, I don't know why he would be doing that.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Like,
just spitballing ideas here with that, but yeah, I definitely think it's a setup from Irving because, as you saw, we saw how much Innie Irving had to go through stuff to get to the list and everything, and now it's
that's a
just
great
he
point,
opens it and
though.
it's just sitting there.
Right. See, that's a great point. I didn't think of that. So that is, I'm gonna have to think on that as to why that could be. Um, is he getting careless? Maybe he's getting careless because he had that
Yeah.
meeting with Burt, and he has that
As you said,
natural
love
attraction to
blind.
Burt. Love is blind, you know? So I think maybe it's because he got careless. Now that I'm thinking about it, since you brought it up, he got careless because he was excited about meeting Burt. So he didn't leave his stuff hidden the proper way. It's the only explanation I can think of that in my head, you know, because if he thought there were any chance that somebody was going to come rifling through his stuff, I don't think he would have left it that. I don't know. Yeah, he might have moved it around. He might move it around every time he leaves, but hide it better than that, I would think. So yeah, I think he got careless. I think he got careless. Look at this. This took him years. This had to take him years to compile, and what a waste. He's such an intelligent guy, like I was saying earlier. He's brilliant to be able to do this and use sleep deprivation and painting that hallway over and over to try to send messages to his Innie. He's brilliant, and yet love blinds him. He's got those love goggles on. I really think he has feelings for Burt because of his Innie's relationship with Burt, and now he screwed up. He screwed up, and like all of this work for nothing. This makes me mad, and I don't know what's gonna happen now. Now Innie Irving's gone. Now what the hell's gonna happen to Outie Irving? This is serious. This is a problem. Um,
He's going to go on a long cruise.
oh God, yeah, an elongated cruise voyage. You said
Yeah,
time
to
isn't
sleep with the fish.
happening Sorry, what, Scarlet?
Long cruise to sleep with the fishes.
Oh, I mean, we know, like Grant has said, maybe time is not like occurring in a linear way on the show. So maybe he is going to go on an elongated cruise voyage, and it hasn't happened yet. It's not going to be that type of cruise. It could be, uh, yeah, he could be on a hit list now by Lumon. This is unnerving. I don't like it. Um,
The only reason that I don't think that what's his name Bert is evil and everything, we saw him in tears, watching over Irving, and when he was first in the car. I think it was the first episode or second episode or whenever it was. When he was first following him, he was bawling his eyes out.
really?
Yeah.
I didn't see tears. I mean, I thought he looked sinister, but maybe he had tears in his eyes.
I'm sure he had tears in his eyes.
Okay, all right.
I'll go back and see if I
Maybe
can find it.
maybe it's my lousy Chromebook that I'm watching things on and not a big TV, so I didn't see that. But because I don't watch these on.
I watched it on big TV and I didn't see it, so I'll have to have the evidence.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look back. But because I thought he looked sinister when he was watching him, but who knows? So this scene here, this scene is really important. So this is where Fields slips up. Burt says we used to call each other Hun. Okay, this is funny. Fields says then 10 years ago that became Attila because history. He's not sure if Irving knows history because he was an Innie. He's severed. Bert's like, yeah, he knows history. And Fields says, and it wasn't 10 years ago, it was 20. Um, and then Bert's like, no. And Fields says, yes, because I remember we were having drinks with your Lumon partner. Quite startled him. And Irv is saying, well, didn't the first severed office open 12 years ago? So Fields slipped up. Burt looks pissed, and they exchange looks. Burt says, maybe that's enough of that, huh? Gesturing to the wine. And Fields just kind of gives him a withering look. He slipped up. He slipped up. I think that Burt really has been there for 20 years. He's one of the Lumon higher ups, and the way that Burt brushed him off and said, maybe that's enough of that, huh? He looked pissed. Fields let that slip because he had too much wine.
And that Severance started way earlier than people want to believe.
What, you think maybe Severance started like more than 12 years before?
Yeah, when he says 20, I think that's when Severance started.
Yeah, but then why did Burt get so agitated and say, maybe that's enough of that, and gesture at his wine, and then
because
the
he
comment
wants
he made to
Irving to think it's 12 because he doesn't want Irving to look into it. Those missing years, those 8 years, where they were putting probably chips into the military or someplace.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
You know,
yeah.
Secretive shit, you know.
Either way, he's definitely trying to cover something up.
Yeah, definitely.
Something nefarious, I think. So he's clearly pissed. We can definitely agree that he's not happy with Fields for drinking so much wine and saying that. And then he blames it on the wine later. But we'll get to that scene in a bit. So yeah, that's a slip up. And and so then all of a sudden Fields just blurts out, "Do you think you two ever made love at work?" And Bert's again not happy with that. Are you done humiliating our guest? This is really sad, actually. Well, and again, throughout these scenes, you've got like the fire lighting behind Burt, making him look sinister again, even when the flames aren't there. Fields looks so sad, and it's heartbreaking because he says, "It sounds like I'm mad, but I'm not." Cards on the table. I've been talking to Pastor Gale about this, and I believe that Innies deserve to experience love. I mean it, and I hope it was beautiful. It's so sad. Like John Noble is a world class actor. I
You
can't
had to
say enough
pause it on
about
that
this man.
face. My God, this breaks my heart.
Isn't that devastating?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does
Also,
panels really well.
I got to the spot that his eyes are really like glassy. I took that for crying. There wasn't actually any tears on his face, but yeah, his eyes are really glassy when he's staring at him.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
At one point he said, I forgot the line where he said, can't we be pragmatic adults about this? There is a non-zero chance that the two of you had unprotected sex, and so I felt the right to ask. And then that's where he said, it sounds like I'm mad, but I'm not, Um, it's so sad, like he really does, it hurts him because Burt is his husband, he loves him, but he genuinely believes Innies deserve to experience love and means it. It feels genuine, and saying, I hope it was beautiful, even though it hurts him and it breaks his heart. This whole idea of Burt getting severed was so that the two of them could be together in heaven in some form or fashion, that some version of Burt would be there with him. And now it backfired. He connected with Irving on the inside. So it's just a heartbreaking story for this poor man. And he
It was
sells it
also
with
very,
this acting.
yeah, very poignant word to say unprotected, because I don't think there are Lumon condoms in the commissary.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. And I think in this shot here, you can see his eyes are glassy. Yeah, his eyes were welling up with tears. John is an incredible actor. If anybody in the chat, if you haven't watched Fringe, one of the best shows I've ever seen. I absolutely loved it. Fringe was made by some of the same people behind Lost and From. It's phenomenal. It's just, and he's the best character on the show, hands down. Delivers an incredible performance. One of the best characters I've ever seen on TV. Um, yeah, great show, and John is just phenomenal. He sold this beautifully. Um, and yet Burt is still giving him withering looks. He is pissed. Look at his face. He is pissed. There is no compassion or love on his face. He's just angry, shooting daggers out of his eyes because of that slip up with the 20 years. And, he just kind of looks back and forth at them, and that was the end of that little scene. But I couldn't wait to see John Noble's performance in this episode. I knew it was going to be amazing, and I hope we get more of him this season. I don't expect him to have a large role, but it'd be nice to see more. He's great. He's just top tier. And
He's
the
only
three of these guys
credited
together.
in one more episode, and that's the final.
Ah, damn. Yeah, I didn't expect to get much, but
But that
it's
doesn't
nice to at
mean
least get a little.
he's not going to turn up. Irving, after episode 4, John Turturro wasn't credited in any of them. So
Oh, that's odd.
yeah, well,
That's
no, I
odd.
mean, you saw what happened at the end of episode 4. So when he's
Right.
done, and then when people look at the next episode, they're like, "Oh my god, he's not there!"
Right.
You know.
And yet he was here. Yeah, just
Yeah,
in Outie
yeah, he
form.
was.
So yeah, maybe the whole point of that is just to keep the element of surprise. So we know that we didn't know he was going to
Yeah,
be back.
it could be. Yeah.
But yeah, and just having those three guys in one scene together, wow, these three veteran incredible actors is amazing. So Mark rushes in and decides he's gonna go ahead with this extremely risky and disgusting procedure. And don't worry, I didn't take any stills of the most gory parts because I can barely look at it myself. Plus I shouldn't show them on YouTube. But they started up and she's basically opening up his scalp and doing brain surgery on him when he's awake. And this is even worse than the scene where they put the chip in season 1 with Helly. This is worse. I mean, with that, you just saw some white stuff coming out, but this was grosser. You could see his brain, blood, and he's awake. Like, how are you? I never understood why they do these procedures on these people when they're awake. Shouldn't they be knocked out for this? Doesn't it hurt?
I know that no, it doesn't. That's the thing. There are no pain receptors in the brain. So the only pain receptors that you have is the thin layer on the outside of the skull and a small one on the inside, which can be taken care of with a local. So you can literally drill into the skull, and there is zero pain because there is no pain receptors in your head. So whenever you get a headache, it's not actually your brain or your head, it's the membrane on the outside that's either getting positive pressure because your brain's swelling or the liquid swelling, or it's compressing because there isn't enough liquid.
Interesting. Well, thank you. You just resolved something that's been bugging me since I first started the show. Why are they awake for this? Okay. That makes sense then.
Also, that's
It's
also another
horrifying,
way
though.
is to know if you've actually done some sort of damage. So
Right. You can ask them questions and stuff. She's got
absolutely,
an
yeah.
X-ray going. She's got an X-ray going, and she can see the chip in there. And I skipped over all the goriest images. I'm not showing those, and I don't want to look at them anyway. There's no need for me to screenshot those.
Like a giant
Just stuff
gaping
like
hole.
this. Yeah, the giant gaping hole in his brain. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, thank
that's so
you.
gross.
This is bad enough. It doesn't even really show anything from this angle, but she sticks a very long needle of fluid in his skull, into
She
his
probably
brain.
just stick her finger
And
in
then,
there.
oh my,
Poke
yeah.
poke
There's
around a little bit.
There was a little hole, the right size for a finger, so yeah.
Put her pinky in there.
Like Fatima on From. And then you can see on the X-ray, like the needle getting closer and closer to the chip, and she's flooding it with some kind of fluid. That's what she talked about as flooding it, which is gonna speed up the process. So she did a 180 in this episode from keeping it slow, him being impatient to keep going, and now all of a sudden she wants to flood it, speed it up, and now this is going to accelerate fast. And he she patches him up, and then let me see how what kind of captures I got for this. This started getting weird. His eyes rolled back in his head, and there was more glitchy noises, and he started glitching and seeing a memory of being with Helly, like we saw in this episode. And like it was definitely a memory of that experience. You can tell from his point of view shot. Oh, that was a cool one I got. I'm just seeing them for the first time, my own pictures. So that's a memory. He's remembering that. That's a point of view shot. And then so I wasn't able to get this. So there were some very, very quick flashes on the screen. One of the flashes appeared to be Ms.Casey, but it was too quick for me to get. And then there was also he had a quick flash of the time that he was with Helena in the tent and he glitched and saw Gemma instead. He also had a flash of that. He jolted back in his seat saying, "What the hell?" Because that was bizarre. And that he was never with Gemma in the tent, so that must have been confusing. But that was that time that he glitched. He jolted back and she said, "Don't move." He gets pain in his head, and his sister knocks at the door. She tells him to stay down there, and like an idiot, he goes upstairs because, he says, "Well, my car is there. She'll know I'm here." But so what? Just it's not like she's the cops or something. Like, stay there. You just had a fucking brain procedure. Jesus. But he goes upstairs anyway.
Why do I have the sinking suspicion that Devin has a key to get in anyway?
Yeah.
Or she'd be able to rig a window and just get in because it's Devin.
Yeah, I feel like she probably could. And they do this thing too on this show, I've noticed, and I'm pointing it out in my latest deep dive, which I put out yesterday. My part 2 of my episode 5 deep dive. Even with non-severed people, they're constantly showing reflections. There's Devin, and she's not severed, but it's like they're trying to point out that everyone has a kind of duality in ourselves. It's not just like Severance is just a metaphor for that. We're all broken in different ways. We all have different sides of ourselves, and there's the concept of the shadow self that David and Jill talks about a lot in our chats. So it just makes me think of that, so I like how they do that. But she wants to know how this thing is going. She thinks that he's still trying to burn that message into his retinas with the light, and he said he's got something else he's trying now, and she wants to know what it is, and he just kind of says, "Well, I'm gonna do this on my own," which pisses her off. And like, "Why are you shutting me out of this?" She's wondering why, and then he gets more pain in his head and more glitching noises, and he just kind of starts yelling at her. And this reminded me, like, it's like Jurassic Park. The glass looks like it's vibrating water. The half expected a dinosaur to
do you think that he's lost all feeling in his arm? You think that's what that was? That he was trying to grab it?
I think he couldn't pick up the glass. Yeah.
Because his face looks a little bit droopy as well. I don't know if you noticed it when they cut back to it. He's like, his face looks really weird.
And also, Matt Gilbert in our watch party chat said that because Mark said, "What's that smell?" So that's a symptom of a stroke.
A stroke. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Smelling something off. Matt Gilbert said that smelling thing was a symptom of a stroke. So he's probably just had a stroke.
Well, that's the thing, like, because the stroke is like bleeding in the brain, and it puts a lot of internal pressure on your synapses. Essentially, that's what he's just been giving himself when they put a bunch of liquid in his head. It's literally mimicking what a stroke does.
Yep, Yeah, see, look how his arm is limp.
Yeah.
His arm is just laying there limp, and he can't get it to pick up the glass, so the glass just keeps vibrating. The water keeps vibrating, like Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's definitely a stroke.
Hmm.
I 100% agree. The symptoms are there. And everything just he starts making, he gets more glitchy sounds in his head, and then he just collapses on the
It's
floor.
when you think about it, it's a little unfair. Innie Mark gets to bang Helena, and then gets to bang Helly. Outie Mark, all he gets to bang is his head.
Oh shit. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah. He gets the shit end of the stick. For real. Outie Mark, I feel for him. I feel for him. His life sucks really bad. He dated that nice woman in season 1, but she's gone now. I guess the show just couldn't have any. They couldn't fit her in. There's just too much going on now. So
Well,
They
honestly,
couldn't
she's
give
the
her
least
a
she was
interesting
only
pregnancy.
part.
around for the baby.
Yeah, yeah.
Surprised they didn't
She
give
was
her a
the least.
pregnancy storyline. Like they knocked up Alexa as well.
Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
With
I'm
all of
glad that
Mark's
I'm glad that I don't do any
babies.
storylines with the rocket chick anymore. Because as much as that was all right, I mean, it didn't go anywhere.
Hmm.
Yeah. She was the least interesting part of season 1 for me. I just had no interest in her at all. In that situation, their relationship, the dating. Yeah. It was just to show that he was trying to move on with his life, but he was still stuck in the grieving process, and it just wasn't working. That's her whole purpose. That was the whole purpose of that storyline. That's all.
Well, to be a
Um,
doula too.
and also that, yeah. Um, yeah. This was really disturbing. When his head hit the floor, it was just this
Hmm.
crash, his crash, and everything kind of like the audio mixing. It was just all like a what is the I'm trying to think of the way to describe it. It was
He was
like his
glitchy.
ringing. It's like his ears are ringing.
Yeah, like he's lost balance. Like when you get a really bad ring in one ear, and all of a sudden you don't know whether you're standing or not. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, and it sounded like we're hearing the ringing in Mark's ears. So it was really effective the way it was done, and disturbing. And he looks, like he looks dead in that shot. It's scary, but let's be real. This is Adam Scott's show. He's not gonna die, so we don't have
Yeah,
to worry about him
it might be just Innie Mark's show now. Might be another Cold
Yeah.
Harvest scenario.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah, I hope not. Um, yeah, he's got plot armor. He's got some Boyd plot armor, like in From.
There,
So
there's like a scene in the next episode, but it's Ms.Casey working on his file.
yeah.
Dude, that would be the ultimate. Like, I mean, that would definitely go into what sorry, what was the other lady that was here earlier?
A Banshee? Banshee
Yeah, about what
Breakdowns?
Banshee was saying, like an alternate reality sort of thing. So they're working on a parallel universes version of the other person.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's interesting. Parallel universe. Oh, interesting stuff. I like that. I like that theory. Um, let's see. I'm just checking on the chat for a minute here. Um, hey, welcome, LM. Nice to see you. LM says, I heard a crazy theory. What if Outie Mark dies or gets brain damage from the stroke and only the innie is there, at least for a while? That would be wild. Yeah, like kind of like what Grant was just saying, like that's possible because Gemma may have had brain damage and they brought her down there, and she's just an innie all the time. It's possible, but I think that would really screw up the show, though. I mean, Mark is the center of the show. We need Outie Mark. Like that, the show is centered around him. So I don't think they can do that. Just because he's like the main character of the show. I don't know how they could. I don't know. I mean, it's possible because apparently I've heard that the showrunners are shooting for 3 seasons only, and so that's why the pacing is so quick. A lot has happened in a short time. I guess it's possible that it could happen. He's definitely not gonna die, like for real, like both versions of him, but yeah, it could happen. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where this is gonna be really interesting to see what happens next. If I mean right now the fact that he's with Reghabi is gonna be helpful. But the problem is, so like where does it go from here? The problem is like they're in Kier, and they've got people everywhere. They like if they get their hands on him, who knows what could happen? I mean, if he gets taken to a hospital, who knows how many people at the hospital are on the payroll? They could make him disappear, say that he died. Um, so I mean, I don't know.
I like to point out what Matt said. Next episode is named for the postmortem state in Tibetan Buddhism, and it is.
Oh, wait, sorry, say that again, Scarlet.
The next episode is named for the postmortem state in Tibetan Buddhism.
Oh shit! I wondered what the hell that meant. The name of the next episode. I didn't look it up yet. Interesting. Oh man, Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. It's possible then. Matt Gilbert said to LM, "You read my mind. I posted this on Julie's Discord. What if his Outie dies and he's Innie only? Vice versa. Next episode is named for the post-mortem state in Tibetan Buddhism." Okay, that's the one you were referencing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it could happen. It could happen. Matt said, "I think it's more likely that both Innie and Outie will die in a sense, and he will be reborn as a new, fully reintegrated subject." Hmm.
Like a rebirth.
Maybe.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
A phoenix.
Yeah, I could
rising through the ashes.
Yeah. Bardo is the state of existence intermediate between two lives on Earth. Interesting stuff.
So it's definitely something that Rickon's gonna say, 100%.
Yeah.
Actually, or if not Rickon, then I'll go Milkshake.
Then Milchick, yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
I called him Milkshake. We call him Milkshake here all the time. Ever since we heard it, we constantly do it. And when I'm talking to people about it, I still refer to him as Milkshake instead of Milkshake.
Oh yeah, I didn't even hear you say milkshake before. Yeah, I love calling him milkshake too. It's great. It's perfect. Yeah, I'll make one more poll before we do the last scene, and we can vote on what we think is going to happen to Mark. So the result before I end the poll, so here was the final result. There were 69 votes on what do you think of Burt? 51% said he's evil as hell. So that wins handily. 35% said morally ambiguous but doing bad things. 7% said it's a red herring, he's not evil, and 7% said other. So that was a fun one. I think he's evil, but there's not a cartoon character evil. I think there's probably some reason he became the way he is. But I do think that he's not a good, he's a villain. 100% he's a villain. That's my opinion. So I'm going to make one more poll. So let's see, what will happen to Mark? And by the way, thank you so much for watching. 61 people. That's amazing. Thank you for watching, listening, chatting, or even if you're just listening and not chatting, or listening on the replay later, because I so appreciate those of you who do listen later. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. Really appreciate it, because I had only ever covered From MGM Plus's From before this, and I didn't know if people would want to check out these lives, and so I really appreciate it. It's awesome. absolutely love this show, and I've never had anyone to talk to about it. I watched it by myself for the first time a year ago, and this is one of those shows that needs to be discussed with other people. I love hearing everybody's theories in the chat and talking with the panel here. I just love this whole discourse we have going. All of us, the chat, the panel, everybody who leaves comments later. So I really appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like. We do these lives every Monday. Scheduled time is 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes it gets pushed back a bit, but that's the time it's supposed to be. And on Thursdays we do the on Discord watch parties when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern, and again a second time at 10 p.m. Eastern, followed by a voice chat. So if you want to join that, the link to my Discord is in the description of this video. We're just making a quick poll before we break down the last scene of the episode and try to wrap things up. We've been on here for a very long time, and I need to get off and take care of myself. So let's see, what will happen to Mark? So he
dies.
Dies
Completely.
and...
No more Adam Scott. Dead.
Yeah.
Into the roll credits.
So dead. Not even in a dream or a vision dead. Real dead.
Yeah, right.
Dead stays dead. 0%.
Yeah.
No, I just thought it was funny.
The...
I just thought it was funny when what's his nuts was going on about Mark might die. The showrunner, can't remember his name.
Oh my god, yeah.
I think definitely something that's going to happen is he's going to go through the elevator and the severance process isn't going to work, and Outie Mark's going to go inside. That'll happen. That'll happen sometime during the series.
They'll take out his implant and put
that could totally happen.
They'll take out Mark's implant and put it in Ms.Casey. They'll take out Ms.Casey's implant and put it in Mark.
Could be.
He'll be implanted into a goat.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess it's hard to even come up with options, but I put down dies like Gemma, Innie all the time. Quotes, dies in quotes. He'll be, quote, reborn, fully reintegrated, or hospitalized, not reintegrated. And the last one I'm going to put is other, because come on, none of us think he's going to die for real, and he's just off the show.
But he might
not
die.
Gonna happen.
He might die.
Yeah.
I saw the featurette.
Oh yeah. Why won't it? Oh, okay. Apparently, one of mine has too many characters. Wait. Come on, it won't let me. There's such a small character limit on this thing. All right. Okay. I know how to rephrase it.
Oh
there.
man, it might Rickon might actually slip up and call it Chicky Bardo, and he might actually think it's Bridget Bardo, as you've been saying.
Yeah.
But she's a chickie.
Oh.
If you get what I mean.
Oh, it's Chicky Bardo. This is like the intermediate state. The consciousness is free from physical dependence. Okay. That's interesting. Bridget Bardo. Bridget Bardo, I'm dying. Harrow says, just curious if he's evil, why was Burt not in a high-level role, and wouldn't he be too powerful to be kicked out of Lumon? Well, if he's in a high-level role, then I think he's still actually working as a Lumon operative. He just was brought out of the severed role, if in that case. Yeah. If that's the case, yeah. And and we know they were willing to have Helena Egan severed, so they'd be willing to have another high-level person severed in order to do some kind of, espionage or whatever it was he might have been doing, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, Matt, I've tried to get people into the show too, and I've been really happy to get some from fans into this show who never watched it before, because that's just more people to talk to about it. So it sucks when it doesn't work out though, and people just aren't into it. We've had a lot of success with turning people on to Severance, which made me happy, because that's more of our awesome From community that we get to keep together to discuss this show now too. So let's break down the last scene, because it's getting late/early. I don't even know what you'd call it anymore. While people are taking the poll, we'll go through this here. So it's just the last scene is, well, I forgot to mention, Reghabi runs up the stairs and reveals her presence to
Devin.
Devin. And she's yelling as usual with her aggressive nature, "Don't touch him!" And yeah, so that.
And then Devin's like, "Who are you?"
And then, yeah, she's like, "Who the fuck are you?" Yeah. Huh?
Oh, that's it.
Scarlet?
That's it. That's it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something. Okay. So this is the last scene with Burt and Irving, and here Burt is trying to kind of smooth over what Fields slipped up on. He said he's fine. He'll be embarrassed tomorrow. He gets fuzzy, like saying I worked at Lumon for 20 years, which was of course before Severance existed. So he's definitely trying to cover it up.
Before Severance existed.
Right. Yeah.
Before. It's like,
yeah,
you didn't have to say it a second time. You probably wouldn't even remembered.
Yep, he's overcompensating because
Yep.
He's worried. He's worried that Irving, could catch on to him, his deceit.
Yeah.
He's worried now. So, yeah, that was a big slip up. So yeah, he's full of shit. Whether you want to say he's good or evil or whatever, I mean, he's deceitful at the very least, and so who knows? Like, there could be a twist, and he's not outright evil. He's morally ambiguous, but he's doing deceitful things. That's entirely possible, but I think he's a villain. My gut is telling me he's a villain at this point, and not just because of his resting evil face. It's just the vibe I'm getting from all of his behavior. And then he's flirting with Irving. Irv says this was fun, and it's just flirty back and forth, like, "Oh yeah, yeah. Well, then we should." Irv says, "Then we should do it again sometime." And Burt says, "You, me, and Fields, or you and me." So he's kind of implying that, okay, maybe he could get together with. Burt's implying he could get together with Irving alone without Fields. He's definitely playing into this flirty thing with him, and I think it's just to reel him in
How
more.
could you cheat on Don Noble?
How could you? Oh.
Well, also with what, even though I completely disagree that he's evil, though I am going to give a point against my own theory here. How would you describe Innie Burt?
Innie Burt, he seemed innocent. And reverent and
kind,
genuine.
laid back. Yeah. Which is the complete opposite of Outie Irving. He seems very much controlling, very very, very mean looking. Like maybe that was part of his biggest emotional baggage, and the Severance chip remove that. So
yeah,
I mean, you might be onto something, but I still think this is a red herring. I think because Walken is so good at being able to portray just that weird look. So
it could be, but then why the deception tricking him into coming there so that Drummond could rifle through his stuff and find out about his investigation that he's been working so hard on all this time. I mean, that can't be a
we
good
don't we
thing.
don't know. Correlation isn't causation. We don't know those two are directly linked. It just seems to happen at the same time.
Yeah, but it's too uncanny to me. It's the timing of it is just too uncanny. It doesn't, you're right though. It doesn't mean that he orchestrated it. It doesn't mean that, but I could see Lumon doing something like this because they can't be sure when Irving's going to show up if he just goes out somewhere. But this way, they'd know exactly how long he's going to be tied up. And let's say Irving left earlier than expected, he could get on the phone and warn Drummond or something like that. So that's what makes me inclined to think this was orchestrated and the timing of it all. But yes, it could 100% be a red herring. It could
I mean,
be. And
it could be Fields trying to get him out of his life because he knows that he might be a temptation for his husband.
nah, I get nothing but, in my opinion, I get nothing but genuine vibes from Fields. He screams
only when
genuine,
he's talking.
everything
Only
about
when
him.
he's talking about the innies. That for me. That's the difference. When he's talking about the innies, there is a real genuineness to that. But I don't know if that translates to everything else.
Yeah, I got nothing but sweet, wholesome, genuine vibes from Fields, but we'll see. You know,
Maybe he's severed.
yeah, you never know. You never know. With his show and the twists and turns. Um, but yeah, the lie too, the deception of it. Why is he covering up the 20-year thing? That's suspicious. That's extremely suspicious. And he looked pissed when Fields let that slip that it was 20 years ago, and he was working with some partner, the Lumon partner. It makes it sound like he's one of the higher ups at Lumon. They were having drinks with that Lumon partner. That's what Fields said, and it was 20 years ago. To me, that says he's one of the higher ups, which means he's lying and manipulating. That can never be a good sign. It's there's something big that he's concealing. He's full of shit when he's saying that he's only worked there for 7 years then, as a severed employee. So, uh, the only other thing I could think of is that he's been a mole all this time for the opposition, but I doubt it. I mean, for 20 years, I doubt that there even was an opposition in place for 20 years. There wasn't any. Actually, that wouldn't be the case because Severance had only existed for 12 years, so there wouldn't be this resistance movement against them 20 years ago. So that's just the vibe I'm getting. But poor Irving here. I'm getting nothing but strong vibes here that Irving is really into Burt and it's clouding his judgment. Look at his face. If those aren't love goggles, I don't know what are. Like, it's clouding his judgment and overcoming his natural intelligence and his instincts. That's why he agreed to this to begin with. Um, and left. I think that's probably why he left his trunk like that, not covered up like it should have been. All his secret stash. He was excited about meeting Burt. He was combing his mustache. Ugh, God, Irving just can't catch a break in this show. He's like the Kenny of this show. It sucks. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen to him now. He could be in big trouble. Innie Irving couldn't catch a break. Now Outie Irving can't catch a break. He's walking right into a trap. He's so lonely. He's isolated. He just wants a little love. He's flirting with Burt, and
No, he's playing the
it's
long game.
adorable.
He's the smartest one on this show. I guarantee. He's the smartest one. He's the first person to figure out that you can send messages and everything. This guy is cluey. I don't think for 1 second he's walking into a trap.
I would agree with you if I hadn't already seen evidence that love has clouded people's judgment on the show before. And as soon as that goes away, all of a sudden they can see everything clearly. He was sitting there in the car combing his mustache, looking nervous, like he was stalling before he went in. The way he's smiling at Burt,
That's how
and
clever he is.
flirting with
He
him.
even managed to convince us.
It could be, but when he was sitting alone in his car, he was all by himself. There was nobody to put on an act for, and he was sitting there combing his mustache and looking nervous. That's the vibe I was getting. So,
Well,
and also the fact that he,
as someone who has a mustache, it is always important to make sure it's straight whenever you're going to visit someone.
yeah, but that's something that he did when he was in Innie and he was into Burt. He combed his mustache before he went to see him. That was a sign that he had a crush on him. So it makes me think he's got a crush again. And also, the fact that you pointed out yourself, he left his trunk in a really foolish way. He didn't cover up those things. I think he was careless because he was excited about going to this dinner. Um, I hope I'm wrong, and he's playing the long game, and he didn't walk into a trap. Look when he walks away, Christopher Walken, what's his name? Burt. His smile immediately goes away as Irving turns his back. His smile fades, and his face changes. He watches Irving go to his car, and there, no more smile. That's the real Burt. Um, he's plotting. He's planning and plotting. I don't trust him. He had me a little bit fooled when he invited Irving for dinner. I I thought, well, maybe he's not being creepy when he was following him around in his car and spying on him, but yeah, I don't trust the guy. That was the end of that. So that was the final scene of the episode. Let me see where the poll is at. Scarlet, you have any thoughts in the meantime before we wrap up?
I don't know. I kind of want to err on the red herring side, but probably not.
Yeah. Um,
I
let's
just want
see.
Irving to find love.
I know, right?
I mean, even if it's
Um,
a threesome between Burt and Fields and him, just some kind of love,
I know.
or maybe with
It's so
Fields.
sad. Maybe him and Fields. There you
Yeah, maybe
go.
him with
No,
Fields.
they would be a perfect fit. They would be sweet together. That would be perfect. Good night, Trace. Yes, Matt, love is blindness. Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
LM said this was heartbreaking. Their relationship was my favorite in season one. I know, right? Me too. It was
But then
adorable.
didn't they say that love could conquer severance or whatever? Love
Yes.
conquers.
Yeah.
Milkshake hinted at that, and that's one of the reasons he tried to get Mark to go back.
Yeah. So maybe it
Yeah.
conquers all.
Um, in season one, this is a recurring theme in the show. In season one, Dylan actually was he was into Ms.Casey, and he said something about like he picked out his best shirt for her or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. And they said, well, when you got dressed in the morning, you didn't know Ms.Casey existed. And he said, well, maybe love conquers severance.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a funny line, but it also was a theme of the show. And Dan Erickson at the end of this episode in a featurette, he's the creator of the show. He said one of the big questions we've been talking about on the show is what transcends the severance barrier. And I think it's something we try to leave ambiguous, but it's always a question. And the featurette it focused heavily on Burt, Irving, and Fields, featuring interviews from Christopher Walken and John Turturro. And so I think what Dan is talking about is did their feelings for each other, can that transcend severance? I think that's what Dan was getting at. What transcends the severance barrier? And they want to leave that ambiguous. So yeah, I think Irving's feelings are transcending the severed barrier between the two selves. Um, like Miss J's reviews. So Outie Irving likes Burt too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I definitely think so. Um, let's see. D. Alum. I don't know how to say that. Sorry. I think he didn't suspect Burt going into the dinner, but he definitely left suspicious. I hope so. I really hope that he's not blissfully ignorant, because that would suck. He's so smart. I hope that love didn't blind him that much. Um, Scott says it may be love, but regardless, that is never acceptable to be a part of evil either. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, maybe Drummond is investigating both Irv and Burt. That could be, Matt. Yeah, that's a possibility. Absolutely. Yeah, good point. But I don't think so. I think he's sus. Also, this idea that personality traits like humor, taste, attraction aren't affected by severance. This is very interesting. Yeah, like AA was saying, Innie and Outie Burt both have the same sense of humor, but if you think about it, they all have the same sense of humor. They're Innies or Outies. So certain personality traits seem to transcend. Maybe humor can't be severed, certain other things. Yeah. But like Grant has said, it's interesting how certain things that seem to hold them back on the outside, that parts of themselves that they can't connect with or let loose, they seem to thrive on the inside. So, and that's the case in all of them. Hey, you changed your name again, Hangman Fletch. Why are you Hangman Fletch now? What's up? Nice to see you. Um, so, um. Yeah, so I don't know what happens to Burt next. Um, Final thought on that, I don't know. Like I don't know, and what happens to Irving? I don't know if I said Irving or Burt, but I meant to say Irving. I don't know. I really hope they don't disappear him because of this. Uh, I am not suspicious, he said suspiciously. Yeah, yikes. I'm worried about Irving. I'm really worried about Irving. I don't like this. Um Okay, let me see what the poll is doing. We can start to wrap this up. It's been 5 hours. It's amazing we have 63 people. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Let me check out the poll and see where we're at here. So, so the question is, what will happen to Mark? And 50% is the winning answer is he's. Oh, I had a typo in there, but excuse my typo. What I meant to write is he'll be reborn, not he'll be reborn fully integrated.
Is
So
risen.
50, yes. 50% think he'll be reborn fully integrated. Interestingly, 29% said other. If you think something else other than these options, write it in the chat really quick before we sign off. What happens to Mark if you don't think it's any of these? So 50% said he'll be reborn, fully integrated. 14% said hospitalized, not reintegrated. 7% said dies like Gemma and a 24/7 Innie. And 29% said other. I know there are multiple other options. Unfortunately, I can only put 4. I can't add any more than 4. So yeah, let me know what you think before we wrap this thing up. I'm curious. I think I don't even know. I gotta really think about this. I think it's possible. I would have to go with he's either reborn, fully integrated, or hospitalized but not reintegrated. It would be a wild twist though if his death is faked like Gemma and he's just an Innie 24/7. It would be crazy. I will say that. I doubt it's gonna happen, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. But um I don't know. Any other thoughts, Scarlet?
I don't think so. I think we've come to an end of another great episode.
I think so too. What about you, Grant?
No, but when you said that maybe he dies and then does it, he wouldn't know any different, Innie Mark. He would literally hit the elevator and then wake up in the elevator like he does every other day. He would not know any different.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Or he could wake up on the testing floor with brain damage, um, before they could be able to send him back up. Like he could be so brain damaged that they'd have to like rehabilitate him on the testing floor. We could actually have a crazy reveal where we actually see the testing floor. And while normally I would say this is way too early in the series for a reveal like that, at the pace that this thing has been going, who knows?
Yeah.
Things are happening fast.
Well, if they show it at the
Possible.
last episode of the season, then we've only got one season left in 18 years when it comes out.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So what they're gonna
So
do? They're gonna load Mark into a regular ambulance, but it's owned by Lumon people secretively, and then they take Mark to the severed floor. The exports.
that could happen. That could happen. Yeah.
And Devin
that
doesn't know
what
where he is because she couldn't ride with him for some reason, and now she has no idea where he is.
Right.
And
Yeah, that could happen.
Reghabi has to take off because she can't let any of the
Yeah.
authorities get to her.
Mm-hmm.
Reghabi is very much out for herself and not that concerned about Mark. She's made that clear. So I could see her just bolting. Yeah, I could see her just bolting to protect her own ass. And they take Mark. But because it's the town of Kier, they take Mark to the severed floor instead, and he winds up down there. We could be in for a wild episode if that happens. Like, just imagine. That would be a
And then it's
crazy
revealed
reveal.
in tanks everyone he's ever known is there, including Rickon and Devon.
Oh man. Rickon and Devon. Wait, why would they be on the testing floor?
That's what I'm saying. They're clones. I'm just saying add a new element into it or something.
Oh, okay.
If
Like
you're gonna do it as
clones.
the last shot of the episode, all of the season, you've got to add something. Like I don't think they're gonna get any better than She's Alive, but
Yeah. Or it's revealed that Devon and Rickon are the board.
yeah,
And they've always been the board.
even better.
Even better. Even better.
But they're severed.
Yeah.
The ones that we know are the actual severed versions of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that be a crazy reveal? Jeez. I think that there are major reveals still coming because they already revealed to us what the numbers are doing, what they're doing when they're refining data. That was an enormous mystery in the show, and they revealed that they're refining data on chips in people's heads. So that was massive, and they told us, the showrunner said at the beginning of the season, that you're going to think, well, okay, you've got big reveals, but there are even bigger ones coming. So who knows? Yeah, who knows what could be coming, and at the pace that they're going, I wouldn't be surprised if we get something wild like a reveal of the testing floor this season. It would be crazy though to me if they do it now instead of wait for the finale. But hey, it could happen.
Mark wakes up in the hospital and his head has been grafted onto a goat's body.
That would be amazing. Yeah.
It's phase 3.
It's phase 3, yeah. Oh man.
Put head on goat's body, question mark. Good success. Gain success. Gain monies.
Yeah. Yeah. Matt said maybe it's like a Lumon owned hospital. Yeah, like a private hospital. Isn't Dylan's wife an EMT or a paramedic or something? I think she is. Yeah.
Oh, that could be interesting.
That could be. Yeah. And you were there, the Wizard of Kier. Yeah, like if he wakes up and he sees like all these people around him that he knows.
I'm gonna say they call it ambulance and it's Dylan's wife in there as the EMT.
That could be that, yeah.
Wait, what?
She says that the ambulance that gets called has Dylan's wife in it.
Oh yeah, that could be. Yep. Oh yeah, he's got to be in the hospital, some hospital for sure, and it could be a private Lumon hospital. And it would be funny if it's Dylan's wife who picks him up. And thanks, Matt. Hey, you never know. It could happen that he could wake up on the testing floor and um maybe even, but if that's the case, I think the only way that could work without him, without them, like, they have to delay the reveal of him reuniting with Ms.Casey. They can't do that too soon. So if he's on the testing floor, I would have to think he's unconscious, and not able to see Ms.Casey. I don't think that if this happens, I don't think they're going to have him find Ms.Casey already. That's going to have to come later. That's going to be like maybe at the end of the season kind of a thing. But um imagine, something. I just thought of something too. In this episode, Dylan was hedging on looking for the testing floor, saying that he doesn't want to get in trouble right now. Helly was saying, like, Mark, we need to do this, let's go look for it after lunch. And Mark said, maybe. Well, guess what? Helly and Dylan are going to have a huge motivation to look for the testing floor if Mark suddenly goes missing.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if he's down there and they now all of a sudden they have a motivation to go looking for this thing because Mark's missing, and they might think, well, maybe they've got him down there like Ms.Casey.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting to think it's going to happen. It could
There's
easily
definitely some
happen.
story points that they can do if they go that route. But who knows? We might be just thinking Reghabi might just put him in the back of a van and drive off somewhere.
That's true. I don't know if she has the resources to care for him after a stroke, just her, but you never know. Um, it's possible, she could avoid, because I think if he goes to a hospital, then he's in trouble because Lumon has she told Mark that Lumon has people on the payroll everywhere in here. That means the hospital too. That's how they fake people's deaths. That's the whole reason. That's the whole way that they do it. They have people at the police station, she said. They got people everywhere. So if he goes to a hospital, then they could easily get their hands on him. So, and brain damage, this isn't how they got their hands on Gemma. I'm pretty sure she probably had brain damage. So, yeah, Matt. Now they have to save their comrade. This is plausible. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is turning into my theory. This is probably going to be what I put in my episode 6. I haven't actually written the script for my episode 6 deep dive. I've written all my notes out and my ideas and impressions, but I haven't written the actual script. So I still have room to add whatever I want. And I think I'm going to have to lean in this direction. Now they have motivation to save their comrade. So I think this could actually happen. Yeah. Um, Remember how Reghabi said they have people in hospitals, morgues, etc. Exactly. She said they just like everywhere else in here, they have people on the payroll. Um, oh, thanks. Thanks, Matt. I think it could be legit too. And thank you. Thank you. And it has been a great live stream. Thank you, D. Alum. This was such a fruitful live stream. I got a lot of new insights on what might happen next. Great discourse. Well, thank you very much. I think it's been an awesome discourse with Scarlet and Grant and Mr. Grant Gregory AI. He has his own channel, and Banshee Breakdowns. She has her channel. So make sure you check out both of them. I appreciate both of them joining tonight. Grant, you've been awesome as always. Thank you for joining. It's been a great conversation with you guys and the whole chat. Really enjoyed this one a lot. I mean, I always enjoy it, but yeah, this was a lot of fun. So thank
Thanks for
you,
having us.
Grant, for being here. Yeah. And before you go, tell everybody about your channel one more time before we wrap it up.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we've got Mr. Grant Gregory, Mr. Grant Gregory AI. It's all my content. I do AI and interviews, and yeah, just a bunch of jump on a bunch of streams to talk about the things that I love.
Nice. Awesome. I'm gonna find your link to drop in the chat real quick. If you're listening on the replay, you can find Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel in the link in the description of this video. So make sure you check it out and subscribe. And You're awesome to have on the panel as always. He also did an interview with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow from MGM Plus is from. So make sure you go over to his channel and check that out. It's one of the most unique. It is the most unique of the interviews I've seen because he asked creative questions, not the same old, and just thoroughly enjoyed it. It was creative. And so make sure you go over to his channel and check it out if you haven't already. If you enjoy From and Doug Hughes as the man in yellow, then you're gonna love it. So go over there and check that out, subscribe, and definitely check out Banshee Breakdowns channel as well. I'm gonna be editing the description of the video shortly after we get off stream. I'll throw her channel link in there. So check her channel out. She makes awesome Severance content as well. So that's okay.
Could you
That's
also
Banshee Breakdowns. Yep, Scarlet.
Could you also throw in Sci-Fi Vision, and I could promo my Yellow Jackets live with Jamie at Sundays at 10 p.m. EST?
Yeah, absolutely. Scarlet and Jamie are on Sci-Fi Vision's channel every Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, covering Yellow Jackets, and so that's. So if you're into Yellow Jackets, definitely check that out. I'm gonna find the link to that for Jamie's channel at Sci-Fi Vision. Let's see. Link to Sci-Fi Vision channel. Okay. There's the link in the chat for that. Make sure you check that out and subscribe. Jamie and Scarlet talk every Sunday night, and they do a watch party in Jamie's Discord. So if you go to Jamie's channel, you can find a link to her Discord. Every Sunday night, they do a watch party right before. Don't you guys do a watch party right before the stream also?
Yeah, probably at 9 o'clock. I mean, we're thinking about maybe changing the time a little bit. There's a lot of people that do Yellow Jackets lives on Sunday. We find.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely check that out.
What we're hitting for is like 11 o'clock right now, with a watch party in between like 9 and 11 somewhere in her Discord.
Right. Yep.
Right.
So
I'm really tired,
awesome.
So it's kind of random.
Yeah. No, that was good. The message received. We got it. So
somebody said wilderness.
Yeah.
They got it. They got the message. Yeah.
They got it. They got it.
We've been thinking about changing the name of the Yellow Jackets thing to the Wilderness Chose. We're not 100% yet, but we might just have that as the little name of it.
That would be fitting. Yeah. Matt said, Scarlet, those paper clips in your profile pic are a disgrace.
Yes. Yeah, I know. They're a disgrace because they're not standard issue silver. And I'm putting them all in backwards, and I'm also just pulling them apart and just making, jewelry out of them.
Yeah. Yep. How dare you?
Punk rock earrings.
Matt. Yeah. Matt said Grant does interesting dark philosophy streams and discussions. That's cool. Nice. And Matt, yeah, we're not just tolerating your ramblings. We enjoy having you here and hearing your ideas and theories. So we're not tolerating anything. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
I gotta ask him, does he watch Yellow Jackets? You watch Yellow Jackets, right, Matt? What did you think of that last 15 minutes where it was this like Lynchian music, like the whole thing, the last 15 minutes was kind of like Fire Walk With Me, kind of.
Yeah.
It was so David Lynchian.
That sounds,
I know you don't know what that means, Julie, because you haven't watched many David Lynch stuff, but the music was just like, it was bassy, it had country rock in it, like they played in the Pink Room and Fire Walk With Me, and it was just all that.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Well, one of these days I will finally get around to watching Twin Peaks, and then I'll know what the hell all this stuff means, and I'll have the context.
But I'll just show you clips. I'll just show you, here's the pink room scene from Fire Walk with Me, kind of out of context, just so you could hear the music.
Yeah, as long as it won't spoil too much, then yeah, okay.
But the
Fletch,
soundscape is always like really bassy, like it has this rumbling bass like kind of thing to it, and it's great.
okay, cool. Fletch, yeah, sorry you missed this one too. Yeah, try to make it next time. I'm just glad that you're watching the show. I'm so glad you decided to stick it out and give it another chance. I was like begging you to watch this. Please watch this show. So I'm just glad you're watching it and you're into it. And yeah, Matt, why would the writers give Mark this medical emergency? What plot or narrative function does it serve? Yeah, I like this a lot. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense unless they're going to do something huge with it. And yeah, I think I'm going with this theory. It's going to go in my deep dive. So keep an eye out. And, speaking of which, in the next few days, I'm going to try my damnedest to get a deep dive, especially now that I just came up with the theory like right on the spot here. I'm gonna do my damnedest to get this out before, at the very least, if I can't do a full deep dive, I will have a video out by Thursday. It may not cover the entire episode, and knowing me, I'll have so much to say that like last episode, I'll have to divide it in two, but I will get a video out by Thursday, including the most important stuff I'll put in there. So please keep an eye out for that. My episode 6 deep dive. I'm sure it'll be a part 1, and that'll be out by Thursday. Somehow I'm going to fit it in. If necessary, I'll do a part 2 after the fact. But thank you to everybody who's watched my other deep dives. I have one that came out yesterday. If you could give it a view, I'd really appreciate it, even though it's late. It's a part 2 of my episode 5 deep dive, covering all the Innie experiences.
Just bring it up, hit
Yeah.
play, fall asleep, just let it go. Just let it play.
Just, yeah.
Let it lull you into sleep
just,
or a coma
just,
or weird hallucinations or visions.
yeah.
Or the bardo.
Nice bedtime fodder for you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. We really enjoyed it. You guys make it what it is. You know, the participation from the chat. You make it such a great discussion. So, so people thanking us. You know, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you, LM. Thank you very much. So glad you could be here too, and welcome. I think you're new unless you changed your name from something else. So thank you so much for being here. It's so cool to see new people finding us, finding these streams. It's awesome. It's awesome to see the lovely familiar people from our community and then see it expand and new people joining. It's exciting. So I truly appreciate it, and it means the algorithm is working. And yeah, it's not easy to, there's a lot of people covering this channel. I mean, this show, a lot of channels covering it, but we love the show, and it's awesome to have people to talk to about it and get into these really interesting, deep discussions. You know, we love deep diving, so we couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the replay gang who are listening over the next couple days. Really appreciate it. After the stream is over, I'm going to actually make chapters so that if you missed anything, and you have a good rest too, Fletch. I know it's a different time of day for you where you are, but enjoy your day. See you later. After like 15 minutes after the stream ends, and I'm going to be able to edit it, and I have to wait. If I don't wait, then the replay of the chat will go away. So I have to wait. When the replay of the chat appears, I'm going to edit this and add chapters. So if any of you guys missed part of the stream and there's a section of the episode you'd like to hear the discussion on, you're going to find chapters there, which will make it much easier to sift through this 5.5 hour live. I do this every week. So you got to give it like maybe 15, 20 minutes. That's when I start working on it. And then it takes me, to be honest, well, it does take a little bit of time. So it might take me like an hour and a half before I actually can get it all done, tops. But I do break the whole thing down into chapters, and that way you can find different sections easily as we break down the episode for whatever part you're interested in. And because I know most people don't have time for a 5.5 hour live, and I appreciate whatever time you do have. So just watch for that. I'll put it in a pinned comment at the top of the chat. If you're interested, it'll be there. All the timestamps will be there. Also in the description of the video, the timestamps will be there. But it'll be also right at the top of the chat. So just watch for that. And if you could give my episode 5 part 2 deep dive a view that I dropped yesterday, even if you just watch 30 seconds, it counts as a view. I would appreciate it. Helps with the algorithm and helps with people finding me. It's late, but it's not a recap. It's just ideas, theories, that kind of thing, analysis. Um, so I think it's still worth a view, even though it's late, hopefully. And in the
Just hit
next few
play.
days,
Go to
I'll be
bed.
dropping my episode 6. Yeah.
Hit play. Go to bed. Have weird dreams. Maybe good
Just
ones.
let
I
it
don't
play and
know.
go to bed. You don't even
Yeah.
have to pay attention to it.
Your
But it's nice
subconscious
when
will
people
do that for
But
you.
then watch it in the morning when you wake up.
Your Innie
Yeah.
will be watching it.
Your Innie will be watching it. Your subconscious. Yeah. But even if you don't have time to watch the whole thing, I actually had some restraint. It's under 30 minutes. That's rare for me. It's 28 minutes long. So if you don't have time to watch the whole thing, even part of it counts as a view. Anyway, that I dropped that yesterday. That's the latest video on my channel, and I'm going to put a link to it in the description of this video if it's not already there. And Matt, let me see. Oh, and Dieter just dropped the link to that in the chat. Thank you, Dieter. That's why you're the GOAT. You're amazing. Thank you very much. Matt says this channel and Pete Peppers are the best for Severance. Aw. The others are, let's just say, creative. But this is the best, in my opinion. Aw, thank you. That means so much to me, Matt. Knowing what a diehard fan of Severance you are, that means a whole lot. Because I know you follow a lot of channels and you're such a deep thinker in terms of this show. And I know how much you invest in this show, like the thought that you put into it. So that means a whole lot. Thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate it. Um, that's why I hound the chat for likes. You're awesome, Scott. Thank you for cheerleading for likes. Thank you so much. It helps so much. It helps people find the stream. This is a new channel. I've only had this channel since September, and this is only the second show we've covered. So thank you. I can't thank you enough for all your efforts. You're amazing. Anyway, it is it's 3:38 a.m. for you, Scott. It's 4:38 a.m. here, and it's 8:38 p.m. for you, Matt. Oh, boy, your evening is just beginning. I forget. Sometimes I forget that you're I believe you're in Australia, like Grant. So um so yeah, I need to get off of here. Scarlet needs to get off, so we
Yeah.
can get some rest.
Yep.
So the next thing we'll be doing will be let's see what's next. Our From
From
Rewatch Live. Yes, we're finally going to be resuming our rewatch Wednesday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. We're rewatching season 2, episode 1 of From, breaking it down, finding all the clues we can find, and it's always a lot of fun. So if you're into From and you need your From fix, if you're having From withdrawals, come check us out Wednesday night. And Friday night is our From Academy Friday. Doug Hughes may join us. He said he might be free to join us for the first part of the live before we get into From Academy. So we do a different theme.
have we settled on a topic, or are we still looking at topics?
We need to find a topipic for
Okay.
for
Because I know
Friday.
there were several
Well,
of them suggested. I didn't know if you were leaning towards anything or Doc was.
no, I hadn't actually even had time to even give it any thought. So we'll figure it out.
Okay.
There will be a topic that we'll discuss on From Academy Friday. We'll announce it on Wednesday. But Doug actually is pretty likely to join us for the first part of the live. He's really busy this week, so he definitely won't be surprising us on Wednesday. But Friday is pretty likely. So yeah, Doug Hughes, aka the Man in Yellow, He'll likely join us Friday. If he feels like it, it's going to be a very busy week for him. And then we'll dive into a From related topic when he heads out. Thursday night will be our Discord watch party, of course, for Severance at 9 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. The link to that's in the description of the video. Also, again, at 10 p.m. And then that's a second stream. Then we'll do a voice chat. And I guess that's it. Pretty much, I think I've covered everything. So, yeah, I thought so, Matt. Australia. It's cool. We've got a bunch of Aussies in our community. Carla Way is another one. David, I believe David is also from Australia as well. So, Scott, you are so sweet. Thank you. It's your honor. You are just the sweetest. That's lovely of you. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Again, I appreciate you all. Thank you to the awesome panel and the awesome chat. And we'll see you next time. Have a good day or a good night, everybody.
Later.
Yeah, see you around. Take it easy.
See you next time.
Bye.